Uh, the current state of the saints is more complex than we thought. Mo Evers now looked towards Lin Ming. What is their situation like? Lin Ming said, the saint race isn't a single monolithic entity. While they do have more than one true divinity, these true divinities are not as united as we first assumed. Humanity only has the single divine realm universe, but the saint race has many universes under their control, and their true divinities are spread throughout them. And between these universes, there is also the God-lamenting wall that divides them. Moreover, it seems that because of the situation of the Grand Mist Spirit bead, the true divinities are unable to come to an agreement. Now, they are only barely managing to cobble together an alliance because of the external threat of the soul race. Prior to this, it was the good fortune Saint Sovereign who wished to invade the divine realm alone and take sole possession of it, to steal away the most resources and become the absolute Saint Sovereign of the saints. The other Saint Sovereigns definitely aren't willing to see this happen, and now that the Spiritas have diverted their attention, when that is coupled with all the disputes of interests amongst them, this has caused the good fortune Saint Sovereign's long-laid plans to come to a complete halt. Lin Ming had only probed the memories of a Saint World king. Although there were many secrets that he didn't know, Lin Ming gained an approximate situation of the saint race. So that's the reason. No wonder the saints have only sent out half-step Empyreans to oversee the war. That is because once they send out their own Empyreans, our Empyreans will also fight. At that time, it will be a great battle of Empyreans. If Empyreans die, that will be a considerable loss to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Not just that, but the good fortune Saint Sovereign has yet to fully recover his strength from the war 100,000 years ago. Thus why the current situation is so complex. Mo Evers now had already completely discerned the situation of the saints. The saint race that invaded the divine realm was not the entirety of the saint race, but only the neighboring saint race universe that belonged to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Even without the threat of the Spiritas, if the other saint race universes wished to invade the divine realm, their armies would have to pass through the good fortune Saint Sovereign's universe. The good fortune Saint Sovereign likely wouldn't be happy to let this happen. To him, the divine realm was a piece of delicious fat meat that was already near his mouth, but he simply didn't have the chance to eat it right now. Lin Ming nodded. Senior apprentice sister should be right. We have at least a few more tens of thousands of years before the good fortune Saint Sovereign has fully restored himself. In truth, until then, we should be safe. As for this war, it should be restricted to the level of holy lords and world kings. It won't expand beyond that. The saint race is even more afraid of this situation than we are. So what's the point of us fearing them? Yes, we don't need to fear them at all. Mo Evers now let out a light sigh of relief. This was the best news that she had heard yet. A few tens of thousands of years was more than enough time for Lin Ming to grow. At that time, in a true slaughter war, Lin Ming would have the ability to hold his ground. After understanding all of this, Lin Ming and Mo Evers now were in a much better mood. But with a sudden thought, Lin Ming frowned. The matter is now clear, but how do we pass this on? The things that we know are too detailed. It would be bad to repeat it in full. Indeed, Mo Evers now nodded. But there is no need to be too detailed. I know that Empyrean Divine Dream will be able to discern most of the situation herself, and she will also believe your words. That's the only way we can do this. As Lin Ming was speaking, the entire Mount Patala began to shake. The palace around him rocked, as if an earthquake was passing through. Lin Ming was shocked. This sort of earthquake was no minor matter. Just what sort of place was Mount Patala? This was a sect with 2 Empyreans, the longest-lived sect of humanity, with a history of 6 billion years. So how could it be shaken by an earthquake, let alone an earthquake? Even if an Empyrean attacked this land with all their strength, it would still be impossible for them to shake Mount Patala, because Mount Potala's protective array formations were the strongest out of all the sects in the divine realm. Even divine, dream heavenly palaces' protections might not be able to compare with theirs. This was the difference in historical legacy, one that stretched back for billions of years. The array formations here had been constantly improved and reinforced over time. And now the degree of firmness of the runes that held them together could be imagined. Could it be that the saints had arrived? As this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, at this time, many disciples of Mount Potala were terrified of what was happening. There were even many Empyreans that were feeling nervous. The saint race had truly arrived. As Lin Ming had secluded himself to read the complete memories of the saint race world king, that was similar to experiencing the entire life of the saint world king. It was something that took more than just a few days, and now the deadline for negotiations between humanity and the saints had finally arrived. The saint race powerhouses had now gathered here. On the distant horizon, 160 to 170 black-robed figures had gathered. Of these figures, some were men, some were women, some were old and young, some were tall and short, some were as thick and sturdy as mountains, and some were as thin and slender as willow trees. This 100-some people didn't seem like too much, but they actually covered the skies and the sun, leaving a darkness that enveloped the earth. The incomparably terrifying aura they sent out nearly caused space to collapse. How horrifying! There must be half-step true divinities in their ranks. The saint race is too terrifying. This is only the tip of their forces. Their true divinity powerhouses have yet to arrive. Nobody doubted the high number of saint race Empyreans. Even Lin Ming didn't doubt that the saint race was far stronger than humanity. 6 billion years ago, during the era of Empyrean Divine Seal, humanity had been far more formidable than they were now. But that fight had exhausted all of humanity. And in order to defend the final universe of the human race, Empyrean Divine Seal had perished. That is the saint race. At Genesis Mountain, within the 4 great heavenly palaces, Fire God stood high, wearing a long red robe as he looked up at the skies. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. He knew that the reason Mount Potala shook was not because the saints had attacked, but because the 160 to 170 Saint Empyreans, including the half-step true divinities, had gathered their aura to cause such an impact to Mount Potala. Such a dreadful aura caused one's courage to waver. Fire God couldn't help but acknowledge that if he were to battle with any of these Saint Empyreans, he likely wouldn't be able to defeat over 40% of them. In this sort of situation, even though Fire God was an extremely aggressive and war-oriented character with a vigorous and staunch personality, he was still left short of breath. On the negotiating table, what would be compared was not fancy words or tricky terms, but simply strength. Without strength, no matter how loquacious your words were, everything would be useless. The true divinities have yet to appear, and yet their Empyreans are so strong. That was clearly a demonstration of their power, but that demonstration was extremely effective, let alone the ordinary disciples that aren't even at the Divine Lord realm. Even some Empyreans are feeling weak at heart. Empyrean, vast universe, shook his head. If even he lacked the confidence to face the saints, then the feelings of the others could be imagined. It's because they don't have any scruples at all that they came directly to Mount Potala to start negotiations. This is the supreme stronghold of humanity, based in the heart of humanity, and yet they aren't afraid that we will ambush them and cut them down here. This is because they have confidence in their absolute strength. That's right, they simply don't fear fighting us here at all. Even if there is a disadvantage to fighting us here, they can still make up for that with pure numbers. Moreover, if we are to truly fight, then their true divinity powerhouses will catch up. Once they come, we will lose without a doubt. Although humanity hadn't completely given up all hopes for this negotiation, there was still a heavy stone atop their hearts that pressed down on them, making them find it hard to stand tall. At this time, From amongst the many Saint Empyreans, a tall youth in white robes walked forwards, a smile on his face. He held a pitch-black bead that slowly revolved above his hand. This youth was the good fortune saint's son. Even in front of many Empyreans, his momentum wasn't lacking at all, making others feel like he was a strategist with absolute plans of victory. This meant that his status was no lower than that of an Empyrean. The saint race's holy son is already seen on equal footing with an Empyrean. It's not strange. The good fortune saint's son already had the ability to protect himself in front of a great world king, and is no worse than one. And above a great world king is the realm of an Empyrean. Not just that, but when that is combined with the good fortune saint's son's talent, he should be treated on par with an Empyrean. That is too exaggerated. Our geniuses are still only at the divine transformation realm, and their strength is equivalent to a late divine lord or half-step holy lord. That is far short of an Empyrean. Our high-level figures cannot compare with theirs, and not even our young geniuses can compare with theirs. Just what is there to discuss? The many disciples gathered at Mount Patala all began discussing amongst themselves. Although they hoped that humanity would be able to give a strong showing and reveal a superior momentum, the truth was placed right in front of them. The good fortune saint's son held the grand mist spirit bead in his hand, floating in the skies like a god. As he looked at the faces of those below him and saw panic, anxiety, nervousness, and many other emotions, he jeeringly smiled. Cowardly humans, your only worth is as my slaves. Tremble before me. The good fortune saint's son sneered and looked towards Mount Potala's 4 great heavenly palaces. That was the area of Divine Dream's residence. Divine Dream hadn't appeared yet, but the good fortune saint's son could still feel her aura, as deep as the sea and as steady as the earth. What a valiant and magnificent woman! By all rights, when the saints had arrived, the human powerhouses should have come out to take a look, and in truth, many Empyreans had done so. But Empyrean Divine Dream hadn't actually appeared. She still sat quietly in her palace. This was the dignity and confidence of a leader. This steadfastness was worthy of praise. The good fortune saint's son smiled. Even now her aura remains stable. This isn't something that can be faked. The saint sovereign was right. This divine dream is quite a character, but only this type of woman has the best flavor. The good fortune saint's son traced his chin, a dark and devilish smile crossing his face. If these words fell into the ears of humanity, then that would be the ultimate disrespect. He actually had thoughts of taking advantage of Empyrean divine dream. Beside the good fortune saint's son, a vigorous woman with a slim figure slowly stepped forwards, intimately pulling on his arms. She happily said, "Your Highness, Holy Son, what are you thinking? Are you planning on including Empyrean divine dream in your harem?" The woman who spoke didn't have fair and pale skin, but healthy brown skin the color of wheat. When coupled with her curvy figure and the dagger tied to her thigh, her entire appearance was like a sexy female leopard, filled with an explosive strength. Her cultivation was only at the divine transformation realm. For her to stand here at the divine transformation realm, that was definitely because of the good fortune saint's son. Divine dream. He because of the conflict between our races wanting to conquer her completely is impossible. But I'll be satisfied with conquering just her body. It shouldn't be too long before the saint sovereign fully recovers. And once I become an Empyrean, I will lead the saint race to lay waste to the entire divine realm. I will place a slave seal in Divine Dream's body and have her serve me for the rest of her life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1398, The Goal of the Saint Race. Chapter 1398, The Goal of the Saint Race. As the woman heard the good fortune saint's son's arrogant words, not only was she not angry, but she instead giggled. Your Highness Holy Son is quite greedy, but if you truly wish to lay waste to the divine realm, with your current strength, that isn't difficult at all. Just the four great protectors that the saint sovereign sent down are all half-step true divinities. Moreover, in our saint race's saint convocation heaven, there are many other hidden powerhouses whose strength has reached unfathomable boundaries. If you can invite them to emerge from their hidden realms, then exterminating humanity won't be hard at all. The good fortune saint's son shook his head. A centipede is still hard to kill even when severed. Although humanity's golden days have passed, they still aren't easy to deal with. Just that single Empyrean divine dream has already come infinitely close to reaching true divinity, and even amongst half-step true divinity powerhouses, there are still divisions of weak and strong. Empyrean divine dream is an existence that stands exactly at the pinnacle of that level. Even I don't know just what degree that woman's strength has reached. Also, there are still Mount Potala's two Empyreans who have a similarly unfathomable strength. Great Limitless Buddha has already been long famous for 100 million years and is the oldest, most qualified divine monk of Mount Potala. There is also that war Buddha, Emperor Sakya. Although he is only a rising talent, his strength is actually more terrifying than his elders. I know that his reputation as a war Buddha isn't clear to all, but it is indeed dreadful. His self-created transcendent divine might is called the 3,000 great worlds, where he was able to divide his primordial soul 1,000 times 3 times. In other words, he divided himself into 1 billion incarnations that reincarnated in 1 billion different worlds, all of them enlightening themselves through 1 billion lives and allowing him to experience 1 billion samsaras. Then, his avatars ascended to the divine realm, slowly fusing back together into his true self. He, too, is someone that is extremely close to the realm of true divinity, and his strength has reached incomprehensible degrees. Although we could exterminate humanity, we would have to pay a great price to do so. And right now, this price is not something we can afford. All right, it's time to go down. The good fortune saint's son flew down. The 100-plus Empyreans that were behind him were only there to increase his momentum and influence here. As for the one negotiating, that was only the good fortune saint's son, by himself. There was a dark grand hall that was over 1,000 feet tall and wide. In this grand hall was a stone table crafted from timeless god stones, in a square shape of over 200 feet wide and long. The ones standing on both sides were staring at each other in sharp contention. The good fortune saint's son sat at one end of the stone table, an iron fan in his hands. A confident and lazy smile graced his face. Behind him stood the vigorous woman in the tight and revealing flexible armor, as well as the many other Empyreans of the saint race. And on the other side of this table were the Empyreans of humanity. Divine Dream and 3 others stood in the seats of honor. Of these 3 other people, 2 of them wore cassocks and held monk staves in their hands. Their bald foreheads showed 12 rings. The last person was a red-robed old man. He silently sat at the negotiating table, his eyes closed in silence, giving off an aloof and distant feeling. The first 2 were naturally the 2 Empyreans of Mount Potala. As for the last person, that was one of the great hidden Empyreans, Skyrend God Lord. The name of Skyrend God Lord had been renowned for 80 million years already. In the past, he had established the Skyrend God sect in the divine realm. For a period of time, besides Mount Potala, there was no other influence that was able to compare with him. But afterwards, because of some unknown matter, Skyrend God Lord went deep into seclusion, and no one was able to find any traces of him. As for the Skyrend God sect, they exhausted their destiny with the departure of Skyrend God Lord. Although they still managed to maintain themselves with the hidden protection of Skyrend God Lord, they gradually declined. Now that the great calamity of humanity had arrived, he had also emerged from his seclusion. Now, let us begin. The good fortune saint's son spoke with a commanding pose, his voice filled with a brash arrogance, as if he had already placed himself on par with the human Empyreans present. Hee, does the Saint race have no one else? They sent out a smelly, hairless little baby boy, like you, to manage negotiations that concern the future of two races? A cold voice echoed out. The one who spoke was Fire God, a human Empyrean. He spoke in a mocking tone, unable to bear the rampant manner of the good fortune saint's son. Ha ha! The good fortune saint's son chuckled. Since when was it your turn to speak? A lower middle Empyrean, like yourself, will be stranded at the level you are forever. So what qualifications do you have to question me? In several hundred years, when I become a world king, my strength will surpass yours. And after 1,000 years, when I become an Empyrean, killing you will be no different from crushing an ant beneath my feet. The good fortune saint's son's words caused the human Empyreans to frown. This good fortune saint's son was truly too arrogant. Ordinarily, one needed 1,000,000 years of cultivating to reach the Empyrean realm, but this sort of person mostly relied on piling up their resources and accumulating their cultivation over the years. Their strength likely wasn't too outstanding. There was another type of person who naturally possessed an extreme degree of talent and was able to cultivate to the Empyrean realm in a single breath with unstoppable momentum. For instance, Warbuddha Emperor Sakya and Skyrend Godlord were two such characters. They had only used tens of thousands of years to become an Empyrean. For this type of character, there was a chance for them to become a true divinity in the future. But even Emperor Sakya fell far short of this good fortune saint's son. Listening to his meaning, he was saying that he could reach the Empyrean realm in just 1,000-some years. Moreover, once he became an Empyrean, he would be able to kill all other Empyreans on his level, as if he were dicing vegetables. 1,000 years from now, you will crush me like an ant? And I, Hui Yuetian's life, I have never heard such a ridiculous joke. Fire God laughed. His character was fierce and wild, and he couldn't endure others throwing sand in his face. The good fortune saint's son sneered once more. Then you and I can form an oath now. 500 years from now, we will have a life or death battle. If you are too scared to come, then all your meridians will break down and your cultivation will be completely wasted. And if you go against your oath, then you will suffer a backlash from your heart demons that will cause your soul to perish. Why wouldn't I make an oath? Since when have I ever feared anything in my life? Fire God stood up, standing in sharp opposition to the good fortune saint's son. But at this time, Empyrean divine Dream flung apart her sleeves, and an invisible strength pressed down on him, forcing him back down. Fire God's eyes widened. He looked at Empyrean divine Dream. Why are you stopping me? That is enough. We are here to negotiate, not to make some gambling fight. Divine Dream's voice was faint, but her words contained an irresistible feeling. This was the majesty and dignity of divine Dream. With her powerful strength and her deep aura, even the wild Fire God wasn't able to disobey her. Fire God grit his teeth and firmly sat back down. If divine Dream is stopping me, then, that is because in her eyes, am I really not a match for that good fortune saint's son 500 years from now? Fire God's heart chilled. He didn't think that his judgment was superior to divine Dream's. If that was true, then this good fortune saint's son was truly too terrifying. Perhaps within 5,000 years, the good fortune saint's son would grow to a point where he could lead the armies of the saints to trample over the entire divine realm. There wouldn't even be a need for the good fortune saint's sovereign to do anything. Fire God looked at the good fortune saint's son. All he saw was a smug expression on his face. Then the saint's son's eyes turned to Empyrean divine Dream and didn't look at him again. I've heard that humanity's Empyrean divine Dream is the most mysterious woman of the human race, as well as the most beautiful woman. I have always held a deep sense of admiration towards Empyrean divine Dream, and now that I see you today, You are truly a woman whose beauty is without rival. Even the countless women back in my harem cannot compare with you. In my life, if I can take a woman as wonderful as Empyrean Divine Dream as my wife, then I will truly be able to live a life without regrets. Ha! As the good fortune Saint's son spoke, his eyes were glued onto Empyrean Divine Dream. His words were filled with an overly sexual teasing meaning, clearly aimed at her. Empyrean Divine Dream seemed to not hear such disrespectful actions. Her expression remained as calm as before. But at this time, in the good fortune Saint's son's eyes, Empyrean Divine Dream's figure suddenly blurred. A cone-shaped soul attack thrust straight towards the good fortune Saint's son's spiritual sea. The good fortune Saint's son's figure trembled, and a barrier of light appeared in front of him, blocking this sort of divine sense. His body shook, and the chair of timeless godstone beneath him exploded into stone powder. On the saint race's side, many Empyreans immediately stood up. Empyrean Divine Dream's illusion attack just now had caused the good fortune Saint's son to suffer serious losses. Luckily, the good fortune Saint's sovereign had placed a divine protective talisman on his body that had blocked this divine sense attack. Even so, the stone chair beneath him had been completely destroyed. I'm fine. The good fortune Saint's son stood up, and the many Saint Empyreans sat back down. It was like everything that happened in the blink of an eye just now had nothing to do with him at all. He looked at Divine Dream and lasciviously smiled. Empyrean Divine Dream's strength is truly astonishing. Since you don't wish for me to sit, then I shall stand. Empyrean Divine Dream had a placid expression. She didn't expect that her strike would have been able to kill the good fortune Saint's son. She only wanted him to suffer a loss and ruin his momentum and prestige. On the negotiating table, taking the initiative was extremely important. Even so, she didn't think that the protective charm placed on his body would be so powerful. It had forcibly shattered her sort of divine sense, and the good fortune Saint's son had ended up without a single injury. This caused Empyrean Divine Dream to dread the good fortune Saint's sovereign even more. Cut the nonsense, and let's go straight into what we're here for. At this time, beside Empyrean Divine Dream, the red-robed, sky-rend God-Lord suddenly spoke out loud. His voice was thick and growling, but filled with a piercing power, causing one's eardrums to tingle with numbness. The good fortune Saint's son turned towards Skyrend God-Lord. He slowly said, "You are Skyrend God-Lord? Not bad. Good. Since these are negotiations, I won't delay any further. Let us delve straight into the matter." When the good fortune Saint's son referred to Skyrend God-Lord by his name, this caused all the other human Empyreans to feel a chill crawl down their backs. Skyrend God-Lord had disappeared into seclusion for the last several tens of millions of years. But even so, the Saint race had information on him. Although the good fortune Saint's son didn't recognize the appearance of Skyrend God-Lord, he was able to correctly deduce who he was from the fact he was able to sit at the seat of honor amongst all the human powerhouses, as well as his aura and the laws he cultivated. The Saint race's understanding towards human Empyreans was far deeper than they had thought. Know yourself, know your enemy, and be invincible. Not only were the Saints stronger than humanity, but the information they possessed was also far greater than humanity's. With this, how could the human Empyreans not worry? Let me get straight to the point. I will state this clearly for all of you. In that great war 6 billion years ago, countless lives perished and death and destruction was spread throughout the universe. Although my Saint race is powerful, we do not wish for the annihilation of countless lives during every samsara of the great calamity. Thus, this time, my Saint race wishes to establish a new order. We want to use this new order to stop the great calamities from occurring ever again. My saint race wishes to work together with humanity and establish a paradise in the divine shifting heavens where saints and humans can coexist in peace and harmony. We will be able to share martial arts inheritances and resources with each other, helping our races reach new heights and develop the divine realm together. What do you think? The good fortune Saint Sun looked at Skyrend God Lord, an amused smile on his face. Chapter 1399. Conditions. Chapter 1399. Conditions. Kia. Coexist together in the divine, shifting heavens. Skyrend Godlord's complexion darkened. Upon first hearing this speech, many people couldn't discern just what snake oil the saint race was trying to sell. You are saying that you want us to allow you saints to directly enter the divine realm? You want to establish sex in the divine realm, assist in developing the resources here, and even study our inheritances? Is that what you are saying? Skyrend God Lord tapped his fingers on the table, leisurely speaking. But with every word he spoke, his eyes became increasingly cold. That is exactly what I am saying. Of course, humanity may also enter our saint race's territory, and we will also support you humans the best that we can. You may even study our inheritances. The good fortune Saint Sun smiled, but as these words fell into Skyrend Godlord's ears, Skyrend Godlord sneered. This agreement sounded fair. But in other words, it was to allow the saint race to directly enter the deepest territories of humanity and wantonly loot the resources of the divine realm without moving a single soldier. As for allowing humans to enter the world of saints, the sex of the saint race were originally stronger than those of humanity. Moreover, humans knew nothing about the saints. If they recklessly entered the saint race's universe, then they might simply die upon entry. Just what use was there to think about sharing resources? The saint race could send a massive amount of their people into the divine realm, trillions at a time. But it was impossible for humanity to do the same. This was the difference in strength between the races. What do you think? In terms of inheritances, we can lend each other a helping hand. In your most recent divine realm first martial meeting, the first place Frost Dream, second place Lin Ming, and even the extraordinarily talented Hang Chi and Xiao Moxian can come to our saint race and study our inheritances. The great gates of my good fortune Saint Palace can be open to them whenever they please. The good fortune Saint Sun put forth another condition. Skyrend Godlord sneered once more. You want our geniuses to enter your saint race to gain experience? I'm afraid that is the same as tossing meat buns to a dog. There won't be any return for them at all. Do you really think we are fools? Haha, Mr. Godlord, it seems you lack boldness. Who cares how splendid those young elites are? The peace between our two races is something that my saint race is putting forth all efforts to make possible and to prevent the great calamity from happening ever again. Why would we ruin what we worked so hard for just to strangle a few young geniuses? It seems that you are looking down at our saint race far too much. Moreover, if we can coexist in the divine shifting heavens, our saint race will also be sending the champions of our first martial meeting to enter your human race. They will challenge the different masters of humanity and ask for advice from your teachers. The good fortune Saint Sun spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly said, since that's the case, how about good fortune Saint Sun coming alone to my divine dream, heavenly palace, as a guest? Empyrean Divine Dream's words contained ruthless needles within them. The good fortune Saint Sun laughed. I've heard that within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, there are beautiful women all over. If there truly is an invitation, then I cannot ask for anything more. Is that so? It seems Saint Sun has some interest. Then we can go right after these negotiations end. Divine Dream smiled, immediately cutting off the playful game that good fortune Saint Sun was weaving. The good fortune Saint Sun's smile suddenly stiffened. He hadn't thought that Divine Dream would be so aggressive and menacing with her intentions. At this time, beside the good fortune saint's son, an old man's lips moved as he passed a true essence sound transmission to him. As the good fortune saint's son heard this, he grinned once more. At this time, Empyrean divine dream and Skyrend godlord had a foreboding feeling. Their complexions turned cold. Bang! With a terrifying ringing explosion, the entirety of Mount Patala began to shake. A massive black hand tore through space, forcefully smashing down at Mount Patala. At the same time, outside Mount Patala, the glowing barriers of a massive array formation appeared, blocking this giant hand. Ka, 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 ka. The great hand fiercely collided with this array formation, causing a horrifying storm of energy to be whipped up. Then, this great hand unexpectedly tore apart a large chunk of the array formation. 4 shadowy figures entered through this hole. Of these 4 figures, 3 were men, and 1 was a woman. They wore black cloaks and armor with an astonishing aura exuding from their bodies. This array formation can still close itself up? This Mount Patala is quite good. One of the men among the 4 people spoke. He had fair skin and beautifully delicate features, appearing strangely feminine. Behind him, Mount Patala's array formation that had been ripped apart by the black hand began to slowly knit itself back together. However, there was still a black energy left behind that hindered the regenerative process of the array formation, causing it to restore much slower than it should. It is a sect that managed to continue on from the last great calamity, so it must have some ability. But if the 4 of us join together, completely eliminating it isn't a problem at all. Beside the feminine man, a fat-looking middle-aged man spoke. His 2 pitch-black eyes shined in the darkness, sparkling like diamonds. These 4 people were the 4 great protectors that the Saint Sovereign had sent out. They were also the 4 strongest subordinates of the Saint race's Saint Sovereign. These 4 protectors had come to the negotiation table, but not only did they not send any greetings, they even tore apart the defenses here in order to enter. The purpose of this act was clearly to demonstrate their own strength and make a grand show of it. Bang! The dimension of the meeting hall was ripped apart. The 4 people emerged from thin air, floating high in the skies above the negotiation table. They all possessed half-step true divinity cultivations. In the moment that these 4 half-step true divinities appeared, although they were just casually standing there, a faint array diagram appeared beneath their feet. This array diagram had countless runes flowing on its surface. The extremely oppressive strength left all the human Empyreans with extremely dark and ugly expressions. Skyrend Godlord's complexion was dignified. The sudden appearance of these 4 people had caused a serious tilt in the balance of power between the 2 negotiating sides. If they were to fight here at Mount Patala, then even with the help of Mount Patala's array formations, Skyrend Godlord didn't believe for a second that they would win. If they were to ultimately fight here, then humanity would suffer serious losses. It had to be known that the human Empyreans gathered at Mount Patala were already half the strength of humanity. In facing the strength that the saints had revealed so far, they were far from being their match. Moreover, it was possible that the saints still had true divinity powerhouses that had yet to appear. The disparity between humanity and the saints was simply far too great. Skyrend Godlord and Empyrean divine dream glanced at each other, a glint of dread in each other's eyes. And beside them, great limitless Buddha had also laid down his Buddha beads. He grasped his monk staff, his entire body revolving with energy. For honored saint envoys, you have finally caught up. Ha ha! The good fortune saint's son briefly bowed towards the 4 new arrivals. The 4 protectors that the Saint Sovereign sent here had an extremely high status within the Saint race. Moreover, these 4 people could also form battle arrays and multiply their strength in combat. The 4 protectors nodded back, not speaking. The good fortune saint's son faintly smiled. Now, let us return to the matter about coexisting together in the divine, shifting heavens. Strength was the greatest influence on the negotiation table. Without strength, just what was there to discuss? Now, even a hot-tempered and wild Empyrean, like Fire God, was afraid to tear apart all semblance of peace. If they were to truly fight, then it was possible that humanity would face total annihilation. But if they made a compromise and allowed the saints to enter the divine realm, they would have to endure the silent invasion of the saints. They would have to watch helplessly on as the saints plundered their resources. Even so, at the very least, humanity would still maintain their foundation, and their younger generation would be able to develop, to steel their heart for revenge and endure for 1,000 years. This would give Divine Dream enough time to become a true divinity, and Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and the others would also be able to grow up. Once that time came, humanity would still have hope. Throughout history, there were many human martial artists that had to suffer periods of shame and insults, but afterwards, they actually succeeded in becoming rulers of their own domain. Only by being able to endure the things that could not be endured could one make the impossible possible. What do you want to discuss? Skyrend Godlord spoke once more. These words were the same as agreeing to the good fortune Saint Sun's conditions. Empyrean Divine Dream's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she didn't object. Ha! This is the right way. Huh? The good fortune Saint Sun was ecstatic. In the face of absolute strength, how could humanity not roll over on their backs? In the future, the saint race would only need to occupy the divine realm and establish a foundation here. Then they could plunder the resources of the divine realm without end and invest everything into their war with the Spiritus. After the soul race was defeated, the saint race could then turn their eyes back to humanity. At that time, dealing with them would be as simple as drinking a cup of tea. Eventually, the saint race would become the true masters of all existence. The good fortune Saint Sun slowly closed his hand. My saint race wishes to sign a non-aggression treaty with humanity. These are the conditions. First, humanity must cede the bright luster great world to us, as well as all other affiliated worlds, hidden worlds, mystic realms, star domains, and so forth. All of that will belong to my saint race. Human sex must leave the bright luster great world. If they wish to stay, they may, but they must obey the orders of my saint race unconditionally. Second, the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds, innumerable dimensional realms and smaller worlds, can be entered at will by my saint race's influences. They will exchange inheritances with human influences, and together they can develop resources. Third, humanity must pay my saint race 10,009 sun jades for damages caused to us. This can also be paid in an equal value of materials or spirit treasures. As soon as the good fortune Saint Sun spoke, he put forth such exaggerated conditions. After hearing this, Skyrend God Lord nearly flipped over the table. Divine Dream's complexion turned even chillier. If it weren't for the 4 protectors of the saint race being present, there was the chance that war would immediately have broken out right here, right now. How about it? Do you disagree? The good fortune Saint Sun lazily smiled, appearing completely confident. At his side, the 4 protectors of the Saint Sovereign had runes flowing about them, emitting a deep killing intent that put a great pressure on everyone present. If the 4 protectors were to deploy their battle array together, the strength they could display on the battlefield would be unimaginable. Skyrend God Lord was silent, and even Divine Dream didn't speak out. Great Limitless Buddha held his Buddha beads in hand, meditating on Heart Sutras. The atmosphere was extremely grim. In the current situation, signing a treaty of peace could be called the best outcome for humanity. But to give away too many interests and resources was something that no one dared to sign away so easily. Once they signed it, they would have to bear the great weight of being the scapegoat for all of humanity. This would be an event recorded down in history and would become the greatest stain upon the lives of these powerhouses: Divine Dream, Skyrend God Lord, Great Limitless Buddha, Emperor Sakya. All four of them would be listed as the traitors of mankind. After 1,000 years, if humanity could win, then everything would be fine. But if humanity were to lose, they would become the greatest sinners of all time. But if they didn't sign this treaty now, it was possible that humanity would perish at this moment. The 100+ Empyreans had all been pushed to the edge of the cliff. To sign was to become a sinner, but not signing wasn't possible either. At this time, the flame of a sound transmitting talisman suddenly lit up. Great Limitless Buddha's eyebrows slightly rose. "What is it?" Skyrend God Lord asked. "Someone wishes to enter the meeting hall," Great Limitless Buddha replied with a true essence sound transmission. "Who?" "Lin Ming." "Lin Ming." Skyrend God Lord frowned. He looked at Divine Dream, but Divine Dream also didn't know what was happening. This was a meeting between Empyreans, so why would a junior like Lin Ming want to come here? What is he here for? Is he trying to add to the chaos? If any conflict really does occur, then, with his cultivation, he will be instantly destroyed. Skyrend God Lord unhappily said. Chapter 1400. I refuse. Chapter 1400. I refuse. Even in Mount Patala, the strength of the humans was weaker than those of the saints here. If a battle broke out, there had to be someone that would protect Lin Ming to ensure his safety. But if that happened, it would naturally affect their overall combat strength. Skyrend God Lord waved his hands, implying the meaning that he didn't want to allow Lin Ming here to add chaos to the mix. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream said, "Grandmaster Limitless, allow Lin Ming to enter." Skyrend God Lord's eyebrows shot up, surprised. Empyrean Divine Dream responded, "If there really is some conflict, then I will protect him." Empyrean Divine Dream's status was higher than that of Skyrend God Lord Great Limitless Buddha or Emperor Sakya. She could even be called the leader of all humanity. If Divine Dream spoke, Skyrend God Lord naturally wouldn't refuse her request. He frowned and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Divine Dream, if you allow that junior Lin Ming to come, just what can he accomplish? Do you think that his words are so beautiful and eloquent that the saint race will draw back from the divine realm?" Skyrend God Lord's words were humorless. In these negotiations, strength was the only bargaining chip one could bring to the table. Everything else was simply empty nothings. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "If Lin Ming wishes to enter, then he naturally has something important to say. I have a deep understanding of his character." In Empyrean Divine Dream's heart, Lin Ming was clear on just what his priorities were. He wouldn't do something that was out of order. "Good. Since that's the case, I will bring him in." Great Limitless Buddha waggled his fingers, and the space around him shook. A gate of space and time split the void. Wearing blue robes, Lin Ming stepped out from this space-time gate. For a time, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ming. The pressure of 100+ Empyreans from the saint race was extremely terrifying, but luckily the pressure of the human Empyreans was there to balance it out. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. Lin Ming walked into the meeting hall and took a deep breath. He instantly noticed the Good Fortune Saint's son. The Good Fortune Saint's son was tall and sturdy with a handsome face. He grasped an iron fan in his hands. Between his eyebrows, there was a golden mark that resembled a shining sword. "So that's the Good Fortune Saint's son." Lin Ming had a deep impression of this person. 100,000 years ago, Empyrean Primordius had encountered a crisis because of the demon bead. In the end, the demon bead had been wrested from his grasp, that had been brought about by the actions of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. But afterwards, The good fortune saint's sovereign had actually passed the demon bead to the good fortune saint's son for him to use. However, this wasn't giving it to him, but merely allowing him to use it. Lin Ming guessed that the good fortune saint's sovereign wished to take advantage of this great war between humanity and the saints to have the demon bead absorb a titanic amount of flesh and blood essence energy. After all, although Empyrean Primordius had lost the demon bead 100,000 years ago, he had still left a complete 100 million years worth of accumulated essence energy from the demon bead to Lin Ming. So, it seemed that the demon bead would be in the hands of the good fortune saint's son for quite some time, and retaking the demon bead was also Empyrean Primordius' dying wish. Lin Ming had accepted the kindness of Empyrean Primordius, thus he had to accomplish his final wish. Moreover, he needed the demon bead to help complete his body transformation technique. The good fortune saint's son really is an extreme character. Currently, I am far from being able to compare with him. As Lin Ming was thinking this, an old and harsh voice sounded out in his ears. "Boy, stand behind me, and do not interrupt if you have nothing important to say. Otherwise, if there is a problem here, then we really might not be able to protect you." The one speaking was Skyrend Godlord. Although his tone was a bit grating and unpleasant, there was no mistaking the concern in his voice. Lin Ming faintly smiled and thanked him in return. The good fortune saint's son looked at Lin Ming, surprise shining in his eyes. He had heard Lin Ming's name, but had never seen a picture of him before, thus he wasn't able to recognize him. But just from looking at Lin Ming's cultivation and age, he could tell that he was likely a young genius from an Empyrean Holy Land. This type of character definitely didn't have the qualifications to participate in the negotiations between two races. "Who is that boy?" "Your Highness Saint's son, that boy is one of the champions of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. His name is Lin Ming, and his talent is extremely high. He fought Frost Dream to a draw and placed second in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting." "Oh, so he's Lin Ming." After the good fortune saint's son learned of Lin Ming's identity, he began to look him up and down. Although he had a deep understanding of humanity, he only knew their information and not their appearance. Moreover, the good fortune saint's son mostly paid attention to the human Empyreans. They were the goal which the good fortune saint's son had to defeat and cut down. Lin Ming was simply far too young. The good fortune saint's son possessed an extreme level of talent, and he also had a great destiny upon his body. Since his birth, he originated from a true divinity-level influence. And now, with his late Saint Lord level cultivation, he was actually able to contend with a great world king. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the Holy Lord realm. At that time, not even a great world king would be his match. In this situation, someone who only had an early divine transformation cultivation didn't have the qualifications to make the good fortune saint's son feel any fear at all. This was because he had the confidence that his rate of growth far surpassed that of anyone else here. Only he could surpass all others. There was no one that could surpass him. A dual body and energy cultivator who has opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. His cultivation is at the early divine transformation realm, and his foundation is stable. He can also be considered a talented character, but what a pity he is far too young. When he becomes a divine lord, I will already be able to fight with Empyreans. When he becomes a holy lord, I will be able to dominate all Empyreans. And when he is a world king, I will likely have broken through to the realm of true divinity and will be leading the armies of my saint race to flatten the divine realm. At that time, no matter how talented he is, he will still die beneath my boot. As the good fortune saint's son thought this, he didn't bother with Lin Ming anymore. He looked at Empyrean Divine Dream and said, "So, will you agree or disagree to the proposition of my saint race?" Empyrean Divine Dream's delicate eyebrows scrunched together. At this time, Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission echoed in her ears. Senior Divine Dream. May I ask what conditions the Saint Race have put forth so far? Empyrean Divine Dream reiterated the contents of the treaty. She also mentioned the arrival of the four protectors as well as her approximation of the Saint Race's strength. Lin Ming sneered as he listened to all this. The Saint Race's plans were indeed well thought out. With words alone, they wanted to turn the divine realm into their colony and freely plunder all the resources here. What wishful thinking! Lin Ming responded with a true essence sound transmission. Senior Divine Dream. The Saint Race is only bluffing. This junior knows that even if we were to refuse all their conditions, the Saint Race still would not dare to start an all-out war with us. This is because their current situation is extremely poor. The Soul Race might break out into war with the Saint Race at any time, and with the good fortune Saint Sovereign still injured, waging war with humanity at the same time isn't something they can afford. Lin Ming began repeating all the information he knew from beginning to end without concealing anything at all. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream's decision involved the future of humanity and was of the utmost importance. Lin Ming could only reveal everything he knew to Empyrean Divine Dream. Only like this would his words be believable. Empyrean Divine Dream's thoughts stirred. She looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Humanity knew nothing about the saints, so how could Lin Ming know such a great secret? Are you sure? I am. Lin Ming confidently replied. How do you know? Divine Dream wasn't someone who liked prying into the secrets of others, but this was simply far too important a matter. She had no other choice but to query Lin Ming about his sources to determine if they were credible or not. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "This junior learnt this from Primordius Heavenly Palace. He still had the information about the magic cube. As for whether Empyrean Divine Dream would believe him, that wasn't something he could control." Primordius Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream pondered for a moment. Lin Ming's words had a hole in them. If he truly did learn such important information from Primordius Heavenly Palace, then his first action would have been to report this as soon as possible to all relevant authorities. After all, this was something directly related to the war between the saints and humanity. If they knew this information earlier, then humanity wouldn't have needed to fear the Saint Race too much. They could have sent out more martial artists and stronger martial artists to the bright, luster-great world, so their war missions wouldn't have failed so miserably. Lin Ming wouldn't ignore such holes in his information. If so, and if this information was true, then he would likely have just learned it, and thus the reason for why he also hurriedly requested to enter the meeting hall where the negotiations were taking place. Otherwise, even in the worst-case situation, Lin Ming would have released this information before the negotiations began. As Divine Dream recalled Lin Ming asking for the corpse of that Saint Race world king a while ago, she began to form some associations in her mind. After all, she was someone that had lived for 10 million years. With just a few clues, she was able to discern most of the story behind this matter. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had some great secret on his body, and he had used this secret to probe the memories of the Saint World King. Moreover, this secret was something he didn't wish for others to know of. All geniuses inevitably had their own secrets. Moreover, this secret that Lin Ming was hiding was likely no trifling matter. Divine Dream didn't press further. In her opinion, Lin Ming had no reason to lie to her. His benefits were inextricably tied to the fate of humanity. She also didn't think of investigating Lin Ming's secret, or even about taking it for herself. After all, she was well aware that this so-called peace between the saints and humanity would last only for 1,000 years, or another 10,000 years at most. After that, there would be a cataclysmic war. Just her alone was not enough to resist this calamity. There had to be more and more powerhouses that emerged, And Lin Ming was one of the most crucial people for the future. Divine Dream couldn't protect characters like him fast enough, so why would she kill the chicken just to take the eggs? To Empyrean Divine Dream, the survival of humanity was the most important matter in her heart. It was something that was even greater than her goal of stepping into true divinity. Without the roots, how could the leaves survive? In Divine Dream's heart, being an Empyrean of a prosperous and magnificent race was far superior to being a precarious true divinity who had no place to rest and was being chased down throughout the heavens by a hostile race. Divine Dream, have you made your decision? The good fortune Saint Sun said, somewhat impatiently. He played with his iron fan with one hand, looking back and forth between Lin Ming and Empyrean Divine Dream. He could feel that Lin Ming and Empyrean Divine Dream were speaking with a true essence sound transmission just now, but he didn't care too much. In his eyes, Lin Ming was an unimportant nobody. In these negotiations that involved the fates of two races, just what would he be able to say? No matter how flowery his words were, in the face of absolute strength, anything he tried was meaningless. Thus, although the good fortune Saint Sun was impatient, he still had a confident smile hanging across his face. He wanted to see that insufferably proud and arrogant Divine Dream submit to him. The sense of achievement from making an unrivaled woman submit to him was something that he enjoyed very much. Perhaps Empyrean Divine Dream would continue to struggle and bargain a little, but that didn't matter. He could put forth a gallant act of generosity and make some concessions. As for these concessions, he had already included them in the conditions before. For example, he could leave several hundred great worlds to the humans as long as they could plunder the majority of them. Divine Dream turned to look at the good fortune Saint Sun. Then she smiled. Her smile was both beautiful and dazzling, as bright as the morning sun. The good fortune Saint Sun was stunned. Just why was Empyrean Divine Dream smiling at him? Was she smiling at him to flatter and persuade him? He wasn't sure just what was happening, but at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream parted her cherry red lips and clearly spoke out 3 syllables. I refuse. The good fortune Saint Sun's face immediately froze. Chapter 1401, Sneak Attack. Chapter 1401, Sneak Attack. What? With this word, the entire audience was shocked. It wasn't just the Saint Empyreans, but even the human Empyreans were lost for a moment. Empyrean Divine Dream's rejection had been too sudden. Her words had carried a tone implying that she had no plans of bargaining. The good fortune Saint Sun's smile was frozen for the briefest moment before he coldly sneered. Are you not satisfied with the conditions? We can hash out the details. Empyrean Divine Dream indifferently looked at the good fortune Saint Sun, contempt thick in her eyes. There is no need to discuss anything. I refuse any and all contents of this treaty. Hearing Empyrean Divine Dream's words, the good fortune Saint Sun's complexion became increasingly dark. The human Empyreans were all panicked and began to constantly discuss amongst themselves with true essence sound transmissions. Divine Dream was too forceful. Although this brash nature made many of the human Empyreans feel proud and elated, they still lacked courage when thinking back to how formidable the saints were, and they also feared that they had offended the good fortune Saint Sun and taken this too far. Divine Dream, do you know what you are saying? The good fortune Saint Sun's hands both grasped his fan. As the end of his fan scraped across the stone table, it made a high-pitched squeaking noise. The good fortune Saint Sun had originally given space in the conditions to bargain with Empyrean Divine Dream, but he never imagined that she would not bother bargaining at all and would flat out refuse him. Divine Dream, Skyrend God Lord, and Empyrean vast universe spoke to Divine Dream with a sound transmission. They were afraid that such an absolute rejection would provoke the saint race too far. If an all-out battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Divine dream, you must endure the sword above your head. Showing the necessary patience is what we must do here. Although we will shoulder the sins of humanity, that isn't anything compared to the fate of humanity. As Skyrend Godlord said this, he and the others didn't say anything more. Then Empyrean Divine Dream actually waved her hand. I understand. These words left Skyrend Godlord and the others without any avenue to speak further. Even so, they had no confidence about what was happening here. Is this what they mean by saying it is better to live as pieces of jade than to live as tiles on the ground? The good fortune Saint's son demonically grinned and stood up. Beside him, the 4 Saint Race protectors also stepped forwards. Astral essence swirled about their bodies, causing the earth to vibrate. The human side refused to admit to being inferior. Although the 100-plus Empyreans here were weaker overall compared to those from the Saint Race, they still had the support of Mount Potala's array formation. If a true battle began, even if they were defeated, they would be able to cause deep losses to the Saints. With Divine Dream at the lead, there were also the great masters Skyrend Godlord, Emperor Sakya, and Great Limitless Buddha. Ka. The void shook. The 4 great masters of humanity stood in sharp opposition to the 4 protectors of the Saint Race. The 8 auras smashed together. Of these, Divine Dream's icy blue aura was the largest and most magnificent. With her strength alone, she forcefully withstood the pressure of 2 protectors. As for Skyrend Godlord, Emperor Sakya, and Great Limitless Buddha, the 3 of them joined forces and withstood the aura of the remaining 2 protectors. How interesting! The black-armored leader of the 4 protectors diabolically grinned. The astral essence swirling about him became increasingly wild. At the same time, from between the 4 of them, a golden shining Dermic took form and began spinning below their feet. The human side refused to show weakness. Great Limitless Buddha smashed his staff against the ground. With a loud peal of thunder, the floor made of timeless godstone exploded beneath the staff. A massive amount of golden energy began to gather towards him from all direction, turning into Buddhist seals and symbols that gathered towards Great Limitless Buddha's body. For a time, Buddhist prayers echoed throughout the world. It was like a great bell had been rung, enlightening all. This was the power saved within Mount Potala's array formation, and now directed by Great Limitless Buddha. By borrowing the battlefield of Mount Potala, he could multiply his strength. Even if the 4 saint protectors joined together in an array formation, it was impossible for them to shake Great Limitless Buddha's aura. The black-armored man's complexion changed. He hadn't truly started fighting. He had only used his aura to probe his enemies' respective strengths. The human Empyreans were far stronger than he had imagined. This also meant that if they were to truly fight, it would be hard for either side to gain an advantage. Such a situation had never appeared since the negotiations had started. They had lost control of the negotiations. Once the negotiations fell apart, the Saint Race would be unable to obtain any benefits. They didn't want to fight here, nor did they dare to fight upon returning. Like this, the Saint Race's plan to put forth their strength and threaten humanity would completely fail. The good fortune Saint Sun's complexion grew increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ming. Recalling the previous events, when the Saint Race had revealed their great strength, the humans had already acquiesced. Even that Skyrend Godlord had tacitly agreed to sign the treaty and was ready to bargain about the details of the treat. Even Empyrean Divine Dream hadn't opposed this. But then Lin Ming had appeared from nowhere and had spoken some unknown words with Empyrean Divine Dream in a true essence sound transmission. Following that, Empyrean Divine Dream's attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn, and she had ended up rejecting all conditions that the Saint Race had put forth. If someone said that none of this had anything to do with Lin Ming, The good fortune saint's son wouldn't believe them at all. "Brat, just what have you said to Divine Dream?" A deep, cruel light of hatred flashed through the good fortune saint's son's eyes. This peace treaty with the humans involved a tremendous amount of benefits. If they signed it, then that was the same as grasping all the benefits of the divine realm without losing a single soldier. Not only did this affect the benefits of the entire saint race, but to a certain degree it also affected the final result of the war between the saints and the Spiritas. And most importantly, the vast majority of the benefits would have flowed into Good Fortune Divine Palace, where he would have been able to use them. These benefits would have become a stepping stone that paved the way for him to become a true divinity in the future. Now, because of Lin Ming's appearance, all of this had disappeared in a puff of smoke. How could he not hate Lin Ming? And faintly, the good fortune saint's son had a premonition that this Lin Ming would become a scourge upon him in the future. If he were to ruin the long-laid plans of the saint race once, he might do it again in the future. As the good fortune saint's son thought of this, he took out the demon bead from his spatial ring and began to galvanize its strength with his bloodline. With a horrifying roar, the phantom of a demon king flew out from the demon bead, hurtling straight towards Lin Ming. This was not the good fortune saint's son's strength, but was the power that the good fortune saint's sovereign had sealed within the demon bead. The good fortune saint's son had only spurred this power, but with his current strength, he was only able to animate a tenth of this energy. Even so, a tenth of this energy was amazing enough. The good fortune saint's son's plan was simple. These negotiations were not going to progress anywhere. And since the humans dreaded a battle just as much as the saints did, it was impossible for them to start a battle first. Even if he did anything too excessive, the humans wouldn't do anything to him. If this was the case, he might as well be excessive to the limit and kill off Lin Ming. At this time, Empyrean Divine Dream and the others were all resisting the pressure of the saints. Even the other Empyreans had joined the fray. No one thought that the good fortune saint's son would launch a sudden attack, and that his goal would be Lin Ming. Seeing that black demon phantom rush towards him, Lin Ming was greatly shocked. He rapidly drew backwards, extracting the phoenix blood spear from his spatial ring at the same time. He could feel a terrifying strength approaching him, just hundreds of feet away. Lin Ming felt as if all the blood essence within his body was being pulled out. His body began to crack, as if he would be mercilessly crushed to death under this pressure. Chapter 1402, a 100-year agreement. Chapter 1402, a 100-year agreement. Lin Ming. On the human side, the many Empyreans were shocked. But at this time, most of them weren't able to extend a helping hand. At this critical moment, a white-clothed middle-aged man's figure flashed like a bolt of white lightning in front of Lin Ming, facing this black demon phantom and punching out with his fist. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, the timeless godstones all around him completely disintegrated. Horrifying shockwaves surged outwards. This was a collision on the level of Empyrean masters. Even though Lin Ming was protected behind this white-clothed person, he felt his blood vitality tumble within him, feeling as if his body would explode at any moment. Pung! Lin Ming thrust out his spear, breaking down several true essence shockwaves. Even so, he was still sent flying backwards until he roughly crashed into a wall. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely white. In that single move just now, he had been severely injured. Just what sort of character was the good fortune saint sovereign? Even if his boundary had dropped and the good fortune saint's son had only used a tiny portion of the power he left in the demon bead, the might of that attack was beyond reckoning. Once the strength locked onto Lin Ming, even though there were people around him to block it, he was still wounded underneath that tremendous swallowing force. In the end, Lin Ming was far too weak. At the divine transformation realm, he was equivalent to a half-step holy lord. But in this meeting hall, that level of strength was the same as an ant. Even the relatively weak good fortune saint's son was still dozens and hundreds of times stronger than Lin Ming was. Moreover, the good fortune saint's son had a true divinity powerhouse protecting him. All sorts of resources and magical tools were freely supplied to him. This was not something that Lin Ming could hope to compare with. I'm too weak. Lin Ming touched his own chest, examining his injuries. His internal meridians and blood vessels were in a complete mess, ruined by a dark energy. Without 3 to 5 days of rest, it would be extremely difficult to restore himself. In this meeting hall, if there was any kind of intense collision, it was possible that Lin Ming would be sucked into the mess and perish in the aftermath. This was why Skyrend God Lord had opposed Lin Ming entering the meeting hall at the start. This was the sorrow and pity of the weak. I must succeed Empyrean Primordia's final wish and retake the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. I have to reach the peak of martial arts and inherit the will of Empyrean Divine Seal, leading humanity to cross this great calamity. But right now, I am weak to the point of shame. Even the aftermath of any attack here can ruin me. So what else is there for me to talk about? Lin Ming clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He needed to become stronger, and he needed to become stronger much faster. This peace between the saints and humanity would only last for perhaps 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years of time, he couldn't grow strong enough. Just what qualifications would he have to say he would accomplish the dreams and wishes of those that came before him? Lin Ming, are you okay? Empyrean, vast universe grimly said as he protected Lin Ming behind him. Empyrean, vast universe's situation wasn't too good right now. After frontally colliding with the good fortune saint sovereign's power, although he wasn't injured, he was left in a distressed state. Empyrean, vast universe angrily glared at the good fortune saint's son. This was a meeting for negotiations, and yet he had attacked with a killing move without even giving a warning, all in order to eliminate Lin Ming. You blind and reckless little beast, to think you would dare to kill others during negotiations. Our human race will never tolerate someone like you. Empyrean vast universe blew up into a violent rage, immediately raising this matter to the level of his entire race. This caused the atmosphere in the meeting hall to become even more tense. Ha ha ha! The good fortune saint's son recklessly laughed. What did you just call me? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? You are simply nothing at all. In 10 million years of life, you've only managed to become a middle-ranked Empyrean. And in the future, this is all you will ever be. In my eyes, you are nothing but garbage. Thousands of years from now, you will truly be nothing but an animal to me. If I want to kill you then, it will be no different from slaughtering a chicken. It won't take me any strength at all. What did you say? Empyrean, vast universe raged. His entire body swelled with blood energy as he neared the point of launching an attack. The good fortune saint's son thought little of it. He sneered, "Are you too stupid to understand what I just said? If you have the courage, then we can engage in a life or death battle 300 years from now. Do you dare?" The good fortune saint's son's words were aggressive and arrogant. Empyrean, vast universe stiffened, and all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. He certainly remembered that at the start of these negotiations, Fire God had also come into conflict with the good fortune saint's son. The good fortune saint's son had proposed a death match several hundred years later, and Fire God had almost agreed. However, he had been stopped by Empyrean Divine Dream. If Empyrean Divine Dream had done so, that was because she believed that several hundred years from now, Fire God wouldn't be a match for the good fortune saint's son. And Empyrean Vast Universe held a high degree of faith in Empyrean Divine Dream's judgment. As for Empyrean Vast Universe's potential, he was even faintly worse then fire God. Now that he faced the good fortune Saint Sun's challenge, he was left in a dilemma. If he agreed, then there was an 80 to 90% chance he would die in battle. But if he didn't agree and chose to shrink back, then in this sharp and tense atmosphere where his actions concerned his own personal dignity, and as well as the glory of humanity, he would weaken the momentum of the human race and also shame himself. Humans had a sense of bravery, and they also tried to live with dignity. This was especially true for those that had reached the level of an Empyrean. At this time, Empyrean divine dream, and the others were focused on facing the four protectors. Empyrean vast universe grit his teeth, nearly agreeing to this battle. But at this moment, Lin Ming raised his phoenix blood spear and stepped forwards until he stood in front of Empyrean vast universe. He wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and said, "Senior vast universe, if it's going to be a 100-year duel, then allow this junior to participate." Lin Ming's tone was casual, as if this battle was no big deal to him. Empyrean vast universe was stunned. He didn't immediately respond. Lin Ming looked at the good fortune Saint Sun and pointed the phoenix blood spear straight at him. On the spear point, a cold light sparkled, blinding to the eyes. "How about you and I duel instead? I don't even need 300 years. 100 years is fine. In 100 years, let us battle to the death. Do you dare to follow me?" Lin Ming grinned as he spoke, revealing white teeth stained with blood. This caused everyone to be shocked. Lin Ming wanted to fight with the good fortune Saint Sun in 100 years. For a time, even the confrontation between the Empyreans seemed to simmer down. No one here doubted Lin Ming's talent, but in the eyes of many people here, a divine sea martial artist fighting a divine Lord Master was much easier than a divine Lord Master fighting a world king. In other words, Lin Ming was inferior to the good fortune Saint Sun, and the good fortune Saint Sun also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, a divine tool of the highest magnitude to help support his training. Moreover, there was also the good fortune Saint Sovereign, a true divinity powerhouse that was pouring all sorts of resources and inheritances upon the good fortune Saint Sun without limit. Such a character only surpassed others. There had never been a time when others had surpassed him. And Lin Ming actually wanted to battle him in 100 years, to overtake the good fortune Saint Sun in a mere century. Just what sort of bold courage was that? Lin Ming, don't be rash. Empyrean vast universe hurriedly said. He knew that Lin Ming was stepping forwards for him. Lin Ming wasn't someone that liked owing favors to anyone. When Empyrean vast universe had blocked that strike for Lin Ming just now, and now Lin Ming was receiving this challenge for Empyrean vast universe. A favor for a favor. You want to duel me in 100 years? Ha ha ha. The good fortune Saint Sun wildly chortled, his eyes flashing with contempt. "I admit that you are talented. To come in second place in the humans' first martial meeting can be considered decent, but what a pity, compared to me, you still fall far short. If our cultivations were swapped right now, and you were at the late Divine Lord realm, while I was at the early Saint Transformation realm, you might have a chance of winning. But unfortunately, that isn't reality at all. My cultivation is over a large boundary and a half higher than yours, let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years or 10,000 years from now. You will never surpass me. Instead, the difference between you and me will only continue to grow larger." Between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sun, one was at the early divine transformation realm, and the other was at the late Saint Lord realm, equal to the human late divine Lord realm. This difference in cultivation was simply too great. For a normal genius, it would be extremely difficult to rise from the early divine transformation realm to the late divine Lord realm in 100 years, especially in a situation where Lin Ming had to overtake the good fortune Saint Sun while he was at it. 100 years from now, It was likely that the good fortune saint's son would have reached the Holy Lord realm and would even have traced the threshold of the world king realm. At that time, his strength wouldn't be too far away from that of an Empyrean. The difficulty of this feat could be imagined. That boy has gone crazy. He actually wants to duel my race's saint's son in 100 years. It's as if he wants to die. A Saint Empyrean coldly scoffed. He, does he think that the good fortune saint's son is casually chosen from nowhere? The saint's son is the next appointed saint sovereign of my people. From birth, he has gathered the destiny of my saint race unto him, with such a destiny supporting him. How can he not be lucky? Ooh. Yes, my race's saint son has entered countless life or death situations, and not only has he not died, but he has obtained innumerable treasures. Now he even has the Grand Miss Spirit bead with him. In terms of fortuitous events, no mere human can compare with him. And in terms of inheritances, he is number one in the world. As for resources, there is no need to mention them. And as for natural martial talent, he possesses the bloodline of the good fortune saint sovereign, as well as the saint heavenly demon princess. From birth he has been soaked in baths of heavenly materials, and there is even the essence embryo of a god-beast fused into his body. His foundation and his bones are far superior to all others. In the future, he will definitely become a true divinity-level character. Ha ha! How could this stupid little boy know all of this? Does he think he is invincible just because he obtained second place in some silly little human divine realm first martial meeting? As the Saint Empyrean spoke, they didn't bother hiding their words with true essence sound transmissions, instead choosing to bluntly speak in front of the human Empyreans. With every word that fell into the ears of the human Empyreans, their complexions became that much uglier. The good fortune saint's son possessed the bloodline of the good fortune saint sovereign, as well as the saint heavenly demon princess. There was also the great destiny of his entire race supporting him, and fused in his body was the essence embryo of a god beast. There was no need to mention the various inheritances and resources he enjoyed. How could such a character come to be? What did it mean to be the next appointed saint sovereign of the saint race? Did this mean that in every generation of the saints, there would always be someone that appeared on the level of the saint sovereign? Even those that believed in Lin Ming's potential, such as Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe, felt that Lin Ming had been too reckless this time. Lin Ming, Empyrean Divine Dream, took a deep breath. Why did you settle on a duel in 100 years? I know that you have some great heaven-startling secret that you are hiding, but it is impossible for that to surpass the Grand Miss Spirit bead. In terms of lucky chances, I fear that you are also inferior to the good fortune saint's son. Moreover, this good fortune saint's son has a great destiny swirling about him. If you wish to fight at some appointed date with him, I won't oppose you because in the future, you and him are destined to battle sooner or later. But to set the date 100 years from now is far too soon. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Before he put forth this 100-year date, he didn't know that the good fortune saint's son would be so lucky. Even so, he didn't regret anything at all. I thank Senior Divine Dream for the advice, but this junior has already set forth a date of 100 years. It isn't because I am arrogant, but because I wish to place enough pressure on myself. Any temporary peace between the saints and us humans will last no longer than 1,000 years. It might even be much shorter than that. When the true great calamity finally erupts, and I still do not possess the strength of a half-step true divinity, what use is there in thinking I can do anything to help humanity resist this tribulation? Chapter 1403, The Result of Negotiations. Chapter 1403, The Result of Negotiations. Lin Ming's words caused Empyrean Divine Dream's heart to skip a beat. Reach the same level of strength as a half-step true divinity within 1,000 years. It had to be known that divine Dream herself, Emperor Sakya, and the other leaders of humanity were only half-step true divinities. They had used innumerable years to reach this step, and now Lin Ming said he wished to reach this level in just 1,000 years. If this was said out loud, who would believe him? But if he wished to play a prime role in this great calamity, becoming a half-step true divinity was the most basic step. This was a war that involved the fates of two races. Empyreans could be considered the backbone of the forces. World kings were soldiers, and as for holy lords, they were nothing but cannon fodder. Lin Ming didn't wish for his own destiny to be controlled by others when the great calamity truly erupted. Even becoming a half-step true divinity wasn't his final goal. What he wanted was to become a true divinity, someone that could frontally contend with the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Only like this could he truly bring about a change in the war. Lin Ming, well said. Empyrean divine dream, suddenly said with a true essence sound transmission. Geniuses should be bold and filled with determination, ready to make decisions that shake the heavens and earth. For us who walk down the road of martial arts, we did not do so to be defeated. Since you have recognized that this is the path you wish to take, divine Dream Heavenly Palace will support you to our fullest capabilities. For Lin Ming, with his divine transformation realm cultivation, to challenge the late Saint Lord Good Fortune Saint Sun in 100 years was indeed a decision that would shake the heavens and earth. In several days, whether it was the saint race or human race, this matter would spread throughout both of them. Lin Ming, hee, the Good Fortune Saint Sun looked at Lin Ming, a joking smile on his face. Since you wish to duel me, very well then, let it be so. Let us form a heart demon soul contract with a transcendent divine might. 100 years from now, if one of us dares to back out, then he shall suffer a backlash of his heart demons, his meridians shall be torn to pieces, and his soul will evaporate into nothing, never to enter samsara. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun put forth such a vicious and cruel oath, a demonic smile split his face. He wanted to rid himself of Lin Ming, since it was no longer possible for the saints to coexist in the divine shifting heavens. Exterminating Lin Ming could be considered a consolation prize. Towards this type of genius that was sure to become an extreme Empyrean in the future, the Good Fortune Saint Sun only thought of killing him off to end all potential troubles. Fine, Lin Ming readily agreed. He and the Good Fortune Saint Sun bit down on their fingers and flung out a drop of blood essence. These two drops of blood essence connected in midair, forming patterns of blood-colored seals. These seals seemed to burn like red-black flames. Then, these seals turned into cursed seals that sank into Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sun's bodies. Seeing this, all of the human Empyreans present were shocked. Once this heart demon soul contract was signed, it meant that after 100 years, only one of these two geniuses would emerge alive. Signing this sort of contract required a titanic amount of courage and confidence. Lin Ming, could he win? Who? All of the blood vitality began to condense within Lin Ming's body. The transcendent divine, my curse seal formed a black-red mark on Lin Ming's chest that slowly hid itself away. The contract had been formed. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun saw this, he diabolically grinned. He knew that the goal of today's negotiations would not come to fruition. If they continued this stalemate, there would be no meaning to it at all. No matter what the humans had learnt, it was impossible for them to give in any longer. Killing Lin Ming in 100 years was the only harvest of today. We're leaving. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun spoke, he immediately turned and flew away. Behind him, the many Saint Empyreans also followed him and left. The array formation of Mount Patala was torn apart once more. Then the 100+ Saint Empyreans tore through the void of the divine realm, disappearing from sight. The human Empyreans looked at each other, speechless. Negotiations had concluded like that. In these negotiations, they had all thought that they would have to make concessions. Otherwise, death and war would spread through every corner of humanity. But everything had ended just like this. In the end, the saint race hadn't come at all. They had come in with a threatening posture and a menacing air, but in the end they left without anything at all. From start to end, the saint race seemed reckless and wild, but the truth was that they never started an all-out war at all. Rather, they had tried to intimidate the human race, but once that intimidation failed, they were instead defeated. This was proof that the saints dreaded something. They were afraid. Even their powerful lineup was merely a mirage meant to threaten them. But even so, it was true that the momentum of the saint race had been extremely horrifying. If it weren't for Divine Dream insisting until the final moment and defending their bottom line, then perhaps they might have truly signed this treaty with completely disastrous conditions for humanity. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Divine Dream and then looked at Lin Ming. They certainly knew that before Divine Dream's attitude had undergone a complete change, she had conversed with Lin Ming using a true essence sound transmission. Divine Dream, what did Lin Ming say to you? The one who asked was Skyren Godlord. He couldn't imagine just what Lin Ming had said to change Divine Dream's mind. Before this, many Empyreans were puzzled as to why the saints didn't dare to start an all-out war. It was as if they dreaded the human race for some reason. But those were only speculations. The saint race had at least one true divinity powerhouse, as well as many half-step true divinity masters. They were far more formidable than humanity in terms of overall strength. In a crucial moment that involved the life or death of the entire human race, who among them would dare to draw some conclusion based on some random information? Divine Dream shook her head. Nothing. Lin Ming only gave some suggestions. Divine Dream was being specifically ambiguous in her wording. She clearly didn't want to reveal too many details. This was to protect Lin Ming's secret. The less people knew, the better it would be for him. Skyrend Godlord hesitated for a moment and finally didn't ask again. He knew that Divine Dream didn't wish to explain herself. Like this, the negotiations that involved the survival of humanity had ended. Following this, the saint race didn't act out in shame and rage, nor did they begin a large-scale invasion of the divine realm. Rather, they stayed in the bright, luster-great world. Humanity also didn't send out Empyreans to retake the bright, luster-great world. This was the best result possible. They didn't cede further territory, they didn't pay any compensation, and they also didn't lose sovereignty of the divine realm. In this situation, humanity even gained a moment of peace. Empyrean Divine Dream was aware that the saint race dreaded humanity right now. But if humanity were to force them to desperation, they would truly engage in a war where both sides perished. This was something that neither the humans nor the saints wished to see. Thus, no Empyreans could be sent out in this war. Battles would be limited to the world king level. Like this, a brief lull of peace appeared between humanity and the saint race. The bright, luster-great world was temporarily occupied by the saints. For now, every human in the divine realm was cheering for the magnificence of the many Empyreans. And at this time, news of Lin Ming challenging the saint race's good fortune saint son also spread out, traveling through the entire divine realm like a tide. In contrast to what the Empyreans thought, most human martial artists thought that Lin Ming challenging the good fortune saint son was an extremely grandiose and wonderful feat. After humanity was forced back again and again, suffering the sorrow of repeated losses, they sorely needed a hero to appear, a figure they could use to encourage themselves. They needed a hearty and vigorous battle with their enemy, one that could give them the courage to continue resisting the saints. And Lin Ming, jumping ranks to challenge the good fortune saint's son, had undoubtedly accomplished this. This caused many human martial artists to feel proud and joyous. Even the common mortals of the divine realm vividly painted a scene of Lin Ming challenging the good fortune saint's son at the negotiation table. Of course, this all came from their imaginations. In their imaginations, Lin Ming appeared like a hero from the dark skies, suppressing everyone present and overwhelming the world. But the reaction in the saint race was the complete opposite. They heard stories where Lin Ming was casually struck by the good fortune saint's son to the point of vomiting blood. As for the duel between the good fortune saint's son and Lin Ming in 100 years, everyone took that as a joke. As their future saint's sovereign, how could he possibly be defeated by a little divine transformation realm boy? Chapter 1404. The elites of the saint race. Chapter 1404. The elites of the saint race. In the blink of an eye, a month passed from the negotiations at Mount Patala. The saint race continued to have their armies on standby. They didn't withdraw from the bright, luster great world, nor did they continue their expansion outwards. After several days passed, the saints sent out a messenger, bringing forth a personal letter from the good fortune saint's sovereign. The summary of this letter was that for 500 years, humans and the saints would not break out into a great war. There would be occasional battles, of course, but all of this would be limited to the level of holy lords at most. World kings and empyreans would not participate in any fights. The saints would also not withdraw from the bright luster great world. The bright luster great world would become the sole battlefield between humanity and the saints. All influences of the saints would send their disciples to temper themselves there, immersing themselves in the thick of the slaughter. However, after leaving the bright luster great world, humanity and saints could not freely slaughter each other. The only exception would be a life or death battle, which both sides mutually consented to, whether it was a human or a saint. If anyone violated this restriction, then both races would join together to hunt down the criminals. Once this treaty was signed, the conditions had to be followed. Otherwise, one would suffer a backlash of heart demons. In the text of this treaty, there were 50 joint signatures from extreme empyrean level characters of the saint race. If humanity were to agree to these conditions, then they would also need 50 extreme empyreans to sign it. This included Divine Dream, Skyrend God Lord, Emperor Sakya, as well as many others. The good fortune saint sovereign wants to use the bright luster great world as a tempering field. Divine Dream quietly said after reading the letter, "Yes, the saints need their geniuses to grow quickly, but so do we humans. The future bright luster great world will be a land filled with blood and death. Those that perish, there will often be heroic young elites, but these constant life or death battles also come with opportunity. If our geniuses go to the bright luster great world to gain experience, they too will grow much quicker." To set aside a battlefield like the bright luster great world was advantageous to both the saints and humans. As for restricting all battles to below the world king level, that was also something that humanity hoped to see. All in all, this was an equal treaty. Both the humans and saints wanted to sign it. Empyrean Divine Dream was silent for a long time. Then she signed her own name on it. After Empyrean Divine Dream signed it, many other Empyreans followed suit. When a full 50 Empyreans signed the contract turned into a black flame that slowly sizzled out in the air. For such a contract, once it was broken, although it wouldn't take one's life, it would still damage one's cultivation. To an Empyrean, this was already an extremely heavy price, so they naturally wouldn't violate the terms. Like this, a strange and awkward peace formed between the human race and the saint race. In the bright, luster great world, the slaughter there actually became increasingly intense. Many youths, filled with courage and gusto, hated that their lands had fallen to the saints, and a violent battle would quickly break out with just a few words. Moreover, Many influences also sent their own young disciples to temper themselves on this bright luster great world battlefield. As for the world kings and empyreans, they did not intervene. If these young geniuses truly possessed sufficient strength and destiny, then they would be able to save their own lives. In the North Shore Great World, there was a large planet. This planet was called the Bright Shore Planet because it was located at the border region of the North Shore Great World and the Bright Luster Great World. Many martial artists of the divine realm had to pass through this world to enter the Bright Luster Great World and adventure. This also caused the usually idle and not too prosperous Bright Shore Planet to become extremely busy. Great throngs of martial artists would pass through this planet every day. At this time, in an opulent restaurant on Bright Shore Planet, 7 or 8 martial artists were gathered here, drinking and conversing with each other. They were all young elites of humanity that were headed to the Bright Luster Great World to adventure. Of those that dared go to the Bright Luster Great World, the weakest among them were geniuses of Holy Land level sections. Normal 8th grade sect geniuses would not dare to go because it was far too easy for them to die on the treacherous battlefield of the Bright Luster Great World. As these martial artists spoke, they became increasingly excited and animated. They spoke about the current situation between the humans and the saints, the state of the Bright Luster battlefield, as well as the negotiations that happened on Mount Patala just several months ago. Finally, they shifted the topic to the 100-year duel between Lin Ming and the good fortune saint's son. At Mount Patala, Lin Ming had jumped over a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune saint's son. This had already become a glorious topic of discussion that had spread throughout the divine realm. Even body transformation realm martial artists had heard of it. Most martial artists of the divine realm had never seen Lin Ming before, but only a pitiful number of martial artists had never heard of Lin Ming's dazzling feats. To dare sign a life or death duel contract with the good fortune saint's son, such a proud and daring character caused all of humanity to be filled with pride. I heard that Lin Ming is soon about to break into the middle divine transformation realm. That's normal. He has already been at the early divine transformation realm for 3 years now, so he should be able to break through at any moment, but he simply doesn't wish to right now. For a genius like Lin Ming, making breakthroughs is an extremely simple matter. The only problem for him is that he needs to consider whether or not his foundation is solid. After making a breakthrough, Lin Ming's strength will rise by a large margin. If he continues growing at this rate, then who knows what degree he will reach in 100 years. That good fortune saint's son was simply too arrogant. I've long since found him sickening to my ears. The good fortune saint's son is definitely talented. According to common sense, it should be difficult for Lin Ming to defeat him 100 years from now. But Lin Ming has a great destiny on his body, and he has continued to create miracles all the time. I believe that he will definitely bring about another miracle this time. Ooh, do you really believe that this little Lin boy will be able to create a miracle? At this time, in a corner of the restaurant, a voice of disagreement sounded out. This person's voice was halting as he spoke the language of the divine realm. It was clear that he wasn't skilled in it. Several young elites frowned. They turned to the corner of the restaurant to see 2 men and 1 woman. The man who was sitting at the head wore embroidered robes. He had skin the color of wheat, and although he wasn't handsome and even seemed a bit strange, his eyes were particularly deep to the point that one could drown in them. Sitting near this man was a young girl in a robe of feathers. She had a beautiful appearance and her figure was slender. A charming little smile hung on her face. She pulled on this man's arm as if she were his lover. As for the last man, he was skinny and tall like a bamboo pole. His hands were also thin and gnarly like the claws of a chicken. The sockets of his eyes were sunken in to an extreme degree, making him seem quite dreadful. These 3 people all wore clothes different from those of humans. In addition to their halting use of the divine realm language, as well as their hostility towards Lin Ming, when this was combined together, it was clear that they all came from the saint race. It's devils of the saint race. These three saint race devils, to think that they dare run outside of the bright, luster-great world. They are simply looking to die. The 7 or 8 youths were about to pull out their weapons, but a white-clothed man stopped them. Stop being so reckless. This is no longer the bright, luster-great world. According to the agreement between humanity and the saints, once one leaves the domain of the bright, luster-great world, one cannot slaughter at will. If you want to fight, then both parties must agree. Otherwise, you will be punished for violating the rules. That's right. Big Brother is correct. Don't be impulsive. Otherwise, even if you killed the 3 of them, we would still have to be buried with them. As the several young elites spoke, the skinny saint man and the woman began to laugh, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This laugh was reckless and without end. The young human elites frowned. Just what are you laughing about? I'm laughing at your ignorance. The feather-robed woman stood up. You barbarians are ridiculously stupid. You don't even know what our status is, and yet you think you can just kill us if you want? How laughable! You should be thankful that there is a treaty between the saints and the humans. Otherwise, we would have already lopped off your heads for your disrespect just now. The humans referred to those from the saint race as saint devils. As for the saints, they referred to humans as barbarians. In accordance with their words, they thought of humans as nothing but uncivilized slaves, pigs that could be butchered at any time. Although there was a temporary peace between the 2 races, they would still exchange insults with each other. Humph! Just what nonsense are you spouting? Since you can't do anything at all, then you might as well blabber on as much as you want. My human race's second-ranked genius, Lin Ming, is not someone that the likes of you could ever imagine. The martial artist who spoke swept over the cultivation of these 3 saints. These 3 saints all had a cultivation at the middle and late saint transformation realm. There was no need to fear this level of cultivation. Just what is Lin Ming? What gives him the qualifications to fight with senior apprentice, brother, Saint Sun Wuma? In the eyes of senior apprentice Brother Wuma, that Lin Ming is simply a rabid barking dog. It was only that the situation at the negotiation scene was special that senior apprentice Brother Wuma would care about that idiot. Haha, you can't say it like that. That boy, Lin Ming, can still be considered a decent genius amongst the humans. Since he wants to die, then senior apprentice Brother Wuma might as well pass him a helping hand. This only means that the humans will be even weaker 100 years from now. Wuma was the surname of the good fortune saint's son. If these martial artists could refer to the good fortune saint's son as senior apprentice Brother Wuma, then that definitely meant they had some relationship with the good fortune saint's son. As these people heard them dismiss Lin Ming in such a manner, all of them were enraged. Just who are you? The leader of the human youths asked, his voice gloomy. If this person could refer to the good fortune saint's son as senior apprentice Brother Wuma, then it was likely that they came from the same sect that he did. In other words, a true divinity-level influence of the saint race. If they were core disciples of that true divinity influence, then their talent must be incomprehensible. The 3 people looked at each other. Then the feather-robed woman chuckled and said, Then let me tell you. Listen well. We are both lower disciples of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. My senior apprentice brother, Mackie, is the first-place champion of the most recent Saint C, first martial meeting of the Saint race. As for me, I was 6th. As the feather-robed woman spoke, she pointed towards the embroidered robe youth amongst the 3 of them. As all the young elites of the human race heard this, they felt their hearts skip a beat and drop to their stomachs. The first place and 6th place champions of the Saint race's Saint C first martial meeting. The Saint C realm was equal to the human divine C realm. Whether it was humans or the saints, the divine C and Saint C realms were both times when one's cultivation had reached large success. Taking humans as an example, After experiencing the 9 stages of life destruction, their true might in the laws would manifest. Thus, holding a first martial meeting for all heroic young elites at the Divine Sea realm was the most persuasive show of potential and strength. This was also the same for the Saint race. To be able to obtain first place in the Saint Sea realm first martial meeting, the talent of this youth could be imagined. After all, the geniuses of the Saint race surpassed those of humanity in both quantity and quality. For this point, even if the young elites of humanity didn't want to agree with it, they couldn't deny it either. Without a doubt, although this youth in front of them was only at the late saint transformation realm, in terms of true strength, he was likely comparable to a weak, holy lord. If such a character were compared to the good fortune saint's son, then perhaps the only difference between them would be their age and the destiny upon their bodies. It was no wonder that he dared to speak like this. Chapter 1405. Irreproachable Stupa. Chapter 1405. Irreproachable Stupa. He was a disciple from a true divinity holy land, and also the first-place champion of the saints' first martial meeting. The young human elites glanced at each other, dismay in their eyes. Just what sort of concept was a true divinity disciple? They only had to think about the difference between an Empyrean descendant and a world king descendant. The disparity between a true divinity descendant and an Empyrean descendant would be even greater than that. As the human elites thought of this, they felt their hearts race in their chest. They wanted to once again repeat that they believed in Lin Ming, but the difference between humanity and the saints was far too great. Let alone someone like the good fortune saint's son, even this youth in front of them was not someone easy to deal with. As the feather-robed woman saw the shock and dread on these young human elites' faces, she smiled. Senior apprentice brother, Naki possesses the title of Imperial Prince from my saint race. Do you lot even know what the words Imperial Prince mean? That is a reward personally handed down from the good fortune Saint Emperor. If it weren't for senior apprentice brother Naki being much younger than senior apprentice brother Wuma, then perhaps the title of good fortune Saint's son might have fallen into senior apprentice brother Naki's hands. Humph! With the arrival of the great calamity, the destiny of my saint race has been affected, and now 2 great geniuses have been produced in my generation. Senior apprentice brother Naki and senior apprentice brother Wuma are the 2 most brilliant supernovas in this vast world, and the only disparity between them is due to their age. It was clear that this feather-robed woman worshipped this saint youth to a ridiculous degree. Her words caused all of the young human elites present to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. The recent first martial meeting of humanity was the most splendid and prosperous one for the last 100 million years. In addition to Lin Ming, there was Xiao Maxian, Frost Dream, Hang Qi, June Blue Moon, and Dragon Fong, 6 great geniuses. And this sort of situation had appeared because of the impending great calamity. Since this had happened to humanity, how could it not be said that the destiny of the saint race wouldn't also be affected by the great calamity, and they would also produce geniuses that hadn't been seen in 100 million years? Moreover, the inheritance of the saints was far superior to that of humanity. If they had anomalies appear within their ranks, then these geniuses might even be stronger than those of humanity. Let's go. We're returning to the bright luster world first to continue tempering ourselves. Afterwards, we're going to take a little visit to humanity and see just what level the young elites of humanity have actually reached. The youth named Naki casually said. Then he picked up his weapon from the table and left the restaurant with the man and woman in tow. Senior apprentice Naki, are you saying that we are going to test the young elites of humanity? The tall and dark-skinned man behind Naki licked his lips, his heart beating faster. Yes, sooner or later the great war between my race and humanity will finally come to a head. Since the Empyreans cannot fight now, we shall start first. After all, since we're going to war in the future, We might as well start destroying their confidence now. If we can beat them now, then after 1,000 years, there won't be a problem at all. Moreover, this is also a great inspiration to my saint race. Naki slowly said. Not only did he want to become famous throughout humanity and the saint race, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to increase the momentum of the saints. Haha, Senior Apprentice Brother Naki is right. Because Senior Apprentice Brother Wuma's cultivation is too high, those other geniuses of humanity cannot follow him. That leaves only us to take action. If we can beat up all of their geniuses, then how will those humans have any courage left to fight with us? When that time comes, our fame in the bright luster-great world will rapidly rise. Perhaps the Saint Sovereign might even give us a great reward. The thin man said without any scruples. As he spoke, the human martial artists had an extremely ugly complexion. These people had no respect for anyone at all. They treated all the human martial artists here like nothing but empty air. Let's leave. The several young Saint elites left. Their goal was the bright luster world. After the negotiations between humanity and the saints ended, Lin Ming had gone into seclusion at Mount Patala. Mount Patala had a long and glorious history. In terms of background and inheritance, they were without a doubt the number one ranked influence throughout all of humanity. The various mountains, gardens, towers, corridors, monasteries, everything was covered with array formations. These array formations could be used to support one's training, and even had the use of repelling evil spirits. Even the gardens amongst the ravines that had many spiritual plants arranged within them were layered with multiple array formations. If Lin Ming cultivated here, it was no worse than cultivating at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, Highest Ancestor invites you to an audience. A martial path monk in loose linen robes appeared in front of Lin Ming. His palms were gathered together in prayer as he recited Buddhist chants. Highest Ancestor. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The one who managed most daily matters at Mount Patala was not Emperor Sakya, nor was it Great Limitless Buddha. Rather, it was Grandmaster Soul Sense, someone with a half-step Empyrean cultivation. The two other eminent monks had already gone into seclusion to deeply meditate on their martial arts. Of them, one was called Highest Ancestor, and the other was called Highest Master. Highest Ancestor naturally referred to Great Limitless Buddha. He had become renowned throughout the world 100 million years ago, and was the highest-ranked and most storied character of the current Mount Patala. Highest Ancestor has heard that Junior Apprentice Brother Lin will soon break into the Middle Divine Transformation realm, so he would like to personally extend an invitation to Junior Apprentice Brother Lin to go to the irreproachable stupa to enlighten yourself upon the Emperor will, as well as accept a baptism of the Buddha will. Emperor will, Buddha will. Lin Ming had never heard of these terms before. He nodded and said, "Then I ask Senior Apprentice Brother to lead the way." Mount Patala had far too many ancient buildings. These ancient sites were often hundreds of millions of years old, or even billions of years old. The disciples of all previous eras of Mount Patala had constantly reinforced the array formations here and repaired all the structures, preserving their full form and dignity. Now, not only was there no sense of decay at all, but there was instead an atmosphere of the endless river of time, making one feeling awe in their heart. Lin Ming followed the martial artist through many winding corridors before he arrived at a large and spacious garden. The courtyard was paved with thick, weather-beaten bricks, each brick seeming like a thick tome that recorded the long and solemn history of Mount Patala. "We're here." The martial monk grasped his beads, spoke a few Buddhist mantras, and then slowly retreated backwards. In front of Lin Ming was a forest of gray pagodas. These pagodas each had different numbers of layers, and each one was hundreds of feet high. They did not have the magnificent beauty of being carved from jade or crystal, but they still emitted a deep sense of dignity and virtue. Before this forest of pagodas was an old monk. He wore loose linen robes and had a golden kasaya draped over his shoulder. His feet were covered with straw sandals, his earlobes were large and round, and his 2 white eyebrows were a foot long. He leaned on a thick monk staff with his right hand, and he held a string of Buddhist beads in his left. There were 7 of these Buddhist beads in total, 6 small and 1 large. Among them, the large one was pale, white with a tint of red, as if there was blood surging deep within it. It actually resembled an eyeball somewhat, making it seem a bit shocking. This old monk was only casually standing there, but it seemed as if he had merged into one with the world around him. If Lin Ming didn't use his eyes, but instead only used his sense, then he would never have discovered the existence of this old monk. Even though he was close at hand, it was impossible to sense him. This was an extremely strange and beguiling feeling. This white-browed old man was great limitless Buddha of Mount Patala. Even if Divine Dream were to see him, she still had to politely refer to him as Senior. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Great Limitless Buddha. Lin Ming respectfully nodded. Great Limitless Buddha looked at Lin Ming and slowly nodded in return. Then he simply said, "Starting from today, for 7 through 7 for 49 days, you will stay here." Great Limitless Buddha's tone was elderly, and his pace of speaking was extremely slow. If one listened to him, they might think he had some difficulties speaking due to his age. This place is... Lin Ming remembered that the martial monk who led him here had referred to this place as Irreproachable Stupa. This is a cemetery of Mount Patala, a burial ground where all previous Buddhist monks and masters of Mount Patala who stepped into the Empyrean realm are interred. In these last 6 billion years, when eminent monks of Mount Patala have died, they have been cremated and their ashes condensed into relics. These relics are placed in pagoda boxes, buried together with their life magic tools. Thus, this forest of pagodas is named the Irreproachable Stupa, as well as the Burial Stupa. As Great Limitless Buddha spoke to here, Lin Ming was startled. The graves of all previous eminent monks of Mount Patala. Mount Patala had a history of 6 billion years. In this vast period of time, it was impossible to calculate just how many extraordinary characters had appeared in their ranks. Only those great and highly accomplished Zen masters had the qualifications to be buried at the Irreproachable Stupa after their deaths. With so many outstanding characters buried here, even if they had died so many years ago, their Buddhist will and laws still existed here, never to fade away. At some unknown time, Great Limitless Buddha had already floated away. Lin Ming was left by himself. Quietly feeling the surging will left behind in this pagoda forest, he took several deep breaths, adjusting his mindset. Then he bowed before the Irreproachable Stupa several times, his heart filled with sincere gratitude. A martial artist could disrespect the heavens and defy the earth, but they had no choice but to respect the past heroes. There was a total of 72 of these Buddhist pagodas. This was a predetermined number. When the number of eminent monks buried here surpassed this number, then 2 of them would be buried in one pagoda. Looking at this arrangement of Buddhist pagodas, it actually had a faint similarity to the 72 sorcerer pagodas of the Sky Spill Continent's southern wilderness. Of course, this Irreproachable Stupa was countless times more profound and intricate. This also proved that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness originated from a Buddhist background. Moreover, he came from a subordinate sect of Mount Patala, one that shared their roots. Some pagodas were high, and some pagodas were low. The height of the pagodas also indicated the achievements of the monks buried within. Lin Ming was well aware that this place where all previous eminent monks of Mount Patala were buried was absolutely its most sacred holy grounds. With so many great monks resting here in peace, normally no one would be allowed to disturb them. If it weren't for the arrival of the great calamity and the unique situation brought about by that, then great limitless Buddha would never have allowed him here to enlighten himself upon the Buddhist will of so many past seniors of Mount Patala. After adjusting his mindset to an ethereal state, Lin Ming walked towards the forest of pagodas with respect and dignity. One step at a time, Lin Ming's speed was extremely slow. After 9 steps, Lin Ming would stop for a long time, allowing his heart to feel and take in everything around him. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet. Lin Ming came closer and closer to the forest of pagodas. As the distance shrank, Lin Ming began to feel that the will coming from the forest of pagodas was increasingly powerful. He felt a pain between his eyebrows, like a needle was being stabbed there. All the blood within his body seemed to rush towards that point. Grand Mist Battle Spirit. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. With a light howl, the Grand Mist Battle Spirit rushed out. A dark gold spear appeared in front of Lin Ming, and the shaft of this spear was also tinted with a light blue color. This was the blue soul boundary. Lin Ming had used an extremely long time, constantly accumulating, but still not managing to make a breakthrough. At this moment, his battle spirit had long reached gold perfection and had touched upon the threshold of a blue soul battle spirit. The difference between a gold battle spirit and a blue soul battle spirit was immense. Now, underneath this baptism of Buddhist will, Lin Ming could feel his battle spirit forcefully whistle. The blue hue of the battle spirit became increasingly vibrant. This Buddhist will could temper a battle spirit. Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. In the entire divine realm, only Mount Patala possessed a graveyard where so many supreme elders were buried. The will here was likely also the strongest within the entire divine realm. Chapter 1406, Imperial Prince Naki. Chapter 1406, Imperial Prince Naki. Since ancient times, when peerless human powerhouses died, they would often leave behind hidden legacies that they would wait for destined successors to inherit. As for the skeletons of these unrivaled powerhouses, they were often buried in some far-off and unknown place, or they simply destroyed their own bodies. This was because the corpse of a peerless powerhouse was in itself a priceless treasure. Of these peerless powerhouses, which one hadn't swallowed up countless heavenly materials during their lives, their flesh and blood essence was comparable to a divine treasure of the heaven and earth. Their bones and meridian channels were inscribed with Tao patterns and law runes. If one dug up their corpses and perceived them, it wouldn't be inferior to chaos stones. Because of these reasons, peerless powerhouses wouldn't be buried in obvious tombs in order to prevent others from digging up their corpses after their deaths to refine pills, or be taken by others as objects to be perceived. Only a sect like Mount Patala that had existed for 6 billion years, with a deep background that had reached unfathomable depths, could possess the ability to inter these skeletons at the irreproachable stupa to preserve them and allow these eminent monks to rest in peace within these Buddhist pagodas. It could be imagined that the Buddhist bone relics in these pagodas were treasures amongst treasures. As Lin Ming constantly neared the gathering of pagodas, he could hear faint Buddhist chants reverberate between the heavens and the earth. Shimmering golden Buddhist runes fluttered in the skies, bringing together all sorts of wonderful sights. At this moment, Lin Ming could feel all the blood and true essence within his body boil up with excitement, his heartbeat in tandem with the flow of Buddhist runes. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit trembled. Lin Ming could feel the complete will within his body being baptized. 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. Lin Ming finally arrived in front of the forest of pagodas. A living Empyrean could conceal their own aura and also keep their battle spirit hidden within their spiritual sea, dormant until it was activated. For instance, Empyrean Divine Dream could appear like a completely ordinary mortal woman if she so chose. But for an Empyrean that died, everything would return to nature. If a martial artist was lacking in will, it would be impossible for them to withstand the cleansing of the irreproachable stupa. Lin Ming arrived at the first pagoda of the irreproachable stupa. This pagoda was 8 stories high. In Buddhism, the most basic function of a Buddhist pagoda was a grave. It was used to bury the remains of the preeminent monks and their relics. The doors to this pagoda began to open. Lin Ming deeply bowed before entering the pagoda. Looking all around, at the center of this pagoda was a relic. This relic was flat and wide, shaped like an oval. This relic was extremely different from what Lin Ming imagined relics to look like. The remains of an eminent monk were normally buried in a chamber beneath the pagoda, but this relic was actually placed in the center of the ground floor hall, revealed to the world without any jade box sealing it. Looking down, there were a stone tablet beneath this relic with some words inscribed upon it. Benevolent King, born 800 million years after the Great Calamity. He managed Mount Patala and possessed an Empyrean cultivation. He became a monk at 6 years of age. His talent was extraordinary and his memory was wonderful. He studied the 300 Buddhist scriptures, and before 20 years of age, he did not practice martial arts at all, but fully invested himself in comprehending the Dharma of Buddhism. The light of awakening came down to him, and Benevolent King's body was reborn through nirvana, and from that point on, he condensed a Buddha body. That is the stage of life destruction. As Lin Ming read this description, he was incomparably astonished. The stone tablet recorded that Benevolent King didn't study any martial arts cultivation method before he was 20 years old, and only meditated on the Buddhist scriptures. Even so, after that, his mortal body was reborn through nirvana, condensing into a Buddha body. That was the same stage as life destruction. If this was true, then the path of Buddhism was far too mysterious and miraculous. Further down, the stone tablet recorded the various achievements of Benevolent King. In addition, at the very bottom, there was a brief string of words. If I can preach to the infallible, then after I perish within my fires, let my tongue remain forever. These several words seemed gentle and quiet, like an ordinary sentence, but they actually emitted a deep and powerful momentum. Just by looking at them, one felt the impulse to pray and worship and accept a baptism of Buddhism with all their heart. This sort of feeling was only comparable to what Lin Ming had felt when he read the words that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the eternal demon abyss, the masterless rivers of star in the endless cosmos. I shall rewrite the infinite history. These words should be Benevolent King's own, and from their meaning, they should also be his last words. Lin Ming thought the meaning behind these words was that if the teachings he passed on were without mistake, then once his mortal body perished and he burned away in the fires, let his tongue not be burnt to nothing. The flames that Mount Patala used to cremate their eminent monks were not normal fire, but divine fire composed of the complete 9 level concepts of the fire laws. Normally, once an essence-gathering system martial artist died, their origin energy would dissipate, leaving behind a spirit body that simply wasn't able to withstand the blaze of this divine fire. But these eminent monks were actually able to leave behind relics through the flames. As Lin Ming thought of this, his mind stirred. He looked up towards the relic at the center of the pagoda. Looking closer, this flat relic actually resembled a tongue. When Benevolent King died, his tongue was actually left remaining and turned into a relic. Really, his words came true. As Lin Ming looked at this relic, his heart was shaken. It was unknown just what boundary this eminent monk had reached in his life. It should have been a level even higher than Great Limitless Buddha. Lin Ming continued to look. He discovered that behind this stone tablet was also a section of scriptures. These scriptures were not martial arts heart mantras, but pure Buddhist passages. Lin Ming held a heart of reverent awe as he read this passage from beginning to end. In calming the mind, one could also further their understanding of concepts. Lin Ming stayed at the irreproachable stupa of benevolent king for 3 whole days. Then he left. He moved towards the next irreproachable stupa. This irreproachable stupa also had a stone tablet. The words carved upon it were, Jiumoi. He was born 1,080,000,000 years after the Great Calamity. He shaved his head, undergoing tonsure at 3 years of age. He died 1,090,000,000 years after the Great Calamity. After his death, his ashes were divided into 48,000 parts, each integrated into the bricks of this Buddhist pagoda, becoming one with the irreproachable stupa. This pagoda is spiritual, without anyone refining it. It became an Empyrean spirit treasure. Lin Ming read onwards. Grandmaster Jiumoi had also left behind his last words. To respect all life, my heart shines as bright as a mirror. When my body returns to the earth, give my heart to all living creatures. These last words also gave Lin Ming some enlightenments. When Grandmaster Jiumoi's mortal body was burned away, his heart that was as bright and clear as a mirror was left behind for all living creatures. His achievements were no worse than those of benevolent kings. He stayed in Jiumoi's irreproachable stupa for another 3 full days. He continued to the next irreproachable stupa. As time passed, Lin Ming looked at the life history of these eminent Buddhist monks, experiencing their life and accepting a baptism of their will. During this period of time, Lin Ming's cultivation didn't rise by much, but his soul actually went through a subtle transformation, and the grand mist battle spirit within him also became increasingly blue. As Lin Ming was enlightening himself within the irreproachable stupas, there was actually a storm of blood and slaughter occurring on the bright luster great world, with countless deaths and battles. Many heroic young elites flocked towards the bright luster great world to temper themselves on that battlefield of slaughter. There were some people that made breakthroughs at the precipice of life and death, their cultivation rapidly rising. There were even those that obtained the treasures and secrets of the dead, making great strides in their progress. But there were even more people that died. They were burnt to ashes without even a skeleton remaining. And among these corpses, there was a name that rose in splendor. That was Imperial Prince Naki. With a late divine transformation level cultivation, he could fight a holy lord. He could instantly kill the weakest of holy lords. And even against a strong holy lord, he still had the means to preserve his life. This degree of talent was simply too alarming. It had to be known that on the bright luster great world, the highest cultivation martial artists on the battlefield were holy lords. In other words, it would be extremely difficult for Imperial Prince Naki to meet an opponent who could threaten his life. Many missions that were aimed specifically at him failed, one after another. Once, over a dozen powerhouses couldn't withstand this shame and joined forces to kill Naki in order to strengthen the momentum of humanity and also make a name for themselves. But afterwards, not only did their trap fail, but Naki instead killed 5 of them. They were forced to retreat in disastrous defeat. Following that battle, Naki's fame rose, shaking the world like an earthquake. Beside him was also a feather-robed woman and a dark and tall thin youth. Although they were weaker than Naki, they weren't common geniuses of their generation either. If a normal peak divine lord martial artist were to run into them, they wouldn't be a match at all. I heard that Imperial Prince Naki was the first-place champion in the Saint Race's first martial meeting. Yes, Naki is nearly from the same batch of geniuses as Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Frost Dream. This is a great coincidence. I heard that because of the Great Calamity, there were many rising talents in the Saint Race's most recent first martial meeting, with countless masters rising together. And this Naki is also the direct disciple of the Saint Race's true divinity powerhouse, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. This title of Imperial Prince was also passed down from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. On the battlefield of the bright luster great world, several human martial artists were talking about Naki. It was impossible for these humans to hold a candle to the reputation of a true divinity disciple. After all, most of these people here were geniuses from ordinary holy lands. They were 4 or 5 levels different from a true divinity disciple. There was no comparison at all. For these months, the good fortune saint's son had gone into seclusion. Because of the contract between the humans and the saints, humans weren't allowed to attack the good fortune saint's son. Otherwise, the balance at the bright luster great world would be toppled. As for the saint race, they also agreed with this condition. Thus, when the younger but equally talented Naki appeared, rolling over the battlefield of the bright luster great world was the same as turning over his palm. This caused many human geniuses to be cautious with all their actions lest they meet Naki. With their strength, they were the same as dead people if they were to stumble into Naki. Moreover, their deaths would be worthless because they couldn't put up any resistance at all. Not only is there Naki, but that feather robe woman and that bamboo-like man that follow him around are also top 10 ranked characters of the saints' first martial meeting. They come from a true divinity holy land too. If we encounter them, we must run as far away as we can. How come several top-ranked champions of the saints' first martial meeting have appeared at the bright luster great world battlefield, but you can't even see the shadow of our human race's first martial meeting geniuses? Yeah, what are they doing? Are they still closed up in seclusion? How could that help them grow faster than life or death slaughters on the battlefield? Are they not coming out because they are scared? It was unknown who was speaking, but many martial artists glowered in his direction. Just what crap are you spouting? Some people immediately shut him down. The human race and saint race were mortal blood enemies. At this time, who could ruin the momentum of their own race? Even so, although no one said it, there were some people who thought that the geniuses of humanity's first martial meeting were too afraid to appear on the bright luster great world because of Naki. After all, one was an Empyrean descendant, and the other was a true divinity descendant. They were an entire boundary apart. Don't speak so casually. I heard that Dragon Fong, Hang Chi, and the others have already entered the bright luster great world. As for Frost Dream, she has entered some mystic realm with Empyrean divine dream, so she can't appear for some time. I have no idea what Lin Ming is doing, but he should still be deep in seclusion at Mount Padala. Chapter 1407. Enlightenment Beneath the Bodhi Tree. Chapter 1407. Enlightenment Beneath the Bodhi Tree. Grandmaster Yuanji, born 61 billion years after the Great Calamity and died 7 billion years afterwards. He had an Empyrean realm cultivation and was an abbot of Mount Patala. Lin Ming quietly read the inscription on a stone tablet before perceiving the Buddhist scriptures upon it. A day later, when he came out from this irreproachable stupa, he discovered that this was already the last one. Lin Ming didn't know how long he stayed in this forest of pagodas. After he left, he felt that his divine sense had reached an unprecedented state of purity, filled with wisdom. As he stared within this forest of pagodas for days and nights, he experienced the samsara of many lives, gaining insight into life. This is, as Lin Ming left the forest of pagodas, the surrounding scene had undergone some strange and inexplicable change. Within the 72 irreproachable stupas was a pure land of ultimate bliss. This was an extremely beautiful land. Spirit springs trickled through brooks and flowers and plants bloomed everywhere. Walking here, one seemed to arrive in a paradise of heaven. In the skies, flower petals danced in the air, filling the world with auspicious bursts of shimmering colors. And in the center of this paradise was a unique spirit tree. There were many spirit trees in this utopia, but this tree was special. It immediately attracted Lin Ming's eyes. It wasn't too thick, nor was it too tall. It was only 40 to 50 feet high, but the trunk of the tree was like a powerful and vibrant divine dragon that grasped its claws deep into the earth. This tree trunk was ancient. The bark was cracked, and the hollow of the tree seemed to have experienced endless years before growing into such an appearance. On the crown of this tree, most leaves were already faded away, leaving only several hundred still hanging on the branches. Although they were scattered, these hundreds of leaves were still luscious green, glistening with a healthy light like they were carved from jade. Standing in front of this ancient divine tree, Lin Ming could feel an inexplicable peace amidst a deep and ancient aura. Lin Ming felt something stir in his mind. He walked underneath this tree and carefully sat down. At this moment, he could inexplicably feel the aura of Buddhism envelop him. Looking up, every green leaf danced around like a little fairy. Lines ran all over the trunk, containing the infinite charm of the great Tao. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even if a mortal with an extremely poor perception was to sit under this ancient tree, they could also enter an ethereal state and achieve supreme enlightenment. Bodhi tree. The name of this tree flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was 15 years old when he first stepped onto the road of martial arts. He entered the 7 Profound Martial House, and the first teacher he had there was a martial house instructor, Hongxi. Hongxi had told Lin Ming about a fable he once heard. In the legends, 3,000 years ago in the Sky Spill continent, there once existed a peerless genius named Emperor Sakya. Emperor Sakya sat underneath a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing 7 different martial intents into one and achieving supreme enlightenment. He had broken through the shackles of martial arts, cultivation, and indestructible Vajra body before breaking through the void for his martial path and ascending to the divine realm. To the Lin Ming at that time, this legend had only been a legend, whether it was ascending to the divine realm or fusing together 7 different martial intents. All of this was simply fanciful stories, impossible matters. He had even been suspicious of whether this legend was true or false. In the legends, Emperor Sakya had used a mere 7 days and 7 nights of enlightenment to break through his bottleneck of martial arts, allowing his cultivation to wildly rise by several large boundaries. This was a nearly unbelievable story. It had to be known that in the Sky Spill continent, when going from revolving core to life destruction and life destruction to divine sea, these great bottlenecks could stop a person for thousands of years, or even their entire lifetime. For Emperor Sakya to suddenly jump through several realms of cultivation was simply too exaggerated. But it was only recently Lin Ming realized that this legend left behind in the past, a mystery of unknown origins, was actually a riddle. The low-key Buddhist Emperor Sakya was in truth an Empyrean of Mount Patala. Moreover, he was the youngest Empyrean of humanity. He had used a mere 10,000 to 20,000 years of cultivation to reach the realm of an Empyrean. His future was limitless. For such a character, jumping past several lower realms and fusing together 7 different martial intents was nothing at all. Moreover, it was said that Emperor Sakya had sent out 1 billion incarnations to the 3,000 worlds to experience 1 billion lives. Even now, most of these avatars had yet to return. If Emperor Sakya received all of his avatars, then perhaps his strength would rise to yet another level. At that time, it would be hard to tell just who was weaker or stronger between him and Divine Dream. Bodhi tree, 7 martial intents fused as one. Lin Ming sat in meditation. Currently, the martial intents he knew were the Samsara martial intent, ethereal martial intent, and primordius martial intent, the last of which included the heavenly demon martial intent, heavenly mortal martial intent, and heavenly god martial intent. But in fact, even though Lin Ming had closed up for several years in primordius heavenly palace, he still hadn't been able to fuse together the heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, and Heavenly God martial intents. In addition, Empyrean Divine Dream Space and Empyrean Divine Seal's Black Hole Horizon could both be considered martial intents. If a martial intent had to be explained, it was a concept of martial arts that came from the martial artists themselves. What it corresponded to were the laws. Laws originated from the universe and were a martial artist's understanding of the universe's rules. When everything was considered, Lin Ming actually had 7 different kinds of martial intents. But to completely fuse these 7 different kinds of martial intents together was more difficult than climbing to the heavens. This was because of his martial intents. 5 of them were peak transcendent divine mights. In fact, the black hole horizon left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal had likely surpassed the category of a transcendent divine might. To fuse them together was to endure 1,000 sufferings and 10,000 hardships. As Lin Ming sat beneath the Bodhi tree, he soon entered a complete ethereal state. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming remained motionless, like a sculpture in a garden. Every day, there would be a crystalline leaf that gently fell down from the Bodhi tree. As it fell onto Lin Ming's body, it would drip with a verdant green. Occasionally, there would be a Bodhi seed that fell down. These fingernail-sized Bodhi seeds were completely covered with ancient patterns that weaved together into images of Buddha, lifelike and spiritual. The Bodhi leaves and Bodhi seeds would eventually turn into crystalline motes of light that fused into Lin Ming's body. The Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist comprehensions that Lin Ming studied began to slowly swirl within him, fusing with his spiritual sea. The samsara martial intent that was within Lin Ming's spiritual sea had faded away. It turned into a pure flow of energy that converged onto the primordious martial intent. The ethereal martial intent was also the same. All of these changes were sublimated within Lin Ming's soul, becoming purely lucid. Like this, Lin Ming sat beneath the Bodhi tree for 33 days. 33 days later, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. With an incomparably loud, whistling sound, a spear-shaped battle spirit the color of blue jade howled into the air, circling in the air before returning to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As for Lin Ming's aura, it suddenly exploded outwards like an army of galloping horses. His strength had greatly increased. The bottleneck of the early divine transformation realm had long been shattered by Lin Ming during these last 33 days. Middle divine transformation realm, blue soul battle spirit. As Lin Ming rose up from beneath the Bodhi tree, he felt as if the entire world was different. His soul had undergone a nirvana, and his martial intents had been thoroughly smoothed out. Heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, heavenly God. These 3 martial intents had fused into the complete primordious martial intent. As for the samsara martial intent and ethereal martial intent, they had also fused with it. It was only the black hole horizon and divine dream space that Lin Ming wasn't able to fuse together. But even so, his understandings of these 2 martial intents were much clearer than before. Congratulations, Benefactor Lin. At this time, an old voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming perked up, and he respectfully bowed. Junior greets Senior, great limitless Buddha. In this moment, the land of pure utopia began to blur. A form slowly walked in from the edge, becoming gradually clearer. This old monk with the white eyebrows and large earlobes was great limitless Buddha. Benefactor Lin, this old monk originally agreed to allow you to stay in the irreproachable stupa for 7 by 7, 49 days, but Benefactor Lin has been in enlightenment under the Bodhi tree for 33 days. Lin Ming was startled. As he was gaining insights within the irreproachable stupa, he had entered a completely ethereal condition and had long forgotten about the 7 by 7, 49-day deadline that great limitless Buddha had set for him. My apologies. Because this junior was reading the scriptures, I momentarily lost my wits and forgot the time. No harm. If Benefactor Lin can stay here for such a long time and even see the pure lands of ultimate bliss and meditate beneath the Bodhi tree, that is your Buddhist faith and a good deed. An Empyrean divine dream entrusted this old monk to help temper you and enhance your strength as much as possible. And this old monk can be considered as barely having accomplished that. Of course, this mainly depends on Benefactor Lin's own ability. I thank Senior. Lin Ming felt a heartfelt gratefulness. He was extremely lucky. Even though he didn't have any background at all, he was still able to study the essence of Empyrean Primordius, Empyrean Divine Dream, and Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritances. The true inheritances of two peak Empyreans and a true divinity powerhouse. Now, he had even been able to grasp some insights of Mount Patala, an influence with a 6 billion year background. In the divine realm, there were no other Empyrean disciples that were able to experience such things and have such lucky chances. In addition, Empyrean Divine Dream was willing to support him with any resources at her disposal. Currently, in terms of resources, he was no worse than any top Empyrean disciple. Lin Ming thanked all of these supreme elders that helped him from the depths of his heart. Very well, Benefactor Lin, the battle at the bright luster great world has grown fierce. In order for a genius to grow, it is impossible to seclude yourself forever to cultivate into an Empyrean. You must go to the bright luster great world and walk your own road of martial arts. As great limitless Buddha spoke, he waved the sleeves of his robe. Lin Ming felt space blur around him, and in the next moment he had appeared at the entrance of Mount Patala. Thinking about it, since the first martial meeting had concluded, 8 or 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In this long period of time, Lin Ming had experienced only a handful of battles. He had fought several times at Demon Dawn World and had also been chased down by Tian Mingzi to the Sky Spill continent. For the rest of that time, Lin Ming had been closed up in training. He had trained in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for 1 year and Primordius Heavenly Palace for 4 years. After returning to the Divine Realm, he had also cultivated for another 3 years. In this long span of time, Lin Ming had gone from the peak of the Middle Divine Sea Realm to the Middle Divine Transformation Realm. That was a full boundary of cultivation that he had overcome. All of his previous accumulations had exploded out at once. Lin Ming's steps moved, and he appeared hundreds of miles away. He stepped on space, flying away. In the air, Lin Ming took out the Primordius Heavenly Palace that had been shrunk by hundreds and thousands of times. His figure turned into a beam of light that flew into it. Then, Primordius Heavenly Palace turned into a soaring comet that flew towards the bright luster great world. During this great calamity, there was a treaty in place which stated that besides the bright luster great world, fighting was off limits in the other 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. Even so, Lin Ming intended to be careful. The defenses of Primordius Heavenly Palace were much stronger than those of any ordinary spirit ship. As for how high-profile and glaring Primordius Heavenly Palace was, Lin Ming completely ignored it, not bothering with hiding anymore. In jumping over a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune Saint Sun to a duel 100 years from now, his actions could not be any more high-profile. Chapter 1408, Witch Plume, Black Salt. Chapter 1408, Witch Plume, Black Salt. North Soar Great World, Bright Soar Planet. As the large planet closest to the bright luster great world, Bright Soar Planet became increasingly busy. There were countless martial artists passing through there every day. On this day, a young man wearing a bamboo hat arrived at the Bright Soar Planet. He wore tight-fitting black clothes, and the bamboo hat was tugged down, hiding his eyes. Within the thronging crowd, he appeared extremely common. But if one carefully observed him, they would notice that there seemed to be an invisible force field surrounding him. Even on the busy streets, there wasn't a single person that bumped into him. This black-clothed young man was Lin Ming. As he walked forwards, he could see that the restaurants, medicinal stores, weapon and armor shops, and all other businesses were booming with customers. In particular, the shops that sold one-time use talismans were nearly overrun with eager martial artists. The divine realm is too large. There are simply too many martial artists. Lin Ming sighed. On this street, any one of these people could be considered an outstanding young genius of a holy land. Many of them were at least on the level of Phoenix Cry Palace's White Dao Hong that Lin Ming had seen in the past. Back then, White Dao Hong had been the idol of many young disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, but if he were placed here, he would simply be lost in the crowd. White Cloud Bistro was one of the largest and most successful restaurants on the Bright Soar planet. This business was part of the North Soar Great World's World King Holy Land, and the restaurant itself was a spirit artifact. It had been located here for an extremely long period of time, and the inner furnishings were incomparably opulent. The meals were exquisite, and they were all wonderful spirit foods and spirit wines that benefited a martial artist's cultivation. Of course, none of this came cheap, but even so, the young elites that gathered at Bright Soar Planet were able to afford the sky high prices. At this time, on a floor of the restaurant, 7 or 8 martial artists were loudly speaking. "Ha, we're not bragging at all here. On the bright, luster great world's White Heart planet, the 7 of us were surrounded by over a dozen of those Saint Mongrels. But not only did they not kill us, but they were instead cut down by our 7-star formation. We killed 9 of those Saint Mongrels, and the remaining 5 were left scurrying away with their tails between their legs. In this war, I've already obtained 3,000 merit points." In the middle of the hall, a martial artist with a thick and full beard was enthusiastically boasting. However, the people around him were all laughing. One of them mercilessly taunted him, saying, "I must say, Tiny Hammer, you keep blowing your so-called heroic exploits to ridiculous levels so often that even we are finding it hard to stand. We might as well talk about the great bloodbath that will be occurring on the chaotic blood continent soon." "That's right, the battle on the chaotic blood continent will be tomorrow, but what a pity that we don't have enough merit points to go take a look. I hear that Hang Chi and Dragon Fong are the ones fighting this time." "Humph, that Imperial Prince Naki is too arrogant. He doesn't even think that he needs to fight the geniuses of my human race. As for that good fortune saint's son, even though he agreed to fight Lin Ming 100 years from now, that is only because the situation was special at the time, so he had no choice but to agree. Normally, the good fortune saint's son would only take him as a barking dog and wouldn't bother to respond to him at all. As the topic of Naki was brought up, the boisterous discussion in the restaurant immediately dimmed down. The 20-some heroic young elites that were drinking or eating suddenly had a strange complexion cross their faces. Many were angry, but there were also many that seemed to feel some dread. Naki. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He vaguely remembered this name, and also had an impression towards Naki because he had absorbed the memories of the dead Saint World King. This Naki was the first-place champion of the Saint Race's most recent Divine C-First Martial meeting. In terms of talent, he wasn't much lower than the good fortune saint's son. The only reason he was weaker was because of the difference in their ages. From the memories of the dead Saint World King, Lin Ming could see that he had an extremely high opinion of this Imperial Prince Naki. "I see. So he was the first-place champion of the Saint Race's first martial meeting. He truly does have the qualifications to be arrogant." Lin Ming's eyes dimmed down. He swished the wine in his glass, saying, "They really think I'm just some barking dog. In the eyes of the Saint Race, humans are nothing but lambs to be butchered." As Lin Ming thought this, his eyes glinted with a cold light. This Imperial Prince Naki is arrogant, but he indeed possesses the ability to be arrogant. I wonder if there is a chance that he will fight Lin Ming or Frost Dream. It wasn't known who said that, but the young human elites here immediately fell silent. If the humans were compared to the saints, then they really did fall short. Even though they were all champions of the first martial meeting, everyone always felt that the human champions were weaker than the saint champions. Of course, it was impossible for them to truthfully say out loud that humans were weaker than saints, thus everyone remained silent. We'll have to look at the results of Hang Chi and Dragon Fang's battle. But Hang Chi's opponent isn't Naki, because Naki simply didn't bother with accepting his challenge. Hang Chi is absolutely weaker than Naki. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, he only came third. Compared to Lin Ming and Frost Dream, the disparity between them is considerable. I have no idea what Lin Ming is doing right now. I heard that he is closed up in seclusion at Mount Patala, but at this time, how could closing up in cultivation help him grow faster than fighting on the actual battlefield? Some martial artists grumpily said. It was true that Lin Ming had been in seclusion for a long time. The Great Calamity had already begun over half a year ago, but Lin Ming still hadn't left Mount Patala. Even if Lin Ming or Frost Dream challenged Naki, he still might not agree. That fellow always acts as if he's above everyone else, as if there is no genius in humanity that has the capital to challenge him. If I had to say it rudely, he was looking down at all of them. Even then, if they challenged him, it would be fine if they could battle to a draw. But if they lost, the martial artist speaking quieted down. Everyone's complexions turned ugly. Frost Dream and Lin Ming were the future hopes of mankind. This was particularly true for Lin Ming, who had to settle his grudge with the good fortune saint's son in 100 years. If he lost to Naki here, then that would be so sad that it wasn't funny at all. If Lin Ming didn't come to the bright luster great world, that is probably a wise decision on his part. His background is shallow and he requires time to gather himself and improve. He is also much younger than Naki. That's right, Lin Ming is younger, so being weaker now doesn't matter at all. Some people found psychological comfort in this and changed the topic to Lin Ming's age. In Lin Ming's age group, the only one comparable to him was Xiao Maxian. As Lin Ming listened to these people speaking, he breathed out a long, depressed sigh. Was he really pitiful to such a degree? Did others really need to use his age as an excuse to feel better about themselves? This Naki, I must pay a little attention to him. Since he feels that challenging the geniuses of humanity disgraces his title of imperial prince, then I'll have to see just what worth he has. Lin Ming stood up. He left behind a small bag of violet sunstones, put on his bamboo hat, and then left the restaurant. The goal that he had decided for himself was to surpass the good fortune saint's son in 100 years. In several hundred years, he had to reach an Empyrean level of strength. 1,000 years from now, when the war between the humans and the saints truly erupted, Lin Ming had to reach a half-step true divinity level of strength. This was strength, not cultivation. As for what boundary Lin Ming's strength would reach at that time, it was hard to foresee. Wanting to break into the Empyrean realm within 1,000 years wasn't easy. After all, even the current youngest Empyrean, Emperor Sakya, had spent 10,000 to 20,000 years in order to break past the Empyrean bottleneck. 6 billion years ago, during the era of Empyrean Divine Seal, there were likely many young elites that had become Empyreans at a young age, but they also probably required several thousand years. 1,000-year time limit was far too challenging. The road of an Empyrean was far too difficult. Even for those extremely talented characters, there was still a chance that they would be stuck at this step. As for whether or not a great world, king, realm martial artist could compare with a half-step true divinity, that wasn't something that Lin Ming could guess at all. In short, the future was filled with unpredictable mysteries. Each lucky chance that he needed to encounter was also an unknown. Without reaching that step, it was impossible for Lin Ming to guess just what level his strength would reach. But for his current goal, what he needed was to overcome the good fortune saint's son, within 100 years. He needed to use the vast pressure and brief golden age brought about by the great calamity to overcome his limits and create a miracle for himself. Lin Ming stepped forwards, passing hundreds to 1,000 miles in a flash. Right now, by relying on his understandings into the concept of space, he could already use void transfer to move through the divine realm. Of course, this was still far slower than a spirit ship. He took out the primordious heavenly palace from his spatial ring and transformed the shape of it. Then, by riding the primordious heavenly palace, he flew towards the bright luster great world at rapid speeds. 2 hours later, at some point within the broad and endless bright luster great world, there was a fluctuation in space as ripples appeared. A gray palace shot out from these ripples, rapidly flying forwards. Primordious heavenly palace was countless times faster than an ordinary spirit ship. Even so, the divine realm was far too large. Wanting to cross through a great world within a single day was a bit difficult. And as Lin Ming was flying, the great battle atop the chaotic blood continent had begun. The chaotic blood continent was not a planet, but a massive continent that floated in the starry skies above the bright luster great world. This continent was extremely strange. Normally, in a divine realm great world, only the central mainland was able to defy physics and maintain a floating continental shape. As for the other floating continents, if they were too large, they would collapse under their own gravitational force and form a sphere, becoming a planet. Rumors said that the chaotic blood continent was not naturally formed, but created by the hands of a man in ancient times. This mysterious figure was said to have been an extreme Empyrean or even a true divinity powerhouse, but whatever they were, they had used their infinite supernatural abilities to form this floating continent, and then kept its shape fixed with a grand array formation. As for what the reason had been for creating this continent, it was unknown. On this continent, all the influences were mixed up together, and there were endless wars all year round. Because of this, the smell of blood and the sounds of chaos filled the air at all times, and the chaotic blood continent had gained its fame like this. At this time, within the central area of the chaotic blood continent, there was a mountain hundreds of thousands of feet high. This mountain had been sliced off near the middle, and the upper half had been completely flattened, forming a massive platform. Gathered on this giant platform were many human powerhouses, as well as saint race powerhouses. Among these powerhouses were also many great world kings and half-step Empyreans. According to the conditions of the treaty, these people could not take action on the bright luster great world. The only reason they appeared here was because a great battle would soon erupt and draw the attention of all eyes. The two battling parties were the top 10 extreme geniuses of the human and saint races' respective first martial meetings. There would be a total of 2 battles. The first match was the 6th-placed martial artist of the saint race's first martial meeting versus the 6th-placed martial artist of the humans' first martial meeting. This was Witch Plume against Dragon Fawn. The second match was the saint race's 5th-placed martial artist against the humans' 3rd-placed martial artist. This was Black Salt against Hang Chi. Witch Plume and Black Salt were both fellow junior disciples of Naki. The 3 of them often appeared together. With humanity and the saints having fought to this point, although the saints had gained an upper hand so far, humans had also won many battles. With both sides having their own victories and defeats, no one refused to accept being the loser. This was especially true for hot-blooded young elites who were filled with vigor and daring. The battles between the 2 sides became increasingly intense, and the slaughter grew increasingly wild. Thus, it was unavoidable that there would be a battle between the peak geniuses of the saints and the humans. By determining who was stronger between these peak geniuses, that would equally prove which race was stronger and which race was weaker. Chapter 1409, The Chaotic Blood War. Chapter 1409, The Chaotic Blood War. This battlefield on Chaotic Blood Continent was called Ash Blood Mountain. This was once an ancient battlefield where countless martial artists perished and continued to die. On Ash Blood Mountain's sheared-off mountaintop, there were currently tens of thousands of people. These tens of thousands of people were all the most extraordinary of youths, the elites among the elite geniuses. They either had astonishing backgrounds, were extremely strong, or had accomplished remarkable feats and obtained enough merit points. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to come and watch the battle here. After all, the space was extremely limited atop Ash Blood Mountain. Walking atop Ash Blood Mountain, one could see young elites of World King holy lands everywhere. Even Empyrean descendants weren't uncommon. These people were often 50 or 60 years old, but their cultivation had stepped into the divine transformation realm and was making great progress towards the divine Lord realm. If they were just a bit older, then they might have broken through to the divine Lord boundary and would have been outstanding characters amongst all divine lords, even possessing the ability to fight with ordinary holy lords. In the divine Lord realm, they would have already been considered amongst the highest peaks with rarely a rival to challenge them. Heng-Chi has arrived. It's really Heng-Chi. Everyone turned to see a bald monk youth in white linen robes treading forwards on the wind. His expression was calm and indifferent as he held a string of prayer beads in his hand. Even though he knew he was going to experience a frigid and dangerous battle today, he still calmly arrived here. Heng-Chi comes from Mount Patala, so his natural character is to not raise disputes with other. I never imagined that he would be forced to participate in this duel today. Yes, according to the temperament of Mount Potala's high monks, they wouldn't normally participate in such duels. But this is something that involves the glory of humanity, and the Buddhist path is also humanity's Buddhist path. What the saints follow is the demonic path. And if Buddhism was to ever come into conflict with demonic beings, they would never give way. Moreover, this duel was first provoked by the saints. If no one were to come, then my human race would truly have no one. The Battle of Chaotic Blood Continent had been started by the fifth-ranked martial artist of the Saint race's first martial meeting, Black Salt. Black Salt followed Imperial Prince Naki about, causing a wave of slaughter and terror all over the bright luster great world. After his reputation shot up, he challenged Lin Ming. This was because Black Salt couldn't stand the fact that Lin Ming had challenged the good fortune saint's son. In his opinion, for Lin Ming to challenge the good fortune saint's son was the same as insulting him. But afterwards, Lin Ming simply didn't enter the bright luster great world. Thus, even though Black Salt had sent out a challenge, Lin Ming was naturally unable to accept it. Because of this, Black Salt became increasingly rampant and reckless, shouting out to all that Lin Ming was a little scared cat who didn't have the courage to receive his challenge. In order to not disgrace the dignity of humanity, Dragon Fong and Heng-Chi had received this challenge. After Heng-Chi arrived, a black-clothed youth with a long sword hanging over his shoulder followed him. This young man was Dragon Fong. After a 9-year absence, Dragon Fong had become even deeper and more restrained. He was like a treasure sword hidden in a chest, although his sharp edge wasn't obvious. Once he was drawn out, his blade could instantly take another's life. I heard that Dragon Fong was at the Azura Road for the last 9 years. I have no idea what sort of place that is. I've only heard that entering that land is to lay at death's door with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. If you want to continue living there, you not only need strength, but also a sufficient destiny. It seems Dragon Fong was truly able to survive in that cursed land. He has become even stronger. For a great worldly genius like Dragon Fong, he will not perish unless there is some great cataclysmic accident. Even if he went to the Azura Road, his destiny probably rose to greater heights. He might even go once again. The geniuses of the divine realm simply didn't know what sort of place the Azure Road was exactly. There were just far too many secrets in this universe. These secrets had formed throughout history for various reasons, and some could even be traced back to the previous great calamity. Lin Ming still hasn't come. The skinny and tall youth named Black Salt carried a heavy sword on his shoulders. His mouth curved up in a disdainful grin. His heavy sword was as long as a person, and it seemed particularly glaring when compared to his thin frame. That little turtle Lin Ming, is he afraid to come and lose here? Sooner or later I'll beat him up and cripple him. I'll show him just what worth he has, and why he isn't worthy of fighting Senior Apprentice Brother Saint's son. As Black Salt spoke, a cracking sound filled the air. The heavy sword hanging off his shoulder had been flung downwards, and the thick blade sliced through the stone of Ash Blood Mountain, creating an opening dozens of feet long. Underneath his sword, even the terrain of Ash Blood Mountain, which was known for its durability, was as frail as tofu. To fight you, we are more than enough. Dragon Fong's eyes shined with a sharp light, his vision like vorpal blades. As for Heng Chi, he quietly took out a long staff from his spatial ring. This staff was 9 foot long, simple and humble. The wood had its natural patterned texture. It formed an extremely sharp contrast to Black Salt's heavy sword. Do you really think you are so amazing? If the top 10 martial artists of your human first martial meeting were to participate in our Saints' first martial meeting, the lot of you wouldn't even rank in the top 20. Today, I will show you just how great the difference between us is. So, which one of you two wants to fight first? Dragon Fong stepped forwards. He pulled forth his Dragon Fong blade and pointed it straight at Black Salt. Black Salt sneered, wanting to attack, but he was suddenly stopped by a woman beside him. Black Salt, these are just 2 minor players of the human race. Let's save time and have the 4 of us all fight together. The woman who spoke was tall and wore a robe of feathers. Her name was Witch Plume. She was the 6th-ranked martial artist of the Saints' first martial meeting. Although her ranking was a bit worse than Black Salt's, their strength was nearly the same. Fight together, a group battle? The audience looked at each other. In a duel between geniuses, it was often 1 against 1. A 4-man group battle was extremely rare. But to the Saints, this type of fighting style was extremely common. The Saints were a highly cooperative race, like a group of wolves in the field, hunting together. Sometimes, many influences within the Saint race would especially train their young elites in fighting with a chaotic group melee. That's also good. Black Salt chuckled, not caring about which way he fought. Heng Chi and Dragon Fong glanced at each other, silently agreeing to this form of combat. Although the 2 of them had never fought together, if they did, the effect would be extremely strong. Heng Chi's Wheel of Samsara excelled in defense, and Dragon Fong excelled in offense. With a union of offense and defense, their combined combat strength wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not too far from the battlefield, a Saint youth floated high in the skies, his form blurred in the void around him. Martial artists at the Divine Lord realm and below simply couldn't sense him. Even peak Divine Lord masters were barely able to feel his existence. This youth was Imperial Prince Naki. He simply didn't want to appear in the crowd. This was an arrogance that stemmed from the depths of his bones. To him, those inferior human martial artists simply weren't entitled to see him at all, like a god that never appeared amongst ordinary mortals. That Witch Plume, she really doesn't plan on showing any mercy to the humans. In terms of group combat, my race excels in that aspect and can display 120% of their strength. Imperial Prince Naki thought out loud, a smile appearing on his lips. He originally thought this battle would be easily won, and now it was even more so. And on the battlefield, the fight had already begun. Behind Heng Chi, the phantom of a golden Buddha had appeared. This golden Buddha sealed up all space for 1,000 feet outwards. As for Dragon Fong, his two pupils had become as sharp as needle tips, completely locking onto Witch Bloom and Black Salt. In Dragon Fong's vision, black flames had already begun to burn around Witch Bloom, and behind her was a black firebird that was wantonly soaring about. Monster race? No, that is a hybrid of the saints and monsters. At this moment, Dragon Fong could clearly feel the aura of the monster race from Witch Bloom, and he could even feel her boiling monster blood. Oh, your eye technique is quite interesting. Can you see through my bloodline? That's right. My mother is a dark golden crow from the monster race. My Saint Convocation Heaven also has the monster race, and our monster race is far more glorious and wondrous than your divine realm's monster race. But even with a massive population to support them, for a top monster and saint to join together and give birth to a hybrid descendant, that is a miracle that can only occur once in 5 million years. Witch Bloom arrogantly bragged. Her body flowed with the bloodline of the monster race and the saint race. Since she possessed the advantages of both races, she was certainly arrogant. As she spoke, there was a light, tearing sound as the clothes on her back were ripped apart, revealing the slender curve of her back. There was nothing left to guard her but a tiny piece of flexible armor that wrapped around her front, highlighting her figure. Her beautiful womanly form was exposed to the world, enchanting and dazzling to the eyes. Then, the flesh on her back began to twist and deform. With a crackling sound, a pair of 10-foot-long black wings unfolded from her back. Brilliant black flames blazed on her wings. This was clearly the combination of the fire laws and the darkness laws. The saints were not naturally inclined to use the laws. When they fought, they relied on their powerful mortal bodies and astral essence to compete with others. In terms of understanding the laws, they were far inferior to humans. But now, this Witch Bloom was actually able to use dual laws. This clearly came from her monster bloodline. The monster race had the inborn ability to control the power of laws. The world laws turned into runes that were fused into their very flesh and bones. Witch Bloom was such an example. From birth, her skeleton was inscribed with law runes of fire and darkness. When a saint and monster joined together, their resulting child was no worse than the child between a human and a monster. However, looking at all of this, Dragon Fong only sneered. Just what the hell is a dark golden crow? I've never heard of it before. I thought you were the descendant of a god beast, but now it seems you're just a mediocre nothing. 5 million years? Is that some strange anomaly? Even something like that can be considered a miracle? Dragon Fong coldly laughed again and again. After he experienced Xiao Moxian's god-beast level bloodline, Witch Bloom's bloodline wasn't anything at all. In Xiao Moxian's situation, she was a miracle that could only occur every several 100 million years or even longer. You are courting death, Witch Bloom angrily said, enraged. A clear phoenix cry rang out from her throat, and a pitch-black sword appeared in her hands. Her figure flew forwards, leaving a series of afterimages behind her. And as she moved, Black Salt also took action. He grasped his heavy sword and followed close behind her. Compared to Witch Bloom's extreme speed and her swift and fierce movements, what Black Salt exploded with was absolute strength, as vast as an erupting volcano. A sword pounded down like a falling mountain range. Facing the joint attack of Witch Bloom and Black Salt, Hang Chi's complexion was dignified. He grasped his staff and drew a crescent moon in the skies. As the staff cut through the void, it left a golden arc of light in its path. This golden light finally formed a round Buddha diagram. This Buddha diagram had 6 golden circles, and within these 6 golden circles were filled the phantoms of blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, ghost slaves, humans, and immortals. These 6 golden circles represented the 6 paths of samsara. Wheel of samsara, Hang Chi shouted out loud, and the giant wheel of samsara began to radiate outwards. 9 years after the first martial meeting, Hang Chi was almost 50 years old. Now, with his first action, he summoned the skill that had made him famous many years ago. But now, he was even calmer and deeper than he was in the past. He was like a towering mountain, unshakable. Chapter 1410, Attack and Defend. Chapter 1410, Attack and Defend. Ki, bang. Black Salt's sword smashed atop Hang Chi's wheel of samsara with a terrifying ringing sound. The wheel of samsara violently shook and a crack snaked across its golden surface. What an absolutely horrifying strength. Fires of darkness shatter. At this time, Witchplume's 2 wings slashed out, and the dark golden crow behind her also rushed forth, the black flames around it turning into a pitch-black sea. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Flames roiled. At that moment, the wheel of samsara seemed to melt. Hang Chi's forehead began to seep with sweat as his face paled. How could he withstand the attacks of 2 people by himself? All existence to void. Dragon Fong suddenly opened one of the variation states of the 3 lives pupils. 9 years ago, Dragon Fong had only been able to use all existence to void for a short period of time, but now he was able to freely wield it. All existence to void was an eye technique able to see through all laws in the world. Before the 3 lives pupils, all concepts were seen through. The power of space, the power of time. Gather unto me. Dragon Fong's raised his hands, and energy erupted from his body, from all around him. The power of space and the power of time began to wildly rush towards him. Then his figure divided into 16 copies, 16 spatial mirror images. 16 dragon fangs slashed out together. Their black sword lights gathered as one, thrusting straight forwards. That raging sea of black flames was split apart by Dragon Fong's sword. The sharp and keening sword light pierced straight towards Witchplume's forehead. What? Witchplume was immensely shocked. She never imagined that Dragon Fong's attack would be so terrifying. In these 16 sword strikes, each one contained 1/10 of the real Dragon Fong's strength. With 16 swords gathered as one, their might wasn't as simple as adding them together. In other words, this strike was several times stronger than Dragon Fong's strongest strike by himself. Bang! With a loud ringing sound, Witchplume's body was sent storming backwards by the Dragon Fong sword. She cried out in the air and quickly closed her wings to defend against this sword light. Ca. The sword light ravaged forwards, causing massive clumps of feathers to rain down from the sky. These were all Witchplume's feathers. Dragon Fong's sword strike had slashed through her 2 wings, leaving her in a bloody mess. Even the flexible armor that covered her upper body was nearly broken apart. Damn it all! Witchplume fell to the ground and staggered backwards. Dragon Fong's sword has used the 3 lives pupils to see through her darkness laws. When the 16 strikes gathered as one, they were incomparably fierce and dangerous. His sword strike had severely wounded Witchplume. Witchplume, are you all right? Black Salt supported her with his thin arms. Witchplume cruelly smiled. She wiped the blood from the corners of her lips. I'm fine. As the human audience members saw that their side had gained the advantage, all of them erupted in a chorus of cheers. Dragon Fong! Dragon Fong! Many people began shouting out for Dragon Fong. Back during the first martial meeting, Dragon Fong was ranked 6th amongst the top 6 geniuses. But that had been because when he first participated in the first martial meeting finals, he had only just opened the 3 lives pupils, and his strength hadn't been able to fully develop. Even so, his potential was astonishing. After entering the Azure Road to Adventure, he crawled back from the precipice of death, and now he had grown by a large margin. Ha ha! Dragon Fong is stronger. That's right. What do those saints think? Dragon Fong was also only ranked 6th in the Human First Martial Meeting. Humanity will win. Humanity must win. All of the human martial artists were extremely excited, but not too far away. As Imperial Prince Naki saw this scene, he smirked in contempt. What a pack of fools. It's as if they think they will really win. What a stupid race. There isn't even any meaning in conquering them. However, those two fellows on stage are a bit more troublesome than I had thought. In truth, Imperial Prince Naki didn't care much for the result of this fight. Witch Plume and Black Salt couldn't be called the true peak geniuses of the Saint race. The true geniuses were the top 3 ranked martial artists of the Saints' first martial meeting. If Witch Plume and Black Salt lost, it wouldn't matter much to begin with, let alone that it was impossible for them to lose now. Naki's vision fell upon Hang Chi at this time. Hang Chi was pale, and his hands shivered as he grasped his long staff. When everyone saw Dragon Fong reveal his momentous strike, they actually ignored the real hidden hero, Hang Chi. If Hang Chi hadn't used the Wheel of Samsara to block the attacks of 2 people, then it would have been impossible for Dragon Fong to break apart Witch Plume and Black Salt's joint attack on the battlefield and wound Witch Plume. However, for a single person to withstand 2 attacks, the pressure could be imagined. Hang Chi had already been severely wounded. There was no way he could repeat what he just did. Hang Chi. As Dragon Fong saw Hang Chi's current state, he felt his heart gripped. In that exchange just now, if one had to say how useful they were, Hang Chi was responsible for 60% while Dragon Fong was only responsible for 40%. I'm fine. Hang Chi took a deep breath, revolving the Diamond Sutra to suppress the roiling blood vitality within him and seal up all the tears in his organs with true essence. After all, he wasn't a body transformation martial artist. Once his mortal body was injured, his combat strength would rapidly plummet. Hang Chi was injured. The young elites present were all the most outstanding geniuses amongst their peers. Thus, they naturally had amazing sight. After their short period of cheering, they then discovered that Hang Chi was in a very poor situation. This is bad. Everyone felt their heart skip a beat. All those young elites that were cheering immediately quieted down. In a group battle, defense was the most difficult aspect. Attacks struck one person, but the one defending had to defend against 2. They would naturally be in a much more miserable state. The young human elites all had a grim complexion. If Hang Chi was defeated, how could they continue fighting? Hang Chi, don't bother with defending. Let's attack together. Dragon Fong rapidly said to Hang Chi with a true essence sound transmission. He was well aware that it was impossible for Hang Chi to withstand a similar strike. That's impossible. My offensive ability is inferior to my defensive ability. If we give up our current advantage, they will inevitably attack us. Even though we will mutually wound each other, we will be in a far worse state than they will be. This is because one of them is a saint, and the other is a saint and monster hybrid. Regardless of which one it is, their mortal bodies are extremely formidable, and their defensive powers are extraordinary. Hang Chi calmly analyzed the situation on the battlefield. For him to attack with Dragon Fong would be the same as suicide. Then let me share the pressure with you. Dragon Fong said, "No need. You do not excel in defense. If a sword were to become a shield, the effect could be imagined. I can probably withstand another attack like that again. You must seize this chance to attack and settle this match in the next strike." As Hang Chi made this decision, Dragon Fong felt like someone had pulled his heart out. He was afraid that something would happen to Hang Chi. In this duel, although there were elders from both the saints and humans present, that didn't mean that one side wouldn't lose their lives. If both sides were to attack with all of their strength, then a consequence was possible death at any moment. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hang Chi seemed to sense what Dragon Fong was fearing. Whether it is me or them, none of us will die here. Otherwise, that will be too stupid. For the true great calamity 1,000 years from now, for my Buddhist path, for my road of martial arts, I won't give up my life here. Good. Dragon Fong grit his teeth and grasped the Dragon Fong blade. At this time, Black Salt and Witch Plume stood up, their light and heavy swords pointed towards Hang Chi and Dragon Fong. You're not bad. To think you can actually wound me. But too bad for you. There will be no next time. Now go die. At this moment, Black Salt's body emitted a series of explosive crackling sounds. His four thin limbs, his chest, his stomach, his entire body began to inflate, filling up with thick muscles. His face became wild and fierce, and his spine grew from both ends, forming a spike that pierced through his flesh and grew into a vicious tail, and a long horn on his head, and even many long bone spikes coming out from his back. His arms became thick and long, turning into sharp claws. His legs became thick and robust. With a single step forwards, the ground shattered beneath him. Many human martial artists were shocked. Ha! This is our saint's body metamorphosis. Some extreme clans within my saint race possess the ability to metamorphosize. Among the watching martial artists, a young saint elite began to proudly speak. Lord Black Salt possesses an ancient saint bloodline. After metamorphosing, his body gains a wild and terrible strength. The saint race had different metamorphic abilities depending on the various bloodlines they had inherited. They were originally the race with the most powerful mortal body. After metamorphosing their body, they would be able to unlock the latent power deep within themselves and release their ultimate strength. Of course, metamorphosing required a tremendous amount of energy. In the different bloodlines, some metamorphic forms had different strengths, consumed different amounts of energy, and lasted for different durations. Bang! Black Salt's four limbs smashed into the ground. He bit onto his heavy sword and bolted forwards like an ancient dinosaur. His body had been magnified by several times. And the thin Witch Plume was actually riding on his back. Witch Plume grasped her sword, her two wings blazing with burning black flames. The combination of a woman and a wild beast hurtled towards Dragon Fong, and Hang Chi, wherever they went, rock cracked open. With every step they took, the entire ash blood mountain seemed to vibrate. Dragon Fong's complexion changed. This momentum was far too terrifying. Hang Chi, you... Before he could speak further, Hang Chi had already stepped forwards to bear the impact of Black Salt and Witch Plume's attack. Samsara Domain. 8-section stupa. With an explosive ringing sound, a giant 8-story pagoda fell down from the skies. This divine pagoda was filled with the aura of the great Tao. Each level held a divine being, bursting with divine light. By using the 8-section stupa to suppress the void, when this was combined with the wheel of samsara, it formed a divine domain like an iron fortress. Hang Chi's complexion was cold as he calmly faced Black Salt and Witch Plume's all-out attack. As Dragon Fong saw Hang Chi fearlessly face the combined attack of the two saint geniuses, Dragon Fong felt that something had been touched within his heart. This battle was no longer just a battle between them and the saint race geniuses. This was a contest between the humans and the saints. In these strange and perilous times, any battle between the saints and humans could increase the morale of either side, helping their chances of victory. This was extremely valuable. How could they lose here? Eyes of myriad blood. Dragon Fong's entire body erupted with energy. His eyes turned blood red. He had opened the third state of the three lives pupils. Eyes of myriad blood. With Dragon Fong's current strength, wanting to open the eyes of myriad blood was incomparably difficult. However, his only path left was to desperately risk everything on this. Chi, chi, chi. Dragon Fong's eyes were dyed with blood because a massive influx of energy poured into his eyes. The blood vessels in his eyes continuously broke apart, causing tears of blood to roll down his face. He grit his teeth, grasped the dragon fang blade, and then split into 32 forms. 32 spatial mirror images. By using eyes of myriad blood and forming 32 spatial mirror images, this was Dragon Fang's ultimate attack. Void extermination. 32 dragon fangs slashed out together. Their brilliant sword lights wove together, shooting outwards. Chapter 14:11. Lin Ming arrives. Chapter 14:11. Lin Ming arrives. Ca. The space of the divine realm was torn to pieces by this sword light. Poured into this sword strike was Dragon Fang's complete strength, the limit of his potential. At this time, Black Salt and Witch Plume had already jumped high into the skies. The blazing black flames and the wild beast that was the body metamorphosized Black Salt had fused into one, forming a horrific black meteor. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, the center area of Ash Blood Mountain was hollowed out. The wheel of Samsara and the 8-section stupa completely collapsed. Hang Chi spat out a great mouthful of blood. At this crucial moment, he grit his teeth together and smashed his staff into the ground. Diamond Vajra Sutra. The moment Hang Chi reached the limit of his physical body, he completely ignored all damage to his meridians and organs to forcefully revolve the Diamond Vajra Sutra and continue resisting. Be defeated. Dragon Fang howled out into the skies. His eye sockets were dripping with blood as the Dragon Fang blade in his hand cried out with a keening wail. The black sea of flames was torn asunder by this sword light, cutting straight towards Witch Plume's forehead. Dragon Fang wanted to use this strike to tear through Black Salt and Witch Plume together. And at this moment, Witch Plume took a sudden step backwards. The bone spikes atop Black Salt's back rapidly grew forwards like sharp swords, thrusting outwards. Kacha! The spikes crashed into the sword light. 3 spikes exploded into bits, but the weakened sword light still fell down in a wild and raging torrent. Black Salt growled. Together with Witch Plume, they revolved their astral essence to the limit, resisting this sword strike head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Massive chunks of red rock tumbled down. The entire Ash Blood Mountain seemed to melt away like a glacier, completely collapsing. Even though the surrounding young martial artists were all outstanding elites amongst all elites, they were still thrown away by the maddening waves of energy. The reason that Ash Blood Mountain was chosen as the battlefield for this fight was because this area was special and the rock was as hard as divine steel. Even so, the terrain still couldn't withstand this terrifying strength. The young human elites all paled, their faces changing. How could the 5th and 6th placed martial artists of the Saint Race's first martial meeting be so fierce? What was the result? As everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield, they only saw Dragon Fang kneeling on the ground, barely hanging on with the support of the Dragon Fang blade. His eyes were blood red, with blood continuing to drip down. And not too far behind him, Hang Chi's protective true essence had completely shattered. He had propped himself up with his staff, standing tall. Behind him, the faint phantom of a golden Buddha was still wavering about. Still, the current Hang Chi's meridians were a completely jumbled mess, and his organs were damaged in several areas. It was impossibly difficult for him to continue standing. Dragon Fang, Hang Chi, the human martial artists, all tensed, and at this time, with a loud crashing sound at the distant ruined rocks, massive stones tumbled down, and a blood-soaked Black Salt shot out from the wreckage like a wild beast, landing on the ground on all fours. The 3 longest bone spikes on his back had broken, and a horrifying sword wound crossed down his back, stretching from his neck to his tail. This sword wound was as deep as a ruler and had nearly cut his spine in half. This final sword strike had been caught and rigidly stopped by his powerful mortal body and bones. If it weren't for him having used his body metamorphosis, This sword strike would have cleaved him in two. Behind him, a pale witch plume also rose up from the ruins. The flexible armor all over her body had broken, and she used her black flames to form a new set of flexible armor around her. Black Salt had withstood 60 to 70% of Dragon Fong's final attack, and she had withstood 30 to 40% of it. Even though that was so, she had been deeply wounded. Dragon Fong's attack was far too swift and violent, but Black Salt had still managed to use his mortal body to withstand it. It could only be said that the defensive capabilities of Black Salt's mortal body had reached a freakish level. As Naki saw this, he smiled. He knew that this fight was over. Even though the humans and the saints had both received similar levels of injuries, that only meant that the inevitable winners were the saints. This was because the saints' ability to resist attacks and also regenerate their bodies was far more powerful than the humans. In the current situation, Hang Chi's wounds were the heaviest. Although Dragon Fong hadn't been wounded, he had still deeply overdrawn his strength. Over half his true essence was used up, and his combat efficiency had plummeted to rock bottom. As Black Salt emerged from the ruins, he roared, with a slimy wriggling sound. The flesh and blood on his back twisted together, with even new bones growing. The sound of this flesh and blood wriggling about was clear and loud. Black Salt was actually regenerating himself. This sort of regenerative ability was appalling. Black Salt had withstood Dragon Fong's sword strike, and was still able to restore a portion of his combat strength in a short period of time. The saints were a completely beast-like race. Their bodies were too abnormal. The surrounding human martial artists felt a chill crawl down their spines. In their days here, they had fought with and also slaughtered many saint race martial artists, but they had never encountered a savage and freakish genius of the saints that was able to undergo bloodline metamorphosis, such as this Black Salt in front of them. This Black Salt was more than just a bit stronger than an ordinary saint. Ha ha! My saint race is truly superior to the human race. Stupid humans, what else can the likes of you still say? Many saint martial artists shouted out loud. Their stiff and halting divine realm language was especially grating to the ears. Among the humans, some martial artists argued back, and some were silent. They thought of the true elites of the saint race. They likely all had a physique like Black Salt. This thought left a thick despair surging in their hearts. Could humanity truly overcome this great calamity? If they were defeated, then all of humanity would devolve into nothing but slaves. Was this era truly the time when humanity would perish? At this time, with the sound of flapping clothes rustling in the wind, a white-robed monk flew into the center of the battlefield. He waved his robes, and a Buddhist light wrapped around Hang Chi. This white-robed monk had an ordinary world king realm cultivation. "High Master, I have shamed the name of Mount Patala." Hang Chi bitterly smiled. The white-robed monk sighed, shaking his head as he said, "Apprentice nephew, you must not be too harsh on yourself. If anyone should be ashamed, it should be us. You did not lose to him in strength or talent, but lost to him in background. You relied on your Empyrean Holy Land background to struggle with a genius from a true divinity Holy Land to this degree, and for that High Master is more than proud of you. If Mount Patala were also a true divinity-level Holy Land, then we could allow your strength to reach even greater steps. Even if it were just half a step further, this battle would have had a different result." As this white-robed monk spoke, he brought Hang Chi with him and flew away. The 3rd and 6th placed martial artists of the Human First Martial Meeting had fought against the 5th and 6th placed martial artists of the Saint First Martial Meeting, and the final result was humanity had been defeated. Although the saints had won with difficulty, a loss was loss. "We've lost." The human martial artists were all silent. They felt a heavy pressure on their hearts. They both wounded each other, but we lost to the saint race's endurance and regenerative ability. Although I don't want to admit it, the saints are truly stronger than us. They have greater numbers, and their inheritances are also better. 6 billion years ago, humanity had to pay a deep price in order to ensure the survival of our race. The Empyreans nearly died out, and 80 to 90% of our martial arts civilization was destroyed. As for the saints, they were nearly untouched. They still had many large sects that continued to pass their legacy on, and there are many saint sects that have a background of 4 to 5 billion years. Moreover, they even have the support of a true divinity holy land. The inheritances and resources of a true divinity holy land far surpassed those of an Empyrean holy land, so they were able to raise even more extraordinary geniuses, and also had an easier time training Empyreans. Ha ha ha! If any of you still aren't convinced, then you can come up and fight me. Black Salt's entire body was covered with wounds, but he still gave off such a dreadful momentum to all those young human elites that wished to fight. I alone am more than enough. Pass a message out and inform Lin Ming and Frost Dream to come to the bright, luster great world to look for me. There is no need for senior apprentice brother Naki to do anything. I will defeat them both myself, especially that fool Lin Ming. The thought that he wishes to challenge my saint race's good fortune saint son, my senior apprentice brother Wuma, is just laughable. Black Salt's body slowly shrank before he turned back into a dark and thin youth. Who had thought that such a thin body was able to contain that horrifying explosive power? However, Black Salt shouted. No one came to accept his challenge. It was impossible for divine sea realm geniuses to fight Black Salt. That was just asking to die. As for divine transformation realm martial artists, Hang Chi and Dragon Fong represented the strongest ones here. After the two of them, everyone else was a level lower. Even if they were to face the extremely wounded Black Salt, they still wouldn't be a match. The human race has no one? Ha ha! Black Salt chortled. I will wait here for 7 days. In these 7 days, any young human martial artist can challenge me. I want to fight the entire bright, luster great world. Black Salt fused his voice with astral essence, spreading it over everyone present. This fellow is too arrogant. As the human martial artists heard Black Salt shout, they were all filled with an indignant anger. Just who does he think he is? I really want to defeat him. If I could defeat him, I would be willing to trade that for 60 to 70% of my lifespan. The human martial artists all suppressed a fire in their bellies. Even though Black Salt was shouting so arrogantly, none of them were able to defeat him. Black Salt was true to his words. He really did wait atop Ash Blood Mountain for other young human martial artists to challenge him. On the first day, no one accepted his challenge. On the second day, several human martial artists stepped into the arena. Even though they knew who they were fighting, they still couldn't swallow this insult. There were many human martial artists that were brave and daring. They didn't seek victory, but only wished to punch Black Salt with their fist, or at least slash him with their sword. The results were as expected. The several martial artists that challenged Black Salt were all beaten to a pulp, their skeletons and meridians shattered. If it weren't for the human world kings saving them, they would have been killed by Black Salt. Even so, these degrees of injuries were enough to have them recuperating in bed for half a year. Black Salt laughed out loud. He spoke once more, telling none of the human trash to come. If they didn't even possess the qualifications to have him stretch out his bones, then what was the point? In these days, the Saint martial artists had already laid down spirit artifact cave dwellings and mansions. The Saint martial artists gathered here, joyfully celebrating, eating big pieces of meat as they drank their fill. This was the scene of a celebration feast. As heroes of the Saint race, Black Salt and Witch Plume received many invitations. For a time, the morale of the saints reached the extreme. No one knew that on the third day after Black Salt arrived on the chaotic blood continent, a common-looking palace broke through the void and also arrived. In these days, Countless people had come to the chaotic blood continent. This caused the palace to arouse no one's attention. This is the chaotic blood continent. I wonder just where the duel is happening. Lin Ming thought to himself, but he soon discovered that finding their location was extremely easy. The most powerful martial artists on the chaotic blood continent had all gathered in a single place. Their vivid blood vitality and powerful true essence gathered into a force that shot up into the sky, forming an invisible fountain that erupted into the heavens. Looks like it's over there. Lin Ming faintly smiled. It hasn't finished either. We've made it in time. Deep within the magic cube space, Mo Evers now nodded. The chaotic blood continent is extremely far, placed in the deepest parts of the bright luster great world. Luckily for us, Primordius Heavenly Palace is extremely fast, and we've made it here in 3 days. Let's go and see what's happening over there. Chapter 14:12, Fight. Chapter 14:12, Fight. Yeah. The hundreds of thousands of feet high Ash Blood Mountain was now in a state of chaos. At the base of the mountain, the human martial artists had established some scattered dwellings. Over the past few days, Black Salt's challenge against all young human elites had spread out, arousing heated discussions. Even the other worlds outside the bright luster great world had heard this. All of the young human elites became incensed. It had to be known that Black Salt was not the first-place champion of the Saints' first martial meeting, but only placed in 5th. If a 5th-ranked martial artist could stomp over all of humanity in such a cruel and savage manner, then what face did humanity still have? If the human geniuses were all defeated, this was equal to proving that humans were inferior to saints. In this great calamity, they wouldn't be able to play any role at all. In the bright luster great world, there were constantly nearby human martial artists catching up from all directions, gathering here. The saints were also the same. More and more saint martial artists arrived, wanting to see the proud and tall figure of Black Salt as he laid forth his challenge atop Ash Blood Mountain. They all became increasingly excited, sending out constant cheers. It's been 3 days already. In an open glade at the base of Ash Blood Mountain, 7 or 8 human martial artists were gathered together, drinking wine. Things are such a depressing mess right now that people are blocking the doorways shouting. Unless Lin Ming or Frost Dream take action, no one will be able to defeat Black Salt. They should both be aware of such a gigantic matter already. And if they know but still don't come, then the morale of humanity will fall to the pits. It's useless if Lin Ming comes. Even if Lin Ming defeats Black Salt, the Saint race still has stronger elites behind him, such as Imperial Prince Naki. If Lin Ming were to face Imperial Prince Naki, as the martial artist spoke to here, he quieted down. The 3rd-ranked human junior Hang Chi had fought against the 5th-ranked Saint Junior Black Salt, but still hadn't been able to win. Following that logic, then if the 2nd-ranked human Lin Ming were to fight the 1st-ranked Saint Naki, the chances of winning were nearly non-existent. If Lin Ming came, he might be beaten to a pulp. And if Lin Ming were to lose, then the hopes that humanity held in him would truly be dimmed. As several martial artists were discussing, no one noticed that not too far away from them, a black-clothed youth with a bamboo hat was standing there. His arms were held near his chest, embracing a long spear. He casually leaned back against a large tree, seeming to melt into his surrounding environment so that no one could feel him. This black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, who had finally caught up to the chaotic blood continent. I never thought that so many things would happen in just a few days. It seems Hang Chi lost. Lin Ming stood up and began walking towards the distant ruins atop Ash Blood Mountain. As he moved, he rustled the grass beneath his feet. It was only then that the several drinking human martial artists noticed Lin Ming. As they turned towards him, they could only see his fading back. That person, when did he arrive here? Bang! With a loud, explosive ringing sound, a massive rock was crushed. A tall and brawny-looking human youth grasped a broadsword as he stepped onto the battlefield. "Black Salt, I'll challenge you." "You—" Black Salt sneered. "It seems that any dog or cat will crawl up here. You are not worthy." "What did you say?" The brawny youth grimaced. He was not some nobody of his generation, but someone who had once also entered the finals of the Human First Marshal meeting. It was hopeless for him to try to defeat Black Salt, but his only desire was to leave some mark on Black Salt's body or chop down on him. "Lucci, go and fight him," Black Salt said to a red-clothed woman. In these past days, many young elites of the Saint race also gathered here. This red-clothed woman was someone that had ranked 29th in the Saints' first martial meeting. Her strength was no joke. She was even stronger than Hua Xian, who had also reached the finals of the Human First Martial meeting and was in the upper echelons of Empyrean descendants. The red-clothed woman jumped upwards. Without giving that brawny youth a chance to speak, the full moon sickle in her hands cut down at his neck. The Saint race martial artists focused on cultivating their mortal bodies. Many of them were like Black Salt with a defensive ability that had reached the limit. But now, this red-clothed woman in front of them was actually the opposite. Her mortal body was extremely soft and flexible, like a piece of moldable dough. The brawny youth had never encountered such an opponent before, and was immediately struck into a disadvantage. In just a few moves, he was defeated. This was simply the massive gulf of strength that existed between them. On one side was an upper-level Empyrean descendant, and on the other side was someone who just managed to reach the Human First Martial meeting finals. Too weak. It's fine if Lin Ming and Frost Dream don't come, but are the other top 10 ranked youths of humanity also dead? Lucci sneered. She turned and panned her eyes over the audience, arrogantly saying, "So who's next?" Her voice was loud and clear. In these 3 days, very few human martial artists went up on stage to fight. Those that were a little stronger found it impossible to defeat Black Salt, and those that were a bit weaker were directly defeated by Black Salt's followers. There were not many people that were willing to step on stage to fight if they knew the only result that awaited them was death. The red-clothed woman was only casually mocking the humans and didn't expect that anyone would actually come up. But she never imagined that after that brawny youth had been beaten into a near-death state and had to be carried away, there would actually be someone else that came on stage. This person wore black clothes and carried a spear. His figure was slim and straight, as if he himself were a long spear, giving off a sharp and arrogant feeling. The red-clothed woman chuckled. "To think there really is someone that wants to die. Since that's the case, then let me help you along." The red-clothed woman raised her sickle blade and slashed down. But as she slashed out with her sickle, not too far behind her, Black Salt actually frowned. He didn't know why, but this black-clothed man was emitting an extremely dangerous feeling, setting off all his alarms. This person is... Black Salt had grown up in wild and dangerous jungles since childhood. He could metamorphosize into a beast, and he also had the natural intuition of a beast. Even though this black-clothed youth was casually standing there, not seeming special at all, Black Salt could actually feel a terrifying aura exuding from his body. "Lucci!" Black Salt wanted to warn her, but at this moment the black-clothed youth moved. His figure accelerated to extreme velocities, and the red spear in his hands thrust out. Atop the spear point, the power of thunder and fire wove together, sending out a brilliant, divine light. With a thrust of the spear, the void collapsed, thunder and fire howled, and a flaming spear light hurtled forth like a red and purple flood dragon, roaring into the heavens. Bang! With a loud banging sound, a coruscating light burst out, blinding to the eyes. Lucci cried out miserably as all her protective astral essence exploded to pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling 1,000 feet away. Black Salt's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the skies and caught Lucci. He immediately turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth, his eyes cold. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise. Whether it was humans or saints, none of them could respond. No one expected for this sudden reversal to occur. This red-clothed woman was an Upper Empyrean descendant, but she had been instantly defeated. This disparity was not tiny at all. If someone could achieve this point, that person could only be a top 6 character of the Human First Martial Meeting. In other words, this youth on stage was someone that was in the top 6 of the Human First Martial Meeting. Moreover, his weapon was a spear. If so, the identity of this person was already renowned. "You are Lin Ming." Black Salt's pupils shrank as he suddenly realized Lin Ming's status. "Yes, I am. Weren't you looking for me?" Lin Ming took off his bamboo hat and faintly smiled. After nearly 4 years of closed-door seclusion, this was his first fight. His entire body was filled with a backed-up strength that he was aching to release. "Lin Ming? You're really Lin Ming?" Out of the human martial artists present, only a small number of them had seen Lin Ming before. But after seeing him, their expressions immediately turned to those of heated excitement. Now that the Saint race's Black Salt had defeated Hang Chi, the only juniors of the human race that were able to contend with him were Lin Ming and Frost Dream. Black Salt's braying had continued for far too long. The humans present wished that they could rush up to him and bite out a chunk of his body. Now that someone finally stood up and was willing to fight him, how could the young elites of humanity not be excited? The mentality of martial artists was 100 times more powerful than mortals. They could withstand tremendous physical pain. They could withstand cultivating and loneliness. And they could even withstand the multi-faction plotting that occurred in mystic realms. But when it came to defending the glory and dignity of their own race, their strength was far from what was imagined. After being suppressed for so long, even they were feeling uncomfortable. As for Lin Ming, he was a legend in the eyes of many young human elites. Most of them already knew Lin Ming's story, that he had ascended from the lower realms, a martial artist of common stock. For him to arrive at this level was already a miracle of miracles. Now, Lin Ming had stood up to face the saints. From here on, his legend would either end or rise to even greater heights. As for which possibility would happen, no one could predict it. Many people believed that it shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming to defeat Black Salt. After all, he was the second-ranked martial artist from the Human First Martial Meeting. If he couldn't defeat the 5th-ranked martial artist of the Saint First Martial Meeting, then humanity truly would have lost. Thus, Lin Ming not only would win this battle, he had to win this battle. But after Black Salt lost, who else would enter the stage then? If it was Imperial Prince Naki, could Lin Ming still win? Ever since the battle atop Ash Blood Mountain had begun, Naki had yet to make a public appearance. His name gave off a pervading sense of fear in the minds of the young human elites. This mysterious and powerful character gave off far too great a pressure. Black Salt flew down from the skies. After setting down Lucci, he stepped in front of Lin Ming. As he looked at Lin Ming, a cruel and happy smile crossed his face. "You actually dared to come. You human martial artists are actually quite brave." In these days, there have been several people that still came on stage to be abused, even though they knew they would lose. "From your words, do you think the likes of you can abuse me?" Lin Ming slowly turned his spear point towards Black Salt. I may not be able to ruin you, but the person who can is already nearby. As for me, even I can peel off your skin. It's still unknown just who will win this battle." As Black Salt spoke, the muscles all over his body emitted explosive crackling sounds. His aura rapidly climbed upwards as he grew larger and taller. Horrifying bone spikes grew out from his back, and a thick tail extended down to the floor. Pa! With a random swing of that tail, The stone of ash blood mountain that was as hard as divine iron was instantly turned to powder. Facing Lin Ming, Black Salt wasn't arrogant anymore. He immediately used his body metamorphosis from the beginning. Lin Ming had some understandings of the saint race. Although he knew they had the ability to undergo body metamorphosis, this was the first time he had seen it. Let me warn you, when I metamorphosize my body, my strength and speed will increase by 3 times. I heard that you also study the body transformation technique. Now, allow me to let you experience just what the true power of body transformation is like. Chapter 14:13. Horrifying Weight. Chapter 14:13. Horrifying Weight. As the human and saint martial artists saw Lin Ming and Black Salt about to start a brutal battle, they both began to crazily shout out, "Black Salt, tear that brat to shreds. Kill him, ruin him." Black Salt was a top-ranked core disciple of a true divinity, Holy Land. His reputation was extremely high. Lin Ming, your human body transformation technique simply isn't a top body transformation technique. It is something that belongs to the dregs of the concept of the 33 layered heavens. Let me show you what the true difference is between our body transformation techniques. The concept of the 33 layered heavens were divided into 3 great categories of essence, energy, and divine. Each category was divided into 11 variations. Solely the body transformation technique had 11 different methods to practice it. There were those that suited humanity saints, and there were some variations that suited the monsters and spiritus. In Black Salt's opinion, only the saint's body transformation technique had the greatest foundation and was also the strongest variation of the body transformation technique. Black Salt roared out and wildly hurtled towards Lin Ming. He understood that Lin Ming was extremely strong, but he still had absolute confidence in himself. He wanted to use this battle to become renowned through the universe. If he could challenge the entire human race without being defeated, then he would be a hero of the saints and obtain enormous rewards. Moreover, the more battles he won, the more confidence he would gain, and the greater help this would be to his future growth. Facing Black Salt's menacing charge, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a vicious light. He grasped the phoenix blood spear and opened all of the 8 inner hidden gates. With a loud explosive sound, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Lin Ming. The rocks beneath his feet began to crack apart like an expanding spider web. Lin Ming's body transformation technique had already touched upon the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In addition, when Lin Ming had entered Primordius' heavenly palace, he had directed Grand Mist energy to enter his body. Using the Grand Mist energy that was as heavy as a star, he had tempered his own skeleton and muscles, withstanding pain that an ordinary man would not be able to bear. Empyrean Primordius had sealed a massive amount of Grand Mist energy within the Primordius Gate. That was no longer elementary Grand Mist energy, but true Grand Mist energy. The intensity of Lin Ming's mortal body had reached unbelievable degrees, without using any true essence, without using any laws, and by only relying on the mortal strength of his body as well as his astral essence, he welcomed the rampaging Black Salt. 8 inner hidden gates, 100-layered waves. Lin Ming shouted out loud, pouring all of his strength into the phoenix blood spear. Lin Ming's strength had nearly reached 1 billion genes. Now, as he used the 100-layered waves, it was like an infinitely high tide, smashing through the world. Lin Ming wants to use his body transformation technique to deal with Black Salt. The body transformation technique isn't a domain that humans excel in. Even if Lin Ming dual cultivates in body and energy, his methods aren't extraordinary. What he excels in the most is the essence gathering system. The human martial artists cried out in alarm. As for the saint race martial artists, they repeatedly jeered out loud. waiting for Lin Ming to be sent flying back by Black Salt. "You are seeking death." Black Salt roared out, and 3 bone spikes on his back stabbed forwards like a sharp trident. With the support of his bodily strength, astral essence exploded outwards. In that moment, Lin Ming instantly struck out with 100 spears. These 100 spears fused together as one, violently crashing into Black Salt. Kacha! A terrifying explosion followed as massive chunks of rock burst into powder. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, and Black Salt's form shook. Black Salt's barrier of astral essence had shattered, but because of his powerful mortal body, those shock waves of spear light had been completely withstood by him without any injuries at all. As for Lin Ming, he was sent flying hundreds of feet backwards by Black Salt. Although he wasn't injured, it was still Black Salt who gained the advantage in this collision. Even so, Black Salt couldn't accept this result. This was because Lin Ming hadn't used any true essence at all. This boy, how could his body transformation technique be so fierce? Then just what degree has his essence gathering system reached? Black Salt, ruin that boy, wreck him into pieces. The surrounding saints began to wildly shout out. Black Salt sending Lin Ming flying back in that strike just now had caused their morale to rapidly rise, shaking like an earthquake. Wung, Black Salt's body rushed out once more. On his claws, a divine fire seemed to burn. As he slashed out with his claws, the void seemed to shake. It was hard to imagine how powerful this attack was. Lin Ming flourished the Phoenix Blood Spear, watching Black Salt hurtle towards him. When he had used the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves just now to attack Black Salt, the result was that he hadn't been able to take the advantage. Black Salt was a martial artist that specialized in the body transformation technique. If Lin Ming had defeated him there, then his many years of cultivating the body transformation technique would have been nothing but a waste. However, Lin Ming's body transformation technique wasn't as simple as just the 8 inner hidden gates. Emerge grand mist energy. A keen light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. A wisp of grand mist energy left his inner world, covering Lin Ming's arms and the Phoenix Blood Spear. A little bit of grand mist energy was as heavy as a star. With a wisp of grand mist energy attached to Lin Ming's spear, a single strike was like wielding a 1,000-mile mountain range. You boast that your body transformation is unrivaled, but let me see whether you can withstand the weight of my spear. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once more. The Phoenix Blood Spear swept out, crashing down like a blood-red divine mountain range. Black Salt's claws smashed together with Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear. Kacha! With a deafening explosion, Black Salt's body shook. His protective astral essence shattered beneath the Phoenix Blood Spear, as if it were nothing but glass. What? Black Salt was aghast. He knew how durable his protective astral essence was, and yet it had been so easily broken by Lin Ming's casual spear strike. At this time, Lin Ming's second spear strike came crashing down. Black Salt's complexion changed. He wanted to avoid it, but at this moment a boundless and ancient power enveloped him, surrounding the entire void within a range of 1,000 feet. Black Salt's movements immediately slowed. Grand Miss Space. This is bad. The speed that Black Salt was so proud of was bound by the Grand Miss Space. He grit his teeth, erupting his astral essence to the limit as he used the spikes on his back to resist Lin Ming's attack. Lin Ming sneered and brought his 2 arms crashing down. The Phoenix Blood Spear smashed into Black Salt's back. This strike directly broke through Black Salt's 3 bone spikes, and the Phoenix Blood Spear continued unabated, pounding into him and causing his back to burst apart in a bloody mess before he was sent flying away. Black Salt miserably screamed out. He plummeted downwards like a meteor. Bang! With a ringing sound, Black Salt crashed into the ground, sending countless chunks of rock flying up. He was like a comet that crashed into the earth. Black Salt. This sudden turn in the tables had surpassed everyone's expectations. The Saint Race martial artists all cried out in horror. At this time, Black Salt emerged from the rubble. The Saint Race martial artists had an incomparably horrifying defensive power. Even though Black Salt had received such heavy wounds, he was still able to forcefully bear it. Black Salt's body was covered in blood. His skin and flesh had cracked open. As he looked up to the sky, he found that Lin Ming had disappeared. Before he could respond, an extremely dreadful weight pressed down on his back. This strength was as heavy as 10 million mountains. Not even Black Salt could withstand it. He miserably coughed, his 4 limbs shaking. "You." Black Salt's eyes turned blood red. Lin Ming was clearly riding atop Black Salt's back. The current metamorphosed Black Salt was similar in shape to a large tiger. As Lin Ming rode atop his back, it was similar to a man riding his mount. To Black Salt, this was the ultimate humiliation. As a proud martial artist of the saints, just how arrogant was he? How could he allow a human to ride atop his back? Black Salt angrily roared out. He wanted to jump up and throw off Lin Ming, but at this time, Lin Ming fused his grand mist energy onto the Phoenix Blood Spear and brought it pounding down. Pung! The Phoenix Blood Spear's shaft solidly smacked on a Black Salt's back. Black Salt's ruined back exploded once more. With the terrifying weight still pressing down on him, his body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His knees weakened and he was forced to the ground. Rocks constantly crumbled beneath them. Underneath this weight, Black Salt was forced to the ground. What is going on here? He's riding on Black Salt's back. Some terrifying weight has forced Black Salt to his knees. It's impossible for him to do anything, let alone throw off Lin Ming. The situation had rapidly reversed. At the start, Black Salt had won a minor advantage when he sent Lin Ming flying back a few hundred feet. But after that, it was Lin Ming who had beaten down Black Salt. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and pointed it at Black Salt's back. If it weren't for the barrier of grand mist space, Black Salt would have already been buried in the ground. Now, he was unable to stand up no matter how much he wanted to. He vomited out great gulps of blood, dyeing the earth red. With a human standing on his back and forcing him down with his spear, Black Salt found this humiliation unbearable. He struggled as hard as he could, but no matter how much he tried, nothing worked. Damn it all. Black Salt had never felt so helpless in his life. He had always been proud of his mortal body, but this current feeling was like squatting on the ground with someone pushing him down with just a single finger, making him unable to stand up. Many saint martial artists were bewildered. None of them understood just what sort of mysteries were on Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear, and why Black Salt was pressed down so hard that he couldn't stand up. The human martial artists were also confused, but this didn't stop them from cheering for Lin Ming. Ever since the Great Calamity began and the Saint race had invaded, the human race had suffered one defeat after another. The only incident that was able to show the strength of humanity had been the negotiations of Mount Patala and Empyrean Divine Dream, completely refusing all of the Saint race's treaty conditions. At the same time, Lin Ming had also jumped a boundary and a half to challenge the good fortune Saint's son to a life-or-death battle in 100 years. However, when this matter was put in pleasant terms, then Lin Ming had courage to face this challenge. But if it was put in coarser terms, then Lin Ming was simply a fool who had bitten off more than he could chew. In these past days, the humans had been oppressed and mocked by the saints again and again. They desperately needed a victory to boost their morale and confidence. Lin Ming, make him so that he can't step ever again. The human martial artists all shouted out, releasing all the pressure in their hearts. And at this time, an indifferent voice sounded out. Enough! This voice seemed to come from the icy cold Nine Nether Abyss. causing the heated battlefield audience to quiet down. The young human elites felt their hearts skip a beat as a chill filled the air. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He received the Phoenix Blood Spear and looked up at the void. There, space distorted, and a thin, white-clothed youth appeared. His face wasn't too handsome, but his aura was swift and fierce. He was pale like jade, and his eyes were sharp. His entire body exuded an evil atmosphere. Chapter 14:14, Challenging the Imperial Prince. Chapter 14:14, Challenging the Imperial Prince. The appearance of this youth immediately attracted the eyes of everyone present. As the Saint martial artists saw this person, all of them began to rise up in excitement. Imperial Prince Naki. It really is the Imperial Prince. The Saint race was an extremely hierarchical society. Superior martial artists enjoyed endless worship and even a certain faith from their race, and top geniuses were able to enjoy an extraordinary status. Moreover, this title of Imperial Prince was personally bestowed by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. It held amazing significance. Among the younger generation, Naki's status was only inferior to the Good Fortune Saint's sons. Both of them were peak geniuses born unto these prosperous times of the saints, and both of them had tremendous chances of becoming a true divinity in the future. At that time, even if Naki couldn't become the Saint Sovereign of the Saint race, he could still become the second Sovereign. This level of status wasn't much worse than the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. He's Naki. For many of the human martial artists, this was the first time they had seen Naki. Even Lin Ming was the same. Lin Ming looked at Naki, sneering, "You've finally appeared. How stupidly pompous." Naki grinned in response. "Aren't you the same? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time already, but haven't you been hidden away in seclusion at Mount Potala for all this time before finally showing up today?" As Naki spoke, he slowly fell onto the battlefield. He stood 100 feet away from Lin Ming, standing in stark opposition to him. At this time, Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear was still pointed at Black Salt's body. Black Salt's body was dripping wet with blood, and his spine had nearly broken in half. His bones and cartilage had been ruined, and his nerves had been severely damaged. Even though the saints had an extremely formidable body with a high regenerative capability, if their spine was broken apart, it would still be very difficult to recover. It would require a tremendous amount of time and resources. Senior apprentice brother Naki. Black Salt found it difficult to speak. Every word brought more blood gushing out from his lips. As the Saint martial artists saw this, they felt their backs turn cold. They were well aware of how strong Black Salt was, and he was strong enough to lift up a mountain. He could even toss that mountain into the sea afterwards and create a new island. But now, Lin Ming had only used his spear to ruin all of Black Salt's resistance. This sort of visual scene was far too jarring. How did Lin Ming accomplish this? He truly is terrifying. It seems that we've underestimated the humans. Saint martial artists all respected powerhouses, even if they were enemies. Lin Ming's great strength had won the awe and wonder of these people. If Lin Ming were to jump into a crowd of these young Saint elites, it would be like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. He could easily murder any one of them. So what qualifications did they have to look down on someone that could cut them down as he pleased? However, Naki thought little of Lin Ming, suppressing Black Salt. Naki only stared at the Phoenix Blood Spear before saying, "I never imagined that you would have been able to refine Grand Mist energy." Naki revealed the truth behind Lin Ming's secret card. Lin Ming was startled. The Grand Mist Heavenly Tao was incomparably mysterious, and not even a great number of human world king powerhouses would be able to recognize the Grand Mist space or Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy existed at the most early formative stage of the universe, And as the universe evolved, that grand mist energy had nearly disappeared from existence as it became celestial stars and all other matter. Empyrean Primordius was only able to cultivate the grand mist heavenly Tao because he had experienced a great lucky chance. Lin Ming was vigilant towards this imperial prince Naki that was eyeing him. It wasn't just his strength that Lin Ming needed to be wary of, but also his experience. Naki laughed, as if he had seen through Lin Ming's thoughts. Is it strange that I recognize grand mist energy? Didn't you know that 100,000 years ago, there was once a human Empyrean that utilized the grand mist heavenly Tao, and this person perished beneath the hands of my saint race? Many of his treasures, and even a part of his grand mist energy was obtained by my people. As Naki laughed, all of these words were incomparably grating as they fell onto Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Empyrean Primordius was his mentor, and he had died because of the saints. Lin Ming had no choice but to avenge this grudge, if possible. Now, Naki's callous and cruel words had touched upon Lin Ming's reverse scale. Lin Ming simmered with rage. The weight of the phoenix blood spear in his hands constantly grew, and the spear shaft sank even lower. With a crackling sound, more and more bones broke. Pressed beneath the phoenix blood spear, Black Salt vomited even greater mouthfuls of blood, his body unceasingly trembling. Currently, he didn't even possess the ability to cry out. His skeleton had been nearly shattered to bits, and his organs were almost turned to soupy gruel. Naki frowned. He coldly said, Lin Ming, is it possible that you don't know that this duel on Ash Blood Mountain was mutually agreed to by the high-level figures of Mount Padala and the saints? This is only a duel, and unless there is some accident in the battle, neither side can kill the other. What Naki said was true. When Mount Padala had sent forth Hang Chi and Dragon Fong to fight, they had already concluded that their chances of winning weren't very high. It was also impossible for them to send the future hopes of their people into a death trap. Thus, they took the initiative to lay down conditions for this match. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Then he put away the phoenix blood spear, and the massive pressure suddenly vanished. This sudden change caused Black Salt's body to shake once more, vomiting out one last mouthful of blood before he fainted on the spot. Not too far away, the saint martial artists were all silent. Lin Ming was too horrifying. Black Salt's powerful bodily strength and defensive abilities were renowned within the saint race, and yet he had been beaten into a bloody goo by Lin Ming. He didn't even seem to be alive anymore. Humph! Naki coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, Black Salt was received into a cave dwelling that he carried with him. Naki didn't bother arguing over the matter of Lin Ming worsening Black Salt's wounds when he removed his spear. He only sneered and said, Since you can make Black Salt into such an appearance, it seems you're a bit stronger than I first anticipated, but during the negotiations at Mount Patala, you challenged my senior apprentice brother Wuma, the good fortune saint's son. How stupid of you. You're no different than a little child playing around with a slingshot in the middle of two armies, challenging the general of one side to a duel in a year. If it weren't for the special situation at the negotiation site, and us saints being unable to weaken our momentum, why would senior apprentice brother Wuma ever bother responding to you? To him, you are nothing more than an ant. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and calm. He asked in reply, From your tone, do you think that you can step on me like an ant? Ha! It seems you really are in a hurry to get stomped by me. Although you are a bit stronger than I first thought, that barely makes you eligible to fight me. Do you honestly believe you are invincible amongst your generation? You have just experienced 2 battles. And although it doesn't look like you've consumed too much energy, I don't want you searching for any excuses when I beat you into the ground. I will give you 3 days' time to adjust your condition. 3 days from now, you and I will fight. Naki crossed his arms against his chest, his voice filled with contempt as he looked down at the world. It was like he simply didn't place this battle against Lin Ming in his heart. This fellow is far too brash. Just who the hell does he think he is? On the human side, there were martial artists that couldn't stand Naki's actions. Even so, they had no choice but to admit that Naki's strength was unfathomably deep. Until now, no one had found out where his limits were. They didn't even know what techniques he used or what cards he had hidden. For the second-ranked martial artist of the Human First Martial Meeting to challenge the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting, this was a battle that the humans had little confidence in. True divinity descendant. These three words were like mountains that pressed down on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Many of them were cheering for Lin Ming in their hearts, but even so, facing such a powerful opponent, any result was an unknown. Not too far away from the battlefield, a black-clothed Dragon Fong and a white linen-robed Heng Qi were looking at the center of the battlefield. It's been 9 years, but Lin Ming has really taken a step further in his growth. Perhaps his legend will continue on today. Heng Qi quietly said. He held prayer beads in his hands and chanted Buddhist prayers. As for Dragon Fong, he had clenched his fists. It was unknown what he was thinking. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and looked straight at Imperial Prince Naki. He sneered and then slowly lifted the spear point, pointing it straight towards Naki's forehead. 3 days is too long. Those 2 fights just now were only a warm-up. You and I, let's finish this now. Lin Ming's words were similarly arrogant. In these 2 fights just now, his battle against the red-clothed woman wasn't anything at all. But his battle against Black Salt could be considered intense. Black Salt himself wasn't a common nobody, but Lin Ming had referred to their battle as a warm-up. Is that so? Naki smiled. And his smile became increasingly evil as he exposed the sharp tips of his canines. Since you are in such a hurry to be defeated, let me fulfill your wish. Clang! With a clear and resonant cry, Naki extracted a pitch-black long spear from his spatial ring. Naki's weapon was also a spear. Spear? Interesting. Lin Ming looked at Naki, his body seething with fighting spirit. He could feel that Naki wasn't weak at all. Although Naki was arrogant, he had the unfathomable strength required to back it up. I must defeat the good fortune Saint's son, so I'll defeat you here as the first step. Chapter 14:15, Fighting the Imperial Prince. Chapter 14:15, Fighting the Imperial Prince. Yeah, strong winds howled. Within the grim and desolate ruins atop Ash Blood Mountain, Naki's long hair chaotically whipped about, his clothes flapping around him. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. His left hand was held behind his back, and his right hand grasped a spear. The pitch-black 9-foot-long spear slowly extended outwards as he pointed the tip towards the ground, a cold light sparkling atop it. As this image was joined together with his straight figure, Naki was like a tall and steady pine tree, above the heavens, below the earth. Only he was worthy. Just this aura alone made one subconsciously fall into a submissive state of awe. Just by standing in front of him, one could feel a tremendous pressure pushing them to the limit. This was the aura of a future sovereign. This aura was the superior momentum that Naki had accumulated over an extremely long period of time. By constantly defeating geniuses at the same level, his confidence had risen again and again. When combined with his terrifying strength, this aura was the manifestation of his being. This Naki is truly extraordinary. There will inevitably be a role for him on the stage of the future great calamity. He might even become one of the leading main characters. Even though the human martial artists couldn't bear Naki and wanted to bite a chunk out of him, they couldn't help but acknowledge just how horrifying he was. This sort of person was a dragon in a pool. As the true war of the great calamity arrived, he would constantly change, evolving until he soared to the heavens. Facing such a Naki Lin Ming's complexion was cold. He held the phoenix blood spear in one hand, extending it out. The 10-foot phoenix blood spear looked as if it was cast in iron, immovable. How amusing! Naki smiled, but suddenly a cold light burst out from his eyes, and the rocks beneath his feet exploded. Bang! As the air trembled around him, Naki made his move. His speed reached an unimaginable level. The inky black spear was like a bolt of black lightning, thrusting towards Lin Ming's throat like a kiss from a death god. This sudden attack had caught everyone unprepared. This attack had reached the extremes of speed and power. Even a peak divine Lord Powerhouse would have been instantly defeated beneath this spear strike without any ability to resist. In that moment, Lin Ming also moved. His sense locked onto Naki's body. From the very instant that astral essence erupted from Naki's body, Lin Ming had been prepared. The phoenix blood spear thrust out. The immense power of thunder and fire that had been saved within the heretical god tree burst out, fiercely colliding in the sky. Bang! It was like bolts of divine thunder crashed into the ground. Countless crushed stones were raised up and then swept into the sky by a wild vortex of energy. The earth shivered and divine light spilled out in all directions. In the dark skies, a round sun seemed to appear. Luckily, everyone was already prepared and wasn't too close to the battlefield. The older martial artists had laid down protective enchantments in front of the juniors, but even then, those protective enchantments were wildly struck by the waves of energy, nearly exploding. Whew! The blinding explosion of thunder and fire continued for several breaths of time before slowly fading away. The skies were filled with immense amounts of rock that had been reduced to sand by the horrifying energy. The rocky sand was lifted up into the skies by the wind, turning the entire ash blood mountain battlefield into a dusky world. How terrifying! To think this is a battle between a middle divine transformation youth and a late saint transformation youth. It's hard to imagine this as possible. Even a battle between holy lords can't compare. This imperial prince Naki and Lin Ming are both geniuses born unto the world of the great calamity. One was born in the saints, and one was born in humanity. In 100 million years, their strength will reach levels that cannot be comprehended by common sense. This will be a fight between dragons and tigers. Just who will emerge victorious? The human martial artists were originally lacking in confidence, but as they saw Lin Ming's aura rise like a beam of light, a faint spark of hope ignited in their hearts. If Lin Ming, as the second-ranked martial artist of the Human First Martial Meeting, could defeat the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting, then humanity would truly be lifted up in pride and happiness. Otherwise, they would be cast down. Everyone knew that although Lin Ming had come second, the truth was that he was nearly equal to Frost Dream. No one could tell who was weaker or stronger between the two. If Lin Ming lost here, that would be equal to all the young elites of humanity losing. You can actually receive my probing strike so easily. You indeed possess the qualifications to be my opponent. As Naki spoke, his eyes sparkled. The surrounding martial artists were left speechless. Such a sharp and vicious attack was only a probing strike. This was too ridiculous. Naki strode forwards, one step at a time. As he did, flames seemed to burn atop his body. These were not true flames. Rather, because the astral essence within his body was too powerful, it had reached the level of substantializing. Thus it appeared as flames around him. 1,000 feet, 900 feet, 800 feet. Like this, Naki approached Lin Ming, coming closer and closer. The saint's body transformation excelled in close combat. As for the human's essence gathering, that excelled in long-distance combat. In these past days, when human martial artists had fought in missions throughout the bright, luster-great world, the most basic knowledge they learnt was that they could not allow the saints to approach them and engage in a brutal melee. Otherwise, in a situation where both sides had similar levels of strength, there was a 70% chance that they would die. Lin Ming, be careful. Get away. Many martial artists anxiously cried out, but Lin Ming simply watched as Naki approached motionless. Oh, you've got guts. Could it be that you think your level of body transformation technique has reached a degree comparable to mine? As Naki spoke, he was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. For a peak master, this mere 100 feet wouldn't even take 1,000th of a blink of an eye to cross. This was simply the same as no distance at all. Ka ka ka. All of the joints in Lin Ming's body exploded with loud crackling sounds. He had opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. The strength that was hiding within him was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. How interesting. Haha. Then let me see just what worth your body transformation technique has. Oh. Naki burst out with a horrendous roar as a blazing divine light covered his entire body. Strange runes began to appear all over his face. His hair grew longer, and a pair of sharp fangs extended down from the corners of his mouth, just like spikes. His elbows and knees lengthened, growing ferocious bone spikes all over, and gold scales emerged from his skin, covering his entire body. Just 100 feet away from Lin Ming, Naki completed his body metamorphosis. Only a small number of people within the saint race possessed this transformation ability. Although it couldn't be said that every saint who could metamorphose their body was more powerful than those that couldn't, the absolute fact was that the several peak members of the saint race all had this ability. As Naki transformed his body, a horrifying energy erupted. Even those human martial artists 10 miles away could feel this dark pressure, much less Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was a mere 100 feet away, the pressure he had to withstand could be imagined. If it were a normal martial artist in his shoes, they would fall to the floor trembling, losing all ability to fight. Many saints fell to their knees, praying towards Imperial Prince Naki. Although this was a strange sight to humans, something they couldn't understand. For the saints, this was actually a natural response originating from their inborn instincts. For a people that worshipped a powerful mortal body, this was the awe they felt from encountering such a magnificent specimen. Naki's bloodline was one of the peak bloodlines of the saints. He was worthy of their worship. Facing this Naki, Lin Ming simply raised the phoenix blood spear, his eyes as cold as ice. How brave! An essence-gathering system martial artist is actually able to withstand my pressure at such a close distance. Then let me see whether you are strong or just plain stupid. As Naki laughed out loud, he grasped his long spear and smashed down at Lin Ming. The might of this spear strike was titanic, as if a 100,000-foot high mountain had been dropped down from the clouds with infinite momentum. Even the void collapsed under this pressure. With the locking in of the surrounding space, no one within 100 feet could escape Naki's spear. As long as this spear came pounding down, even if Lin Ming had opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates, he would still be wounded to the brink of death. Many martial artists cried out in fear, waiting to see Lin Ming be smashed to pieces by Naki's spear. But Naki's movements suddenly stiffened, slowing down by a great deal. What? In this moment, Naki felt a vast and boundless aura cover the space within 100 feet. All space within this area became heavy, filled with an incomparably terrifying gravitational force, stifling his every motion. And, lingering atop his spear, a trace of gray energy wandered around. This gray energy was as thin as a strand of spider silk, but his spear actually wasn't able to cut through it. It had caused his spear to slow down to half its speed. What Lin Ming used was the Grand Mist space that contained Grand Mist energy. True Grand Mist space was the fusion of the heavenly demon, heavenly mortal, and heavenly god martial intents. Simultaneously, the Grand Mist space also contained true Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy was as heavy as a star. If these thin strands wove together, they formed a giant spider web, and any martial artist that fell into the grand mist space was like a fly caught in a web of grand mist energy, unable to struggle at all. A single thin strand of grand mist energy was something that even a world king would find difficult to cut apart. If it were twisted into a web, the hardiness of that grand mist energy could be imagined. Of course, Lin Ming had yet to reach this degree of proficiency. He had simply used the tiniest strand of grand mist energy, but this tiny strand had still caused a massive hindrance to Naki's movements. In that moment when Naki's spear was shackled, Lin Ming also thrust out with his own. The dazzling spear light reached the extreme, a strike that didn't ask for force, only speed. Lin Ming wanted to attack Naki before he regrouped the astral essence he had used and pierced through his defenses. Lin Ming could imagine that Naki's defensive capabilities were truly terrifying. If Naki were to stimulate his defensive abilities to their limit, then Lin Ming's only ability that could harm him would be Heavenly Dao Judgment. But there was no time to use Heavenly Dao Judgment right now. What Lin Ming needed to do was take the initiative and pierce through Naki's body as the saint was attacking with all of his strength. Because of Naki's powerful mortal body, it was impossible to win with a single spear strike, but he would still be able to heavily wound him. Space and time laws. As the phoenix blood spear thrust out, the surrounding flow of time slowed down. Only that red spear reached an extreme velocity. With this extreme speed coupled with Lin Ming's large success comprehensions of the space and time laws, the potential of the strike was overwhelming. However, just as his spear reached Naki's chest, the space around Naki seemed to fall into a thick darkness. At the same time, time distorted and space drew back. An invisible strength came shrouding down, and the slowed down flow of time around Naki was reverted to normal. Puff. Blood splashed out. Naki retreated a single step back. Although this only seemed like a simple step backwards, the truth was that he had stepped back 1,000 feet. His hand held onto his bloody chest, blood flowing out from between his fingers. As he looked at Lin Ming, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Chapter 14:16, Naki's Power. Chapter 14:16, Naki's Power. Naki was not surprised by Lin Ming's use of the time and space laws, but by the degree to which he could utilize the grand mist space. When he had approached Lin Ming hadn't taken even half a step backwards. The reason that Lin Ming had dared to allow a body transformation martial artist to come close was not because of his own body transformation technique, but because of his grand mist space. The smaller the area of the grand mist space was, the greater its might would be. In other words, from the very start, Lin Ming hadn't feared close combat at all. When Imperial Prince Naki had approached him, he already had a plan laid out. Lin Ming had waited for the moment that Naki attacked to launch his own counterattack and take him by surprise. However, the sure wind strike had failed. Lin Ming was startled. Even though he didn't underestimate Naki, he never imagined that Naki would be able to attain such high comprehension in the laws as a Saint Race martial artist. In that instant, Naki had utilized 3 different laws. In particular, the space and time laws. Although he hadn't been able to achieve the degree of proficiency that Lin Ming had reached, he had still steadily reached the 5th level concept. If he used it for just defense, then he was only slightly worse than Lin Ming, and this slight difference had caused his chest to be stabbed by the Phoenix Blood Spear. Naki's defensive powerful was horrifying. It was impossible for that light stab to pierce his heart. Even though Lin Ming was able to break apart Naki's tough skin that was as hard as divine iron, that was entirely due to the powerful strength brought to him by the 8 inner hidden gates. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave behind a flesh wound. Naki is injured. Many people noticed the blood leaking out from between Naki's fingers. The Saint martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. In their minds, Naki was an invincible existence amongst his peers. The only one that could challenge Naki was the good fortune saint's son, if he had reversed his age by several dozen years. And yet this Naki was actually injured. Everyone could see that the spear strike had only caused a light wound to his skin and flesh that didn't even affect Naki's combat efficient. Even if that strike were to hit a human's body, it still wouldn't affect their combat strength. But those Saint martial artists found this hard to believe. This was because Naki was a legendary existence in their minds. The human martial artists all gripped their fists, not cheering. They only looked at the battlefield, nervousness in their eyes. In that exchange just now, they hadn't been able to understand anything at all, and the result was an unknown to him. Naki looked at his blood-stained hands. He stretched out his tongue and licked his blood-stained fingers, looking like a demonic monster. I didn't expect that not only would you have inherited Empyrean Primordius legacy, but that you would also have practiced the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao to such a degree. I've underestimated you. As Naki spoke, the muscles on his chest began to wriggle about. The wound that Lin Ming left behind was regenerating at a visible speed. What an abnormal restorative power. This sort of regenerative ability was even greater than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming watched as the wound he left behind vanished. He coldly said, "I also didn't think that even though you are a saint you would comprehend the laws, and also to such a high boundary." Ha ha! Naki laughed. In the 33-layered Heavens Tao, the essence gathering system has 11 layers. The seek 9 falls and find the 9 divine shifts that humanity practices is only a single variation. In this world, there is also an essence gathering system that my saint race can cultivate. Did you think that only you could dual cultivate body and energy, and that I could not? Yes, whether it is humans or saints, both are equal. The saints excel in body transformation, and humans excel in essence gathering. This also means that the seek 9 falls and find the 9 divine shifts that humanity practices is the strongest essence gathering system of the 11 Daos. Now, let us see just who among us is more powerful. Whether it was Lin Ming or Naki, both of them dual cultivated in body and energy. They were both unrivaled geniuses in this aspect, stepping on similar paths as if guided by the hands of fate. Of course, Lin Ming not only dual cultivated body and energy, but triple cultivated essence, energy, and soul. He believed that even though following this path of cultivation was difficult, it was necessary if he wished to find the road, which led to the peak of martial arts, because that was the most universal truth in the world. Bang! Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Naki collided once more. Their overwhelming momentum caused the earth to shake. A terrifying shockwave rushed out like a tide, extending to infinity. Lin Ming and Imperial Prince Naki both launched into a brutal melee. Each strike was devastating, creating massive craters in the ground and filling the skies with dust. As one looked down from the heavens, they could see a giant bowl-shaped pit being slowly dug out. In just a moment, the towering ash blood mountain had been reduced to a desert. Countless rocks were turned into powder, crazily sweeping through the world in giant storms. Interesting. You are a match that is worthy for me to be excited about. But what a pity your grand mist space cannot be filled with grand mist energy at all times. Otherwise, your true essence cannot endure. I know that stimulating the grand mist energy that is as heavy as stars places a tremendous burden and level of consumption on your body. If this is the limit of your skill, then your loss has already been decided. Naki wildly cackled. Atop his spear, a divine fire lit up. This was his astral essence that he was maddeningly burning. Ka, 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 ka. Naki's joints emitted explosive sounds once more. His body grew again and again until he was a head higher than Lin Ming. Naki's body was originally covered in scales, but now those scales had turned into plates of bone armor. The hard and fierce bone armor covered Naki's entire body. His arms became sturdier and thicker, and meridian channels spread through his fingers, twisting about like worms. His entire being filled with strength, and even his shoes split apart as clawed feet appeared, similar to a dragon's. On his head, curved horns grew out just like a devil. Then, with a flapping sound, a pair of giant wings unfolded behind Naki's back. As these two wings spread out, their wingspan was actually 30 feet. Imperial Prince Naki had transformed his body once more. This was two body metamorphoses. Two body metamorphoses. He can transform his body twice. All of the human martial artists were shocked. A single body metamorphosis ability was already freakishly abnormal, but Naki was actually able to do so twice. A terrifying aura exuded from his body, let alone fighting him. Even those people that were watching from 10 miles away felt a horrible pressure. Naki smashed his claws into the ground and then slowly stood up. His two wings spread out, causing all of the surrounding dust and sand to be swept up into a tornado. My clan is one of the most magnificent clans of the Saint race. We possess the royal bloodline. And when the most outstanding peak geniuses of my clan step into the realm of true divinity, they can metamorphose their body 3 times. This was something that a senior accomplished in the Holy War III, 6 billion years ago. Currently, I fall far short of that. But in the future, I too will step into such a boundary. I will leave behind the most wonderful legacy in the history of my clan. As Naki spoke, he placed his long spear back into his spatial ring. Then, he extracted a massive heaven-sundering war halberd. This halberd was 15 feet long. Just the head of the halberd was 4 feet long. The giant halberd edge was cold and bright like a scythe. The shaft was as thick as an arm, and not even a grown man would be able to grasp it in one hand. The entire shaft was carved with images of all sorts of demons, savage and brutal. But this massive war halberd was actually perfect for Naki's giant body. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this halberd was forged with some type of special divine metal. Not only was it hard, but the weight itself could easily crush a mountain range. It was likely tens of millions of genes, or even 100 million genes. It was hard to imagine just what might this halberd could display when used by Naki, who had undergone his second metamorphosis. As the surrounding human martial artists saw Naki take out this giant war halberd, all of them looked at each other in utter dismay, shocked to the point of speechlessness. They were all aware that the saints primarily cultivated body transformation, but as for what degree their body transformation technique had reached, no one knew. Now that they saw Naki, they finally gained a profound understanding of this. After the body transformation technique was cultivated to the peak, its might was beyond horrifying. Facing such an enemy, just how would Lin Ming fight? Naki wildly laughed. After undergoing 2 body metamorphoses, even his personality had been influenced. He had become even more savage and arrogant. Lin Ming, I said that I will leave behind the most wonderful legacy in my clan. Now, let me start with you. Naki roared out loud and dove towards Lin Ming. His wings spread out as his speed reached incomprehensible degrees. He was like a dragon, hurtling through the endless skies. Hoo, hoo. The 2 wings beat in the air, stirring up strong winds that swept up the surrounding sand. Naki forcefully used the pressure of his flight to leave behind a giant pit in the ground. That heaven-sundering war halberd came pounding down. Lin Ming's eyes widened as his entire body erupted with strength. Grand Mist Space. Ho! The boundless aura of the Grand Mist Space spread out. A strand of Grand Mist energy spun atop the war halberd. However, Naki simply grinned, forcefully suppressing this Grand Mist energy as he struck down at Lin Ming. Ha ha! The Grand Mist Heavenly Tao is wonderful, but your comprehension is too weak. Just what do you think a spider thread-thin strand of grand mist energy can do to me? Now die. Within the grand mist space, Naki's speed hadn't diminished at all. He continued rushing towards Lin Ming with his halberd. In that moment, the space around Lin Ming came under a heavy pressure, nearly collapsing. He was placed in a cage, locked inside. This was no longer just the concept of space, but Naki also forcefully suppressing space with his powerful strength. Even with Lin Ming's comprehensions of the space and time laws, it was impossible for him to instantly break through these bindings. If this halberd struck him, Lin Ming would find it nearly impossible to withstand it, even if he burst out with all of his strength. If there was an accident, he could be crushed to death. As for Lin Ming using the Phoenix Blood Spear to block, it was simply impossible to block Naki's overwhelming momentum. This was a critical moment. In a thousandth of an instant in this life or death moment, a tiny blue spear rushed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. This blue spear split in two, half of it firing towards the war halberd and the other half firing towards Naki's forehead. A terrifyingly exuberant aura emitted from this deep blue spear, similar to the aura of the Grand Mist space. This little blue spear was Lin Ming's blue soul battle spirit. When a battle spirit entered the blue soul realm, its strength would suddenly rise to another level, taking a huge leap upwards. It had to be known that this step had stopped Lin Ming for a full 10 years. Even Frost Dream, who studied the divine dream law, had been extremely far from the blue soul battle spirit level in the past. Even the vast majority of peak Holy Lord powerhouses were stuck at this step, unable to make a breakthrough in their lives. Chapter 14:17 Blue Soul Battle Spirit. Chapter 14:17 Blue Soul Battle Spirit. The Blue Soul Battle Spirit split into two. One half shot towards the heaven-sundering war halberd. A battle spirit was the manifestation of a martial artist's will. If one's will was strong, they could control everything around them. The ruling spirit art was created with this characteristic in mind. At this time, Lin Ming had abruptly used his blue soul battle spirit to control the space around the war halberd. The blue soul battle spirit was like an invisible hand. When combined with the grand mist energy, it slowed down the halberd. As for the second half of the battle spirit, it shot into Naki's spiritual sea, crashing into it like a bolt of lightning. Naki's body shook, and he coughed miserably. In this moment, Lin Ming rushed forwards and thrust the Phoenix Blood Spear towards Naki's throat. You. Naki was enraged. He roared out, slashing his claw down at the Phoenix Blood Spear. Kacha! Naki's post-metamorphosis body was far too durable. His claw pressed against the Phoenix Blood Spear, bending it into a curve. Power of thunder and fire. Explode. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. From behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. A terrifying power of thunder and fire flushed out, as if the dam holding it back had burst apart. Bang! A fierce explosion rang out. Naki's right hand was exploded into a mess of blood and flesh. And at this time, the war halberd that was hindered by the blue soul battle spirit and grand mist energy came smashing down. Lin Ming stepped on the void, suddenly stepping back. As he stepped back, space was destroyed, and spatial runes appeared beneath his feet, instantly bringing him back 1,000 feet. That detonation of thunder and fire had torn apart the space cage just now. Thus, Naki was unable to lock down Lin Ming. Bang! The heaven-sundering war halberd pounded the earth, causing the ground to shake. A savage energy shot up into the skies, blowing away all the clouds and leaving the entire Ash Blood Mountain in a chaotic wreck. The originally messy ruins of Ash Blood Mountain were struck hundreds of feet lower by Naki's attack. This was the all-out attack of Naki after he had undergone his second transformation. The might of the strike could be imagined, but it was still avoided by Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming avoid it, but he even caused grievous wounds to Naki's right hand. That is a blue soul battle spirit. Lin Ming has already stepped into the threshold of a blue soul battle spirit. The saint martial artists weren't too knowledgeable about battle spirits, but the human martial artists had a deep and profound awareness of them. They knew just how significant it was for a middle divine transformation martial artist to reach the level of a blue soul battle spirit. There were numerous peak holy lords that were unable to take this step in their entire lives. The distance between a gold battle spirit and a blue soul battle spirit was simply too great, like an immeasurable moat. Even so, Lin Ming had actually obtained a blue soul battle spirit at the divine transformation realm. This level of talent was far too bewildering. Maybe Lin Ming has already surpassed Frost Dream in attainments of battle spirits. I can't believe it. Frost Dream comes from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and studies the Divine Dream Law, so her soul is undoubtedly strong. Then, just what is Lin Ming relying on to reach this level? The human martial artists all looked at each other in confusion. Lin Ming's immense strength encompassed every aspect. He nearly had no weakness. Crash! Naki leapt up from the wreckage. His right arm was stained with blood, and his face was savage. After undergoing 2 body metamorphoses, he thought that even if this strike wouldn't win him immediate victory, he would still be able to wound Lin Ming and then slowly overcome him. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would use this strange method to counter his attack and cause him to be injured instead. As a result, his all-out strike had struck nothing at all. This feel of hitting nothing but air was extremely uncomfortable and enraging. Lin Ming's eyes blazed as he looked at Naki. He slowly said, "In this world there is no perfect race. The saint race's geniuses seem as if they are more powerful than the humans, but they also have their own weakness. Your overly powerful mortal body has instead weakened your soul. In terms of battle spirits, you are inferior to humans." Lin Ming laid bare the weaknesses of the saint race. To a human martial artist, a battle spirit could be said to play a large role, but also a small role. If one said it had a large role, that was because there were many special situations where a battle spirit could display a tremendous function. It could stabilize one's will and be used to withstand soul attacks. If one said it had a small role, that was because in actual combat, the effects of a battle spirit weren't too obvious. This was because if someone had a battle spirit, then so would others. If someone used their battle spirit to hinder their opponent would use their battle spirit to offset this. Unless there was a great disparity in battle spirits, the effects of them in combat were minor. Thus, when Lin Ming was in the Sky Spill continent, he had frequently used his battle spirit. This was because he was often the only one who possessed a battle spirit. Even when he met other martial artists of the Sky Spill continent who had a battle spirit, they were often at the bronze forming stage. To reach bronze perfection was a legend among legends. As for a silver battle spirit, that was a completely unknown domain to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. In terms of battle spirits, all of them were thrown 108,000 miles away by Lin Ming. Like this, Lin Ming's battle spirit hadn't found a rival. He had been able to pull open a great gulf between himself and the other martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. But in the divine realm, the function of his battle spirit had been far smaller because the opponents Lin Ming faced were stronger and their attainments in battle spirits were also outstanding. Frost Dream possessed a battle spirit that was on equal standing with Lin Ming's. When everyone was supporting their attacks with battle spirits, then the battle spirits would balance each other out, meaning neither side would be able to display their full strength. Now, in facing Imperial Prince Naki, Lin Ming's battle spirit was able to display a miraculous effect. This was because the saint race's battle spirits were far too weak. Battle spirit, hee hee. I didn't think that your battle spirit could reach such a degree. My saint race is a natural enemy race of you humans. Throughout these countless years, innumerable wars have erupted between our races. So how could my saint race not know about your human race's battle spirits? Your attack was unexpected, so I suffered a loss. But as long as I revolve my astral essence with an arcane skill and seal away my spiritual sea, then your battle spirit attack is useless. The most you'll be able to do is try to hinder my motions, but I can use my absolute strength to break through the obstruction of your battle spirit. As Imperial Prince Naki spoke, his entire body began to emit explosive crackling sounds once more. He lifted his war halberd, rushing towards Lin Ming again. His strength already reached a nearly unimaginable degree. Even under the dual influence of the Grand Miss Space and Blue Soul Battle Spirit, he forcefully withstood them both and attacked Lin Ming. A terrifying strength poured forth like a raging tsunami, a collapsing mountain. All of Naki's astral essence turned into a black dragon that danced in the air as it impacted towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming revolved all the true essence within his body. The phantom of the heretical god tree reappeared behind him. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation gushed forth, howling into the world. Heavenly Tao judgment. Bang. This was a true frontal collision. Supported by the Blue Soul Battle Spirit and Grand Miss Space, Lin Ming weakened Naki's impact. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation wove together into a sea of red and purple, swallowing up the skies. Naki raised his head to the sky and let out a heaven-quaking roar. All of the muscles within his body burst out, and his long hair twisted in the wind. He brought his war halberd crashing down. The void trembled as a brutal shockwave caused the world to vibrate and all of the spectators' scalps to tingle. A terrifying endurance, a terrifying mortal body explosive force. Even with the bindings of the Blue Soul Battle Spirit, Naki was still fierce like an unstoppable beast. This is too horrifying. It's absolutely impossible to fight Naki in close combat, otherwise Lin Ming will be ripped to shreds. This is Lin Ming. He cultivates dual body and energy, so his body is equally durable. If a normal martial artist were to stand in his place, even if they weren't directly struck down by Naki, just this aura alone and the shock waves it produces would cause their body to burst apart in a fountain of blood. No wonder that Naki was so arrogant these past days, because he indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. If Naki is so fierce, then what degree has the Good Fortune Saint's son reached? Since Lin Ming challenged the Good Fortune Saint's son to a match in 100 years, isn't that the same as a 100-year suicide deadline? Pung, 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 pung. A dreadful impact, noise, stunned the ears. Everyone retreated again and again. In the skies, all they saw were two beams of divine light violently colliding. One was pure black, and the other was red and purple. This sort of collision required an unthinkable amount of energy. Even so, that Imperial Prince Naki likely didn't care at all. In the eyes of the human martial artists, he wasn't a person at all, but a beast in disguise. His stamina and endurance were undoubtedly just as great. As for Lin Ming, he actually managed to forcefully engage Naki in a brutal melee fest. Moreover, this was dozens of moves, each move shaking the heavens and earth. The ones most shocked here were the Saint martial artists. They're all watched with dumbfounded expressions. Originally, when saints and humans fought, it was usually saints chasing and humans fleeing. The humans would try their best to pull open the distance and attack the saints from afar. Because of this, the saints looked down at humans with contempt, thinking they were nothing but a gutless and pathetic race. But now Lin Ming was actually engaging Naki in a head-on battle. As Witch Plume, the 6th-ranked martial artist of the saints' first martial meeting, looked up at the skies, She took a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled. The intensity of this battle was too great. If she were up there instead, let alone being able to block a move, but even if she did, she wouldn't be able to last more than 20 exchanges before collapsing. In other words, Lin Ming not only surpassed her in strength, but also in endurance and restorative power. These two aspects were the pride of the saint race, and yet she had been surpassed in them by a human. Ha! Great! Wonderful! Let me see just how long you can last. Naki's entire body was covered in blood. Although he was rapidly using up his strength and astral essence, his aura became increasingly fierce the longer he fought. Dragon wrestling art. Naki used the dragon wrestling art of the saint race. When a saint martial artist achieved the peak of their mortal bodies, they could even wrestle an azure dragon unarmed. Currently, Naki was far from reaching such a level. Even so, he had managed to cultivate a bit of this move's charm. For him, bringing down a young dragon wasn't any problem at all. Black hole seed. Lin Ming flew backwards, his hands forming over 1,000 seals at once. The dark black whole seed emerged from his inner world, rapidly spinning in the skies. After 9 years, this miniature black hole had become much larger. This was the inheritance left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal, and also the highest level technique that Lin Ming possessed. Another little fancy trick of the essence gathering system. Then I will use absolute strength to annihilate it. Naki laughed and hurtled towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression was calm and cold. His entire body began revolving energy as the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. All of the heaven and earth origin energy within 100 miles began to stir until it was whipped up into a howling storm. Lin Ming chanted out loud, "Power of the black hole, swallow all matter, swallow all light, swallow the 5 elements, swallow all sound, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever, perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence. Eternal darkness." Chapter 14:18, Suppressing the Imperial Prince. Chapter 14:18, Suppressing the Imperial Prince. In that moment, every ounce of origin energy between the heavens and earth began to crazily gather towards that seed of chaos, forming a dark star black hole. Then Lin Ming used the entirety of his strength to thrust this dark star black hole towards Imperial Prince Naki. Dragon wrestling art, I'll blow you up. Naki lifted his hands high, bringing the heaven-sundering war halberd into the air. Then he smashed down. This strike was used with 120% of his strength. He revolved all of his astral essence to the limit. His muscles bulged outwards as countless blue veins rose up, squirming about like earthworms even as they burst apart beneath the pressure. The heaven-sundering war halberd came pounding down. Bang! With a dreadful explosion, Naki's halberd collided with the black hole seed. In that instant, all the space within 10 miles collapsed. This was the space of the divine void. Underneath the intense collision of Lin Ming and Naki's strike, this stable space was as frail as glass. A battle between a divine transformation and saint transformation martial artist can actually cause the space within 10 miles to collapse. These two people are the absolute king amongst kings within their level. No one can compete with them. In front of them, a divine mountain is as frail as a sculpture, and space is as thin as paper. Everyone cried out in alarm. At this time, the terrifying detonation force created by the black hole began to wantonly spread out. It was Lin Ming and Naki that bore the brunt of this terrifying impact. Naki's entire body shook like an earthquake passed through it. The skin and flesh of his arms cracked apart, and his palms split open. The bones of his arms cracked to pieces, and he almost lost all feeling in his arms. What Naki never imagined that this ordinary-looking black hole would be unbelievably hard. Not only did it withstand his attack, but it also erupted with a terrifying strength. As the one controlling this black hole, the impact that Lin Ming had to withstand was not light. Even though the black hole couldn't be destroyed, Lin Ming still received tremendous wounds underneath the reckless surges of energy. The explosive energy swept over Lin Ming like a wave, forcing him back 1,000 feet. Only then was he able to stabilize the restless blood within him. Naki's hands shivered. Blood dripped down his arms, gruesome and alarming. He nearly dropped the heaven-sundering war halberd. He hadn't thought that his battle with Lin Ming would reach such a frigid and savage degree. Naki had already consumed 60 to 70% of his astral essence. His strength had also plummeted by a great deal, but he knew that he couldn't weaken his momentum right now. Lin Ming definitely wasn't in a better situation than he was. The victor of this fight would depend on who could hold out the longest. Die! Naki roared. He ignored his severely wounded arms and rushed towards Lin Ming once more. After exhausting so much of his energy, he still didn't stop for even the slightest moment. He instead hurled himself into another collision. No matter how ruthless you are, I can be even more ruthless. This form of combat caused all the martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Ka, 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 ka. Fierce and vicious bone spikes shot up from all over Naki's body. As these bone spikes drilled forth from his skin, they brought behind them icky goo and blood. Each spike was 4 to 5 feet long, cold, and dense just like a spear. This was not body metamorphosis, but one of Naki's attack methods. It was similar to the time that Black Salt utilized the spikes on his back. This was an ability that came from certain bloodlines of the Saint race. At this time, Naki's arms were injured, and he couldn't control his halberd. Thus, he used his body as a weapon to forcefully hurtle himself towards Lin Ming. Wild Dragon Dash. Naki's speed reached the extreme. Astral essence burned over his body. He was a massive black fireball that shot towards Lin Ming. At this time, because of the previous collision and him barely suppressing the tumbling blood within him, Lin Ming's true essence was in a chaotic mess. Even so, he wanted to face Naki's crazy rush head-on. The Grand Mist Space couldn't be used to defend. Lin Ming had trouble summoning it right now. As for his blue soul battle spirit, just that alone was not enough. Even if he tried to use his Phoenix Blood Spear in conjunction with it, that was simply suicide. For Naki, this 1,000-foot distance took less than an instant to cross. As the human martial artists saw this, all of them cried out in alarm. However, Lin Ming actually remained remarkably calm. If Naki hurtled towards him, although the might was great, it would still put him at risk. In this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His soul force rushed into his inner world, and in front of Lin Ming, a massive stone gate appeared. This stone gate emitted an infinite ancient aura. The entire gate was covered with mysterious carvings, as if a separate universe were sealed within it. This was the Primordius Gate. In the past, when Empyrean Primordius created this stone gate, he had done so with the highest level of Chaos Stone, and then recorded all of the comprehensions he had gleaned in his lifetime. This included the complete heart mantra to the Primordius martial intent. However, the use of the Primordius Gate was not as simple as recording inheritances. It could also be used as a bafflingly powerful magic weapon. Lin Ming summoned all the true essence available to him and poured it into the Primordius Gate. Bang! Naki didn't have time to react at all. He was like a raging bull, solidly smashing into the Primordius Gate. The several spikes on Naki's body disintegrated into dust. Puff! Naki spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent rolling hundreds of feet away. The dark red Primordius Gate, besides violently shaking a bit as Naki crashed into it, wasn't even damaged in the slightest. This is The martial artists watching were all shocked. This battle was already at its crescendo. When both Lin Ming and Naki were nearly spent dry, this strange scene had occurred. This strike was absolutely adding wounds upon wounds for Naki. As the one controlling the Primordius Gate, Lin Ming only had to withstand the traction of energy as Naki crashed into the gate. His blood restlessly stirred up within him, but the force he withstood was hundreds and thousands of times lighter than Naki. Naki's entire body shivered. His body was a mess of blood and flesh, and his muscles were split apart all over his body. Over half the bone armor that covered his body had broken, and all of the spikes that jutted out from him had cracked apart. There were even some spikes that had pierced through his own flesh because of that massive impact just now, thrusting into his flesh. His meridians were broken, and his organs were severely injured. As he spoke, he vomited a mouthful of blood. This blood was mixed with fragments of his organs. The current Naki couldn't even be described with just tragic. If a human had been wounded to this degree, they would have died countless times already. In that brief exchange just now, Lin Ming had taken a great advantage. But this was due only to his magic weapon. The power of a weapon was a part of a martial artist's strength, and Lin Ming currently was only able to stimulate a tiny portion of the Primordius Gate's true strength. He was far from being able to fully control a treasure of this level. It was only that he had made the correct tactical choice at this moment. The Primordius Gate had resolved Naki's attack while simultaneously causing heavy losses to him. Naki was already at the point of collapse. Die. At this time, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once more. By relying on the Gate of Life, he even burnt a part of his blood essence for greater strength. Now that he had the advantage, with Naki having sustained severe wounds, he absolutely wouldn't give his opponent any time to catch his breath. He picked up the Primordius Gate with both hands, and by relying on his formidable bodily strength, he brought this stone gate pounding down at Naki. This was an attack using the Primordius Gate as a weapon, let alone the human martial artists that were skilled in the essence gathering system and were proficient in using the laws, or even the saint martial artists that excelled in their bodily physiques. None of them had ever seen someone attack by picking up a massive stone gate and smashing it down on someone else. The Primordius Gate could shrink and grow. In Lin Ming's hands, it was 30 to 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and a foot thick. As it came smashing down, the momentum and pressure it brought with it could roll over everything. Imperial Prince Naki was panic-stricken. Without a care for the agonizing pain in his arms, he brought up the heaven-sundering war halberd to meet this strike. Facing this massive gate that was as thick as a city wall, the originally large heaven-sundering war halberd seemed like nothing but a child's toy. Pung! With a muffled ring, Imperial Prince Naki was smashed away by Lin Ming's Primordius Gate. Although he had barely managed to use the heaven-sundering war halberd to block this attack, his arms were in complete ruins. How could he withstand Lin Ming's aggressive onslaught of gate smashes? Lin Ming stepped forwards. The Primordius Gate that he held in his hands came crashing down once more. Bang! Like a fly, Naki was sent tumbling back by Lin Ming again. He vomited blood in the air, and even his war halberd was sent shooting away. Lin Ming revolved the space laws and chased after him. One step, one smash. Naki vomited blood again and again. No matter how powerful the bodies of the saints were, and even if Naki had completed 2 body metamorphoses and he also possessed a heaven-defying king bloodline, he still couldn't withstand this brutal and savage barrage. This was complete devastation, overwhelming and brutal, a beating to the death. This is, the Imperial Prince is defeated. The saint martial artists were bewildered. The number 1 person amongst the younger generation of saints, the one who possessed the king bloodline, the invincible legend that was Imperial Prince Naki, was actually savagely beaten by a human. The final victory of humans had not come due to the essence gathering system or use of the laws, but had relied on Lin Ming's powerful bodily strength. A stone gate had been used to pulverize Naki, causing him to vomit out endless amounts of blood. The Saint race martial artists found this impossible to accept. Ha! Lin Ming roared and struck out once more. With a loud ringing sound, Naki was brutally struck down and pounded deep into the ground. The earth caved in. Dust and sand rose up from all over. As the tens of thousands of saint and human martial artists saw this scene on the battlefield, all of them were left in utter silence. Chapter 14:19, Victory and Defeat. Chapter 14:19, Victory and Defeat. Peng. In the wreckage of the ruins, Naki crawled up from the rubble. He was already pounded into a nearly unrecognizable form by the Primordius Gate. At this time, all of Naki's bone spikes had shattered, his arms were ruined, and the bone armor that covered his body had cracked to pieces. Even the bloodied white bones of his arms were exposed to the world. Half of his wings were cut off. He was a complete mess as he dragged himself across the ground. Just his outside appearance was this horrible, and his insides were even worse. His meridians had broken in countless areas, his organs, bones, and blood vessels had cracked apart everywhere. The Imperial Prince was defeated. Imperial Prince Naki is known as being invincible amongst his steppe in the entire Saint race. He is someone that will surely step onto the road of true divinity in the future, but he lost here to a human. The Saint martial artists that watched this battle were all dumbfounded. A deep sense of shock and disbelief came over them. This was simply too unimaginable. Here, a legend was broken, and another legend had been formed. The impression that Lin Ming left on them was profoundly deep. As for the human martial artists, in particular the young elites, all of them clenched their fists together, their faces filled with excitement. They could no longer hold in their cheers. Lin Ming had won. The second-ranked martial artist of the human first martial meeting had defeated the first-place champion of the Saint First Martial Meeting. At this time, at the center of the battlefield, Lin Ming was holding the Primordius Gate high above Naki's head. Naki looked up at Lin Ming. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a wild animal. A grim light shined in his eyes. His killing intent hadn't dimmed at all. Lin Ming sneered. Still won't admit defeat? Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. As Lin Ming spoke, he struck out once more towards the geniuses of the Saint race, especially those incomparably arrogant ones like Naki that were certain to become his enemy in the future. Lin Ming wouldn't be the least bit kind at all. If this Naki wouldn't admit defeat, then Lin Ming would beat him into bits and pieces, and leaving behind some permanent damage would be the best possible result. At this time, a cold voice sounded out. Stop! Whoosh! A black line shined, shooting out like an arrow towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was alarmed. He immediately raised the Primordius Gate to block this attack. With a loud explosive sound, a wild shockwave surged outwards. Lin Ming wasn't the one who had blocked this attack. Rather, the one who blocked the black light had been a gray-robed old man who was now standing in front of him. This old man had blocked the black light with a wall of true essence. The black light disintegrated, turning into pure astral essence. Lin Ming looked at the broken black light from behind the gray-clothed old man. This black light, even if the gray-clothed old man hadn't blocked it for him, still wouldn't have taken his life. However, it would have struck him into a mess, causing his blood vitality to tumble, and even causing him to receive heavy wounds. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Lin Ming didn't know who this gray-clothed old man was. He was likely a human supreme elder that was watching the battle on Ash Blood Mountain from afar. His cultivation had reached the half-step Empyrean boundary. No problem. The old man beckoned with his hand, faintly saying, "To protect the young heroic elites of my race is my responsibility. I am Skyrend Godlord's 7th direct disciple. Young hero Lin, it's nice meeting you." In terms of rank, Lin Ming was countless times lower than this direct disciple of Skyrend Godlord. In terms of cultivation and strength, the disparity between them was also difficult to measure. This gray-clothed old man was someone who was even more honored and majestic than a great world king. He was absolutely a high-level figure of humanity. But because of Lin Ming's talent, this gray-clothed old man didn't regard Lin Ming as a junior at all. Rather, he faintly spoke to him like a peer. At this time, the void distorted, turning fuzzy. On the saint's side, a man in a black cape slowly appeared. He was the one that had struck out with that bolt of astral essence just now. He hadn't intended on killing Lin Ming, only to make him suffer some troubles. Seeing this black-caped man, the gray-clothed old man glowered. He coldly said, "You are the one who attacked just now." The black-caped old man coldly snorted. "So what if I did? My saint race's imperial prince has already been wounded to such a degree, and this boy still wants to attack? Does he want to take Naki's life as well?" The black-caped old man stood in sharp contention. His cultivation was completely unfathomable to Lin Ming, but he was likely no worse than the gray-clothed old man. Otherwise his aura would not be so strong. The black-caped old man's eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Ming. He didn't bother to conceal the thick killing intent in his eyes. However, after the high-level figures had finished negotiations, it was impossible for the powerful characters of the human and saint race to fight. Otherwise, in this sort of situation today, it was likely that the actions would have set off a cataclysmically bloody event. So young, and yet so vicious. Your strength is decent, but the reason you won against Naki is because of some foreign object that caused Naki to suffer a loss. What meaning is there to your own ability to rely on foreign objects? The black-caped old man was naturally referring to the Primordius Gate. In his opinion, if Lin Ming hadn't summoned the Primordius Gate in the end to defend against Naki's wild dash, then Lin Ming would have likely been struck by him and suffered severe wounds. But the result was that this unknown move of Lin Ming's had caused Naki to be wounded instead. That single exchange had become the turning point in the battle. Lin Ming sneered, "A loss is a loss and a win is a win." Is the mindset of the saints really so frail? Every time when you must become increasingly arrogant, but you can't accept your own losses at all? To think you would rather try to teach me instead. However, I can't be bothered to argue with a junior like you. You've already dug your own grave from your arrogance anyways, and you only have 100 years left to live. 100 years from now, when you battle the good fortune saint's son, you will surely die without a grave. Or maybe you won't even live until then. The black-caped man cruelly smiled. He waved his arms, sending out a black light that wrapped around Naki, and Naki was received into his dwellings. Then the black-caped man's figure blurred, and he vanished. For a time, the only ones left on the center of the battlefield were Lin Ming and the gray-clothed old man. The Saint martial artists still remaining were extremely frustrated. It felt as if someone was pushing down on their heads. The many battles that the saints had won before this, even when added up together, were less important than Lin Ming and Naki's battle. This was because this was a peak duel, a battle that symbolized the strongest martial artists of the saint race and human race's juniors. And in the end, the saints had been the ones to lose. No matter what the reason was or how it happened, this faintly proved that the juniors of the saint race were inferior to the juniors of the human race. Moreover, there was also an extremely mysterious Frost Dream from the human side that had yet to appear. Frost Dream was the first-place champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Her strength was at least equal to Lin Ming's. As Lin Ming flew back from the battlefield, what awaited him was tens of thousands of frantic and fired-up human martial artists. 9 years ago, when Lin Ming placed second in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and fought to a tie with Frost Dream, many people had cheered for him. However, their cheers hadn't been as heated as they were today. The first martial meeting was only a competition between the juniors of the human race, but this time it was a battle between the humans and the saints. This was a battle to see which younger generation of the two races was weaker. Tens of thousands of martial artists cheered. There were also many people that brought out long-distance sound transmission jade slips to send this news in vivid excitement. Many people had already used battle array discs to record the entire battle from beginning to end. Once news of this event was passed out, it was destined to not only affect the younger generation, but also have a resounding influence on the older generation of martial artists. Currently, humanity was far too eager for a complete victory. They needed to raise their confidence and boost their morale. In just a mere 10 days, the news that Lin Ming had defeated Imperial Prince Naki had spread throughout the entire Divine Realm. When this news reached Atlas World and the Crimson Light World, the ones most excited were the many martial artists of the Ancient Phoenix clan. They were individuals that truly came from the same sect as Lin Ming. To be able to be considered as someone from the same sect was absolutely something to be proud of for the rest of their lives. In the future, when they accepted disciples, those disciples could even boast about this. They could boast that their teacher had been in the same sect as Lin Ming, who had defeated the number 1 young elite of the saint race. At this time, in the void of the Divine Realm, a ghostly spirit ship was flitting through space. A tall young man grasped a cup of red wine as bright as fresh blood. As he enjoyed this wonderful wine, he was watching the scenes atop a battle array disc. This was the recorded battle between Lin Ming and Naki. This tall youth was the good fortune saint's son. He smirked all the way until the fight ended, and then slowly placed his wine cup down. "Your Highness, Holy Son, this Lin Ming is a threat beside the good fortune saint's son." A bewitching wheat-skinned woman filled the good fortune saint's son's wine cup. A small dagger was tied to her thigh, and she wore a short leather jerkin that perfectly contrasted her robust height and sex appeal. During the negotiations at Mount Patala, this woman had accompanied the good fortune saint's son. Threat? If he was given 1,000 years of time, then he might grow into such a character. But too bad for him. He won't have such a chance. There's no need to pay attention to him. Just let him jump around in happiness for a few days. In my eyes, this is nothing more than a little feud between children. Besides having a group of useless people be excited for some time, there isn't any significance to this battle at all. I already knew that they were going to fight, and I didn't care to pay attention to them at all. Otherwise, I would have personally gone to take a look. The enchanting young woman was puzzled as the good fortune saint's son laughed. This was a battle between the top geniuses of the saint race and human race, a matter that involved the honor and glory of both races. And yet the good fortune saint's son had called this a feud between children? This was a bit too much. After all, Lin Ming and Naki were likely to grow into true divinities in the future. As for this battle, it might be related to their future growth. For whoever won, it would greatly benefit their confidence and destiny. The good fortune saint's son chuckled. Their future potential is endless. But what a pity the war between the humans and us saints will not wait for them to grow. There is no need to bother with them, and I also don't have any time to spare them. What will erupt in the future is a holy war that involves the prosperity and decline of my saint race and the human race. How could this event be affected by a little battle between divine transformation and saint transformation children? Come, we're going to the monster race. Monster race? The enchanting woman was startled. Which monster race? In the woman's eyes, there were 2 different monster races. One was the monster race in the human's divine realm, and the other monster race was the one in the saint race's saint convocation heaven. The good fortune saint's son licked his lips, laughing as he said, "Of course, it's the divine realm's monster race. According to what I know, within the divine realm, the relations between the monsters and the humans aren't good at all. Hee hee. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? As the future saint's sovereign, what I must pay attention to is the situation during the start of our holy war, not a little spat between two juniors." The good fortune saint's son waved his arms at the battle array disc spinning on a table. This sort of thing is just interesting to see. Even at the worst, there is no need to panic. Do you understand? The good fortune saint's son's voice carried with it the aura of a superior being. The enchanting woman stiffened for a moment. Then she slowly nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness Saint's son, I understand. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."